It is 5 minutes to 11. Good morning from Edgbaston. This is Mike Taylor from BBC Radio WM, opening coverage for the second day of the opening championship fixture of the season here between Warwickshire and Surrey. We will start with similar conditions that we had this time yesterday, in fact. It's maybe a little bit less windy, but it is a grey. There is a thin layer of reasonably high cloud, I think, but it is dry, and the forecast is for it to remain so. So hopefully we shall have a full day's play again. We shall start with a fresh new innings this morning. Warwickshire will begin their reply to Surrey's total of 328 yesterday, which was a rather switchback course. They took to 328, having been 65 for 6 just after lunch, and then a very good 100 from Ben Folkes, supported by Tom Laws, got them to 328 for 7, and then the tail fell off in the last 5 minutes without further addition. So 328, Surrey put on the board. Mark Church is with me, and he's going to assess exactly whether that's a good score or not. Or maybe he won't.
Well, no, I think it's an extremely good score. The obvious thing to say is from where they were at 65 for 6, I still think 328 on a first day with the conditions that we had is a good score.
Yeah, it's not bad,
I think it's a good score after being put in. I think Ben Folkes was outstanding yesterday and played a proper innings. Tom Laws, his highest first-class score, and we saw the talent he's got. And don't forget the Sean Abbott 40. I think that was very important there, because 7th wicket partnership was 155, and then Abbott backed that up with a 109-run partnership with Folkes. I thought Warwickshire bowled very well in the morning. I thought they used the conditions perfectly. I think Laws and Folkes had some luck, but took the sting out of Warwickshire. And then Warwickshire came back and polished it off at the end. So actually it's really nicely set up in the fact that we start this morning. Surrey have the ball in their hands in exactly the same conditions that Warwickshire had the ball in their hands yesterday morning. And I'll say what I said yesterday before the start of play. I think this first session as a batter will be tough. I think it will be hard, but I think Ben Folkes showed the way. I think if you get your head down, and you're going to need your moments of luck, but you play every ball on its merits, there are runs to be had. So it will be a very, very interesting second day.
Yeah, I'd go along with that. I'm just going to for those of you listening on the internet through the BBC, I'm going to briefly disconnect the line and reconnect, because I am informed that it is not quite of the perfect standard. So those of you listening on YouTube won't get disconnected, all being well, as long as I press the right button, not the wrong button. So we will hope that has reconnected for listeners on Sports Extra 2 and through the BBC Sport website. I'm sure you will be kind enough to let us know if it's much better. It's my new friend Lewis in Salford tells us that. So that's good news.
Good
morning to you, and good morning to all of you, through whichever channel. Churchy and I talk into this end of the tube, and we know it goes through lots of different places to wherever you are. So whether you're joining us through YouTube, specifically enough, or the BBC Sport website, or online, or if you've managed to whisper the right instructions to your smart speaker. Oh, yes. Hello to my friend John, who listens to all the Warwickshire games and persuades his smart speaker to put them on. I trust that you've managed to do that successfully today, John. And I suppose I shan't hear from you if you haven't, will I? But there we are. We now have players on the field. Umpires Middlebrook and O'Shaughnessy are with them. They have their wide-brimmed hats on, which, as we discovered yesterday, is itself a sort of anemometer, in that when the wind got up, they replaced them with baseball caps, but they're confident enough to go with the more traditional headgear today. And Matt Fisher is going to start. She'll have the first local radio update in about 5 minutes, but hopefully not until this over's finished, Mark. So do you like to kick us off?
Well, it will be Fisher then, from the City end of the ground, coming in over the wicket to the left-handed Yates. First ball is on the hip of Yates. He gets nothing on this. In fact, I think he just put the bat in the air and had nothing to do with that. And it's taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right-hand side. So the field for Fisher, he's got 3 slips in there. Burns at first slip, Pope at second, and Lawrence is in there at third. Then Tom Laws is away at a deepish backward point. He's got the cover, the wideish mid-off, a mid-on, a man just in front of square on the leg side, which is Dom Sibley, and the long leg. As Fisher right arm over the wicket, he comes to Yates on a line, on a length, and Yates is forward, pushes this away into the offside, and Ralphie Albert comes up to do the fielding. Very pleased to see Matt Fisher take the new ball as well. Had an outstanding season for Surrey last year. Probably first half of the season, bowled beautifully and didn't get his rewards, but then got his rewards at the back end of the season and quite rightly got on that Lions tour and then was brought into the England squad. And there are a number who think he should have played 1 or 2 test matches in that Ashes series. As over the wicket he comes to Yates. Yates is forward, pushing this one back up the pitch, and Fisher does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. Be interesting to see who takes the new ball from this pavilion end. Option to call Sean Abbott. Tom Laws, who's away at a deepish backward point. James Taylor's down there at long leg. And of course Surrey do have the spin options of Ralphie Albert and Dan Lawrence, but they'll be hoping their quicker bowlers do a bit of damage in this morning session, as Fisher comes right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Yates. Yates forward he comes again. So Fisher's on that line and length. Bar the first delivery, the next 3 making Yates play every ball.
Alex Davis at the non-striker's end without the stripes of office on his arm now, as we were talking yesterday, no longer the captain. But made some runs in the warm-up game they had here. Hopefully a useful pipe opener for him.
And I think as well, not having that captaincy, you concentrate on your own game.
Yeah.
Sounds a bit selfish, but sometimes you have to be. As Fisher is in to Yates, and Yates forward again, inside edge and inside half of the bat as that potters out towards Dom Sibley on the leg side. I think it'll be Sean Abbott to take the new ball from this pavilion end, and I'm just watching him up at mid-on with his white floppy sun hat on, and seems to be ready to go to bowl from the pavilion end. Alex Davis just playing a few imaginary shots down there at the non-striker's end. We can't see how many people are below us in the crowd, but there's quite a few down there at the City end this morning. Final ball of this first over of this second day then, and Fisher again gets Yates playing. So bar that first delivery, Matt Fisher is hitting that line and length on or about the off stump. It's the end of the first over of the day. It was a maiden over. Sean Abbott takes off his white floppy sun hat, so it will be Sean Abbott from the pavilion end, and Alex Davis will be the man on strike.
Yeah, tidy start from Fisher, and for Rob Yates, who started last season with a century and a 50 in the first game against Sussex, and then added only 2 more half-centuries in the championship after that. So another disappointing return, 670 runs at 30. Wasn't his best season, but there's a lot who have plenty of faith in Rob Yates. Made good runs in the previous couple of years. Davis with 6 half-centuries last season without ever making any of them into 100. And he's on strike for the first time to Sean Abbott, who drifts onto his pads, and Davis is away straight away with a well-timed clip through wide of mid-on and running away for 4. Let's do the radio update. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, with the play having started on time a few moments ago on the second day of the championship fixture here between Warwickshire and Surrey, the first of the season. Warwickshire starting their reply to Surrey's first innings of 328 yesterday. The best felt overnight that they had rather let things slip after taking early Surrey wickets. I'll be hoping their top order can fare rather better against the Surrey seam attack. Alex Davis getting them moving with the first boundary. Commentary continues on the BBC Sport website throughout the day. Warwickshire 4 without loss, replying to 328. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And Abbott's second ball is full and aimed again into the pads. This time it hits the pad, but heading probably leg side.
Nice shot from Alex Davis to get off the mark. It was quite a friendly offering first up from Sean Abbott, and nicely put away. I was just looking at Fisher's figures from last summer, Mike. 31 wickets Fisher took, But in that key game against Nottinghamshire, led the attack, picked up 6 for 73, picked up 10 in the match. So as the season went on, he got his rewards.
Of course, Abbott, right arm over the wicket to Davis, who's defending very correctly. And with that movement he has, he sort of, when he defends, he sort of walks round behind the bat after he's played it. Follows it round to the leg side.
Well, Abbott will be looking to hold that length. That's the ideal length on here. We saw it from Fisher. Fisher's going to hold that length. He's just going to keep banging away on or around that off stump. And that's exactly what Abbott will be looking for as well.
Abbott walks past a entirely flattened patch of sawdust and bowls on a good length to Davis, who's drawn forward to play at that, pushes it away into the covers. I wonder if it might be a slightly bigger Saturday Championship crowd than you might get later in the season, because the leagues haven't started yet.
Yeah.
And there's no football either today. Well, most of the football around here, across the country, in fact, in the Football League and the non-league was yesterday and then again on Monday. But you want to wrap up warm if you're coming today. Be fresh outside, even with not quite such a stiff breeze. Abbott runs away from us and bowls full again to Davies, who flicks this off his pads just behind square leg. And out to the long leg fielder for 1. Out to the longer boundary. Again, if you weren't with us yesterday, it's a rather lopsided playing area in that the pitch is over towards the, I'm used to saying the Priory and Raglan stands, but they're not there anymore. But on that side of the ground, which means that there's a big acreage away towards the Holly stand, even with the rope pulled 30 yards in from the front of it.
Yeah, it's a good pitching wedge from there, isn't it? Into the Holly stand, from the boundary rope into the Holly stand, I would have thought.
Abbott round the wicket for the first time to the left-handed Yates and brings the ball back, but too late after it had passed the stumps. Neatly taken by Folkes. It's the end of the over. 5 without loss in 2 overs, Warwickshire. All of them scored by Davis. And to come after him, the Warwickshire lineup. Mousley expected at 3, then Hayne, Barnard the captain, about 5, Kai Smith the young wicketkeeper, maybe at 6 ahead of Webster, could be the other way around, then Wokes, Thompson, Bamber and Gilchrist. So like Surrey, there ought to be some depth there.
Yeah. 4th spell at Surrey for Sean Abbott, so he knows the place very, very well, and Surrey delighted to get him back. But yeah, I think again here for Davis, all Fisher will look to do is keep hitting that good line and good length on or about the off stump. 5 without loss then, Warwickshire, all in reply to Surrey's 3-8 of yesterday, as Fisher is over the wicket to Davis, and Davis lets this one go outside his off stump.
Well, that's where the value was yesterday for the bowlers, the bowlers who could hit the length regularly.
Well, it's ideal for Fisher because that's what Fisher does. He's also got this fabulous delivery that from that length will just kick at the batter. And we've seen that a number of times where it'll just get big from nowhere. But he settled into that first over very nicely from the city end. It's brighter, I think, now than it was this time yesterday, as Fisher into Davis. Davis, thicker outside edge, down towards backward point. Ralphie Albert gets something on that, but it will run away down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4. A ripple of applause there. As I said, I think Ralphie Albert got something on that, but enough of the bat on it from Davis. His 2nd boundary of the morning. He's on to 9, and Warwickshire move on to 9 without loss. Nothing wrong with that from Davis. All along the floor.
No, it's controlled stroke.
Yep. Just waiting for Dan Lawrence to get back to his fielding position in there at 3rd slip. I think we're getting a change in the field. Trying to get Ralphie Albert's attention at the moment. Oh no, they're not. They want something from the dressing room there, I think, as in over the wicket goes Fisher. Davis forward again. Thickish outside edge all along the floor. Out there towards Ralphie Albert. who does the fielding moving round to his left-hand side.
Quite deep set there. And then there's another fieldsman closer in at cover point, just in front of square. But Albert is presumably set for a really fierce cutting stroke from Davis.
Or it could be the one I was talking about that might just kick.
A bit,
As here is Fisher into Davis. Lets this one go as it goes off a goodish length outside his off stump. And taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right-hand side. A few people did comment, Mike Taylor, on the fact that the building site is very quiet for these 4 days because it's the Easter break. But it could be quite noisy at times whilst cricket is being played here, Ed.
I think it might be, yeah. It was like that when they were building this pavilion that we're sitting in about 15 years ago. They carried on during games, as I recall.
The word pile driver was mentioned, which
good.
can be very noisy, apparently. As in, again, goes Fisher. This one's turned into the leg side. Rolls in towards Tom Laws in there at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
There was some activity in there. Yesterday, there was nothing going on, really. We heard something reversing a couple of times, but that was all. But there was a digger in action. Well, maybe actually they won't, because the digger was going during the warm-ups, but has stopped now. Because there's a fresh pile of earth over towards where the very edge of it. That was the darker pile of earth. That was all dug out earlier on.
Either that or a very large mole.
Yeah, well, that's it.
As over the wicket once again comes Fisher. Oh, that's the one. Beautiful delivery from Fisher. And again, that just kicked a touch on Davis as he pushes forward and it beats the outside edge. But on here, we saw it yesterday with Folkes and we saw it with Laws. If you get one like that, you just say to yourself, well, I haven't nicked it, and move on to the next delivery, because you are going to get balls that do a bit. There's no doubt about that. But you just got to get through that and continue on your way.
Had a nice shape to it, though, that one.
We were also chatting about how much Ben Folkes enjoys the first day of the season with the bat. We were trying to work out how many hundreds he's got on the first day of the season. He does enjoy the first day or first game of the season, Ben Folkes.
Yes, I bet he knows. Abbott to start over number 4. Round the wicket, turn full and wide to Yates, who is not tempted to play at that.
Tempted, wasn't it, for Yates, that one. Just kept going away from him, but let it go outside his off stump.
When he's been at his best with Warwickshire, and still somebody relatively early in their career, he has been very judicious in what he's followed and what he hasn't early in his innings. Back comes Abbott, turns to face him again. Very straight approach to the crease. And round the wicket to Yates, who is persuaded to drive at that. That was Fuller, and looked in the slot for driving, but maybe just nibbled away a fraction and past the outside edge.
Nice bit of bowling that from Sean Abbott. Just a little bit fuller, that one, I think. And couldn't resist Yates. Oh, now this is exciting, because look, in the building site there is a digger moving.
Here we go. 2
moving. So they are at work today.
Yeah,
Mike Taylor.
Yeah. You thought they might have the long weekend, but evidently not. This is a little bit wider from Abbott, and Yates has made his mind up early that he's not going to play at that. Orthodox attacking field, 3 slips, quite a deep set gully. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, just a little bit back. It's a square leg close to the umpire, but even that on the short boundary side puts him over halfway to the boundary, and then a long leg not too far behind square. 9 for none. Abbott round the wicket and pulls his length back a bit. He stays wide of off stump, and Yates again just walks away from that with his bat raised.
Well, just to give you a who's who of who's where out there. Burns at first slip, Pope at second. Lawrence is wandering around in there at third at the moment. There's the backward point, which is Ralphie Albert. You've got Tom Laws down there at the long leg. Sibley's at square leg. Taylor at mid-on. Fisher at mid-off.
And Abbott's at the crease to bowl wide again of the off stump. And offering to come back late, but not really moving much.
And Jamie Smith is out there at cover. So as you say, it's a pretty orthodox field, but you can see exactly what Abbott's working on here. Around the wicket to Yates, on that length and line, on or about or just outside the off stump, fuller length.
Only so far persuaded him to go for one in this over, which he missed. Abbott tries again, and this is straighter. Yates plays with the bat close to his front pad and pushes it up towards mid-off and to the end of a maiden from Sean Abbott. 4 overs negotiated by Rob Yates and Alex Davis. Davis has scored all 9 runs so far, replying to Surrey's 328.
Yes, and the gilated Reece Topley and Ryan Patel are out there now. I think it's a drink for Fisher, and Ryan Patel's out there to get Dan Lawrence's long sleeve sweater. So Lawrence has decided just to go with the short sleeve sweater now. It's all these exciting moments in the day of cricket. Jumpers being taken off as Davis on strike here to Matt Fisher. Start of this 5th over of the morning from the city end. Right arm over the wicket he comes. Davis covers up, plays this straight back up the pitch, and there is no run.
Lots of other games going on today. I think all the county championship games have started on time today. You can find commentary on all of them available through the BBC Sport cricket pages on the website. You look under the watch and listen tab and you can select which game you want to follow. And of course throughout the season, as we are at the moment, selection of the commentaries across the sports extra feeds on the BBC Sounds app, so we can follow you all over the place.
Fisher over the wicket to Davis, and that just hops at Davis a touch, hits the thigh guard. That'll run away down towards James Taylor. This will be leg byes the signal. That will bring the left-handed Yates back onto strike. Yet to get off the mark, Yates. Davis has 9 and the leg bye. And Warwickshire move on to 10 without loss.
Amongst other games going on today, there's the first women's warm-up games of the season. Warwickshire women, or Bears women as they are generally referred to, although despite what's come up on my screen here, playing at the Edgbaston Community Sports Ground, not far away, which has become the sort of second venue for Warwickshire.
Fisher. Yates forward, he goes, turns this one into the leg side. Ralphie Albert does the fielding at mid-wicket and there's no run.
And they played a super brand of cricket last year in the new Tier 1. Played Surrey in the final.
Yeah, they did, I was there,
the blast
you were
final.
there.
Yeah,
it was fantastic, wasn't it?
But they start their fixtures for this season, the 50 over fixtures, next week, I think. But they were a very lively group to follow, the Bears women last year.
Well, I know that Surrey women are up here a week today.
Right. So
for that first game up here, yeah. As Fisher runs towards us, comes into Yates. Yates, turned around completely off the outside edge. It was in the air. It's flown where a 5th slip would have been. And down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4. So Yates is off the mark, but that just straightened up on him as he was looking to work it leg side, and that was off the outside edge in the air, but it flies away down to the 3rd man boundary rope, and Yates' season is up and running.
It is, but you won't want it too many more like that. He played from around the line of leg stump, trying to turn it to the leg side.
And Laws is pretty deep in there at backward point as forward goes Yates and pokes this one down to Tom Lords, who gets round from that backward point position to do the fielding, and there is no run.
Fisher staying over the wicket to the left-hander. He's finding a nice threatening line there.
Well, as I said, I think he'll just hold that line of length to both Yates and Davis and just keep banging away on a good line, good length. What he is doing is making them play everything. At the moment is Matt Fisher. In he comes once more. Past umpire O'Shaughnessy, and Yates is letting this one go. Outside is off stump, so another interesting over from Matt Fisher. Yates and Davis. 14 on the board. Yates has 4. Davis has 9. And Sean Abbott comes marching up to continue from this pavilion end. The umpires are together for a natter. I'm wondering if this might be about floodlights.
Yeah, the bit of brightness that you were talking about 10 minutes ago has gone away. I think this is the forecast for today. A bit brighter tomorrow and fresher again. But this is largely forecast dry through to Monday.
That's all we need. Yeah, just dry conditions.
That would do. Abbott starts again, right arm over the wicket to the right-hander Davis, who meets him with a firm drive on the bounce back to Abbott, who fields smartly in his follow-through.
It's that phrase, isn't it? When it does rain after a hot patch, it's good for the garden. I'm always told, good for the garden.
Yeah. I don't think that necessarily applies to the Taylor garden at the moment.
Well, I'm going to say something controversial now, but when I'm at the cricket, I couldn't care less about anybody's garden. I just want it to be dry so the cricket is continuing.
I don't disagree.
Thank you.
It's not a universally shared opinion in my house,
no.
I have to say, but nevertheless, Abbott bowls on the pads, and Davis looking to play this away towards square leg, where there is a gap now, but he's taken on the pad. Square leg fielder has moved round towards mid-wicket. Has gone quite a bit straighter here.
Won't be long till the old Chelsea Flower Show, Mike Taylor. David Beckham's entering this year.
Is he?
With his garden. There you are.
Clarified that.
I read. Yeah, I read that. I read that in the paper. Yeah.
Do you think he has green fingers?
Well, he loves it. He loves a bit of gardening.
Off goes Abbott, and Davis is playing this with one hand off the bat, turning it into the leg side.
Just got that one, Abbott, to hop a touch at Davis. I think just a little bit extra in that delivery from Sean Abbott. Davis is down to do a little bit of gardening, actually, much like David Beckham. But yes, I read that article.
Did he?
D. Beckham loves.
So he's flowers rather than vegetables in his garden, you think?
Yeah, I think it is more floral than vegetable with David. Yeah.
Runner beans, my dad was always runner beans.
Oh, lovely.
But he wouldn't be planting them yet. He'd be worried about the frost. Too early for the runners, I reckon. Abbott bowls on the line of off stump and pushes away into the offside. If you want to tear yourself away from plenty of runner beans, or was it Ross yesterday who was digging his patio out?
Yeah, that's right.
Then if you want to send a message while having your tea break, wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. You don't have to email us about runner beans. You can email us about even more interesting things like this match if you want to. wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. Off goes Abbott to bowl again on the pads of Davis, who flicks this in the air, I think, but into a big gap and away for 4 runs to fine leg. There's a man behind square on the leg side, but he's very square, and so that was quite a safe stroke.
Yeah, wrong line from Sean Abbott, nicely put away by Alex Davis, just on his hip, and just helped it down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4. He's always a good player to watch, Davis.
Yeah, when he's motoring, he can score quick runs, but would like to score more of them. That's the point. Both of these openers averaged about 30 last season, and both of them would think they could do better than that. Albert's a little bit shorter this time, and Davis again flicks this in the air, but through the gap at square leg, just past the umpire, and there will be time for 2 runs. Yeah, Davis is back for 2, so it's the end of 6 overs, and it's 20 without loss, and the light really isn't that clever at the moment.
Yeah, I think that probably was the signal to get the floodlights on. Although, as I say that, is it brightening up again a touch?
What a great deal.
But I think, they've got to make a decision if they're going to get them on now, because I can't see this sort of disappearing this morning, this cloud cover.
I'm going to brighten things up on here by making way for Dermot Reeve for the next half hour or so.
Mr. Reeve is with us again today. He's been warming up behind me, stretching. Well, I need to do a bit more like that. As here is Matt Fisher then coming in over the wicket, and Yates lets this one go as it just nips away from him a touch. Could leave that from Yates. Fisher testing technique and line and length. Good morning, Dermot Reed.
Good morning, Mark.
How are you, sir?
Very good today.
Excellent, excellent. And as Mike and I were saying, an interesting day on the cards.
Yeah. My first point is it seems that the gully position has gone out of fashion at Surrey.
Yeah, it's a deep backward point, really, isn't it? It's very deep there. But it's short boundary down to third man. As Fisher's in, this one's left alone outside the off stump by Yates. Yeah, Laws is deep there, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, if you come up to an orthodox gully, or even say a slightly finer gully, then that edge from Yates that went through about fifth slip, may have been a chance. Because what happens is you narrow the angle by coming closer.
Yep.
And you also do stop the odd one that's getting run down the third man.
Fisher, in over the wicket he comes. Yates forward, just pushes away into the offside. Up comes Dom Sibley to do the fielding. And there is no run.
While the backward point, it's a very, very fashionable position. You see it all the time in one-day cricket, and you put your best fielders there. But you're there more for a cut, for a hard cut at backward point. Maybe a square drive that slashes off, but it's rare that just a normal outside edge is going to carry.
Yeah, because he is deep there, is Laws. Shows how short that boundary is, because doesn't feel that far away from the third man boundary, as this one's tucked away off his hit by Yates, and Ralphie Albert does the fielding. I was saying Fisher here, and this is what he did last season. He's just settled into line length. He's just testing every ball. He's made them play everything, bar the first ball of the morning, really, which was down the leg side. But everything else, he's making them play at the moment, is Matt Fisher. Here come the floodlights. Thought that was the signal. They're slowly coming on. Down there in the distance. Bulb by bulb as Fisher's in. And goes back of a length this time. And up on his toes goes Yates and just pushes this one straight back up the pitch. And there's no run.
I'm trying to think of the right word, and I've got metronomic coming to my head. Is that a way of describing Fisher's action and style that he's just...
I think what he is he is very disciplined in the way he goes about everything. He has this delivery that will kick off a length, but he gives you that control. As in over the wicket he comes again. Yates has looked to punch off the back foot and it beats the outside edge and just skipped off the surface a touch more, that one, as it's into the gloves of Ben Folkes. It's the end of the over, 20 without loss, but he gives you that control. You can set your field and he's going to keep hitting that line and hitting that length, and he's got the skills. He was terrific for Surrey last season. But he didn't get his rewards.
Is he about 6'3", 6'4"?
Yeah, I'd say he's probably less than that. I'd go 6'2", perhaps. Not that I'm great at judging heights, to be fair. Here we are, Mr. Reeve. Your end, the pavilion end.
And Sean Abbott is in and bowls. Wide of the crease, left alone by Alex. I'm going to call him Davies. I know people... If he's got an E there after the
Davies.
I've always thought Alex Davies, but I know that some commentators will say Davis.
Davies.
Well, if he hasn't got the E, if
Davis.
it's Davis, then it's Davis.
Davies.
So, but I've never met him to have a chat and say.
Do you say potato? That famous song.
Abbott's in past the umpire, and that's whipped off the stumps, but it's gone very fine, and it's gone all the way to the boundary. Abbott holds his head in disbelief, really, and disappointment, because he thought that was really targeting middle and off. And Alex Davies, he does bat across on sort of off stump.
Just watching that again on the replay, doesn't want to be missing that.
No.
But actually, to be fair to him, flicked it away very nicely down to that fine leg boundary rope. But there's an element of risk in that.
Yeah, it's a bit of Jonathan Trott in that, where You know, you get it straight and you think, oh, we've got him, but he gets bad on it. Abbott's in again, and this does hit him on the pad, but it's a no ball.
Yeah.
Is that just one to the total this year? Is it a no ball?
Yeah, no. Is it not two?
It's not a free hit, is it, in first class cricket?
No. You don't get the free hit.
Just a single.
Please, never let that happen. Because there's enough of that elsewhere.
Absolutely.
Let's just keep with what we've got, everybody, just for the time being.
Abbott in his fourth over, he's conceded 17 runs with a maiden. He's in again. That's a good line and length, but not challenging the stumps or challenging Alex Davies' patience. He's just left it alone.
It's good from Davies that he just wanders off towards square leg, has a little think about everything.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the pitch is a little bit sort of too paced, as in, you know, there might be areas that are a bit harder, or sometimes is it the bowler who's just not in great rhythm, and when he doesn't find his perfect rhythm, it just sort of floats through. He's in again, Abbott, wide of the crease, and that's bounced a little and moved away, but easily played by the ex-Warwickshire captain. He's on 19, and Rob Yates is on 4, courtesy of an edge through the slips.
I'll be interested to see when Rory Burns gets Tom Laws into the attack. Of course, he's got James Taylor as well.
Abbott, fairly orthodox run, not too long. He's got a nice action and just gets that ball outside off stump, carrying through about knee height, but Alex Davies isn't interested.
Yeah, hugely experienced. Has played a lot for Australia in shorter form cricket. Hasn't played a test match yet though, Sean Abbott. He was in the Australian squad for the first Ashes test, but hasn't as yet played a test match for Australia, but's played a huge amount of the shorter form stuff.
Number 77 on the back of his shirt as he comes in. Line and length defended nicely by Alex Davies, just up to mid-off for a dot. Abbott finishes his fourth over, none for 17. Fisher's gone for 8 off his 4 overs with 2 maidens. He's looked the better of the two, or the more threatening of the two new ball bowlers.
Yeah, it's a little bit different at the start of the season for Surrey, because so the last 3 seasons it's been Kemar Roach, of course, but Kemar now up at Durham. So Kemar's the thing I worried most for Kemar was the weather up in Durham. That was the thing I was most worried about when he saw it. But they've got a terrific man there. Here is Fisher from the city end to Yates, and Yates gets forward, plays this one out into the offside, runs out there towards Dom Sibley, and there is no run. But Abbott's in his 4th stint at Surrey now, and he loves playing for Surrey. He loves playing for Surrey. So they're delighted to have him back. And then Mr. Chahar will come and bowl his leg spin for the final 8 games of the Championship summer.
I did see that, actually.
Yeah, well, he played the last game against Hampshire and picked up 8 for in the second innings. As in over the wicket once again goes Fisher, inside edge from Yates. And that's a nice bit of bowling from Fisher. Just a little inside edge, honing in on that front pad of Yates. Fisher.
So will Chahar replace? Will he replace Abbott?
Yeah, so Abbott will go after T20. He'll play the T20.
Right.
Then Chahar comes in. And I have to say, Dermot Reeve, Chahar is rock and roll star, as well as being unbelievably good at bowling leg spin. And where he was outstanding in that one game, final game of last season down at Southampton. As in over the wicket goes Fisher. That's a good shot from Davies, just back of a length, and he's not a tall man, but I was about to say he just stood up straight and then whipped it leg side, but he just stood up and just whipped it through the leg side for 4. He's on to 23, and Warwickshire move on to 31 without loss.
Yeah, very much a sort of a trademark shot, a bit of a half pull, and quite often you find short batters are very good on that shot and on the pull shot.
In over the wicket once more comes Fisher, and forward goes Davies. Plays this one into short mid-wicket. I was sat on YouTube the other day watching an Alan Lamb 100 against the West Indies in the West Indies. You talking about that sort of thing? Goodness gracious. Now there was a man that would latch onto anything that was slightly short.
And if you're listening, Alan, you still owe me for the green fees at at Sun City.
Well, he may
when he walked off the course. He walked off the course after 9 holes.
Did he?
Well.
Did he? He done enough, had he?
Yes, not playing well.
In again comes Fisher, and this one's clipped off a good length again by Davies over the mid-wicket boundary rope. It's a short leg side rope for the right-hander. That's 2 lovely shots in this over. And he's on to 27. And it's a good start, this, from Warwickshire. 35 without loss. And that was nicely put away again. Nothing more than a roll of the wrists. Yeah, well, that's not great. You're 9 holes in, he just walks off. Did you play the last night on your own?
Yeah,
I'm sure
we
you
were playing
were.
for a bit of money
I'm
as well.
sure you were.
I was about 8 up.
I'm sure you
after
were.
9. I've had enough, Wormy. You go play on your own.
As over the wicket once again comes Fisher. And this one's just tucked off his hip by Davies. Into the leg side. Taylor won't get to that because with that short leg side boundary, he didn't have that far to get round to it. But it's so short, that boundary, that it's beaten the dive of James Taylor. 3 boundaries in the Fisher over. Davies is doing all the run scoring here. He's 31 not out. Yates has 5. 39 without loss. He was a fabulous player, though, wasn't he, Alan Lamb? Oh, as I say, I was watching.
Yeah, I think when England went on tour, the players went on a cricket tour, but I always felt like Alan Lamb was on an adventure holiday. Always wanted to fill his time up with, come on, let's go skydiving, and we could parachute down to the nets. And
I've always got the sort of impression with him that he's a man that enjoys life in every way, shape and form, and a hell of a player, though.
Abbott's in to Yates, a good line of length, defended onto the leg side. The other position we haven't had this morning at all has been a short leg. So really, there's been no short leg and no gully, but 3 slips in place. And I always think that if you just, if you're getting the ball absolutely in the right spot, then all it's got to do is catch the inside edge, flap of the pad and lob up. As Abbott round the wicket to Yates, a good delivery outside off, but Rob Yates, who's well, you'd actually say he's been very watchful. You could say he's struggled. 5 off 27 balls, but the man at the other end, Alex Davies, is 31 off 30, so a really good partnership. And, Yates has just got to hang in there and believe it will get easier the more he gets his eye in. As he defends this one, it goes on the ground to 3rd slip. And there is no run.
Again, though, he's played that nicely, soft hands. Yeah, it's really interesting you say that, because I think people think, like, with a short leg, right, where they're going to go bumper, short, up on your chest. But no, actually, as you say, it can be for a good length delivery where you prop forward, little inside edge, hits the pad and balloons up.
What also happens is the batsman's aware of the fielder there, and occasionally they'll only get half forward, and you manage to get them out LBW. And that's a good ball. Line and length from Abbott, just nipping away slightly. And Yates again walks a square leg, removes his gloves. He'll be thinking, God, it's not easy out here. 5 off 29 balls.
But we saw this yesterday, didn't we, as well? Sibley yesterday. If that happened to him, he got the odd one that went past his outside edge, forget it, move on to the next ball. Folks did that brilliantly yesterday.
Abbott in again, round the wicket to Yates, who moves across early, drives this, slight misfield, but there's no run. Misfielded at cover, but a definite slight first movement by Rob Yates. They're going across before Abbott delivered the ball, which I hadn't noticed in his normal setup. It was quite a distinct. He bats with his back foot on the crease, slightly open stance. Head looking forward and down the wicket as Abbott is in, and he defends it well. Good ball, top ball to finish the over. 39 without loss.
Yep.
Warwickshire.
Good probing over that from Sean Abbott. Fisher will continue from the city end, and Rory Burns, his captain's just wandered up for a bit of a natter with him. As always, hands in pockets, white floppy sun hat on. Rory Burns just coming up with something with Matt Fisher with Davies on strike. And then Rory Burns goes trotting back into the first slip position. Still the 3 slips, but they've just dropped Laws now out to that. I was going to say deep mid-wicket boundary. It's not a very deep mid-wicket at all, because it's a very short boundary on that leg side. Here's Fisher then, over the wicket to Davies, and he's letting this one go outside his off stump. That one just kicked a bit from Fisher and taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. Reece Topley's down there in the distance in the squad, but not picked for this game. He's doing a bit of the 12th 13th man duties, sat on the white picket fence at the moment. I think he's got a bottle of drink there for Matt Fisher for whenever he wants it. As Fisher over the wicket he comes again. Davies always had a nibble outside the off stump, nicely bowled by Fisher. Just tempted Alex Davies there to have a nibble outside his off stump.
It was a really poor shot. That was, there are the best shot you can play to a lot of deliveries is just letting it go through. That would have been an absolute gift had he edged it, because it was never really there for a back foot drive, and he just wafted his bat out at the ball.
Fisher over the wicket he comes. Davies is in behind this one, plays it up the ground. Abbott gets round to do the fielding. But there is something quite beautiful, Dermot Reeve, about watching someone let the ball go.
Well, I always felt, and I got asked this the other day, who was the best player I ever played against, or it's a very hard question, but I always recall bowling at Gordon Greenwich, and every time I got it to swing late and think, oh, that's a good ball, he let it go. Yeah. And I felt he was the best lever of the danger ball, which you get back to the Ashes at the Wacker, that's what England didn't do.
Now there's the one that hops. That's the one I've been talking about this morning. It just gets bigger than you think. And it got bigger on Davies, that one, and he's even indicating that down towards Yates. He's just got this ball, Matt Fisher, that will just hop at you.
I'm just watching it here on the...
Yeah, it just hops and leaves you. Nice bit of bowling.
It's a bit of a Richard Hadley sort of delivery, where he flicks his wrist at the point of delivery and just gets that extra little kick.
Yeah, nice bit of bowling. He's in again here, and Davies is letting this one go outside his off stump. But yes, it's part of his armoury, Matt Fisher. It comes from nowhere. You know, you're not expecting it. He's been hitting that length, and then all of a sudden he'll get one to kick at you.
I think you'd say stock ball would be an outswing.
Yes.
With the shape where you sort of keep your wrist locked and pull down behind the ball. But then every now and again, instead of bowling that ball, if you just flick your wrist at the point of delivery, a bit like Sean Pollock.
As in again he comes, and Davies is forward, playing this one up towards mid-off. And there is no run. End of the over. Interesting over. We're getting a change in bowling. And James Taylor is coming into the attack now from the City end. Fine bowler, James Taylor. And these days he could also, he's now wearing the bandana. His hair's grown. He's got the beard. He could sort of either double up in something like Pirates of the Caribbean or a sort of Tudor late night Sunday drama, James Taylor. But he's into the attack for the first time this morning, placing Sean Abbott, and Laws is getting warmed up as well. So I think we might see Laws come into the attack down there from the City end of the ground.
So Taylor's going to start round the wicket to Rob Yates. 39 without loss, 11 overs gone. This is the 12th over. And Taylor starts with a bit of a loosener, if you like. Wasn't much venom in that delivery, but it was on Yates's pads, and he just worked it off the back foot to square leg for a dot ball.
Yeah, Taylor.
And we've gone down to 2 slips now. So we've got 2 slips on the offside, a backward point, square cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. 6 on the off, 3 on the leg side. We call that a 6-3 field. As Taylor's in, good line and length, but it's a no ball.
That'll be 2 more to the total for Warwickshire, of course. Yeah, James Taylor.
It did go up 2, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
2
for the no ball.
Wow.
2 for the no ball. But Taylor, now, I think he's now in his 4th summer with Surrey, but had some injury problems. He's a very good bowler, James Taylor.
Coming in from the pavilion end. Up and bowls now, wide of the crease. Good line and length, but easily played by Rob Yates, who works it to mid-on, but there's no run.
Yeah, and then Laws is going through his warm-up. So as I say, I think we'll see Laws from the City end.
So would you describe Taylor as a seam bowler,
Yeah.
or a swing bowler?
Seam bowler.
Seam bowler.
Seam bowler. Can get it to swing, but more of a seam bowler.
As he's in now, wide of the crease, round the wicket. And that's gone for 4. Defended nicely by Rob Yates and found the outside edge, or the outside half of the bat. And with no third man, it's 4 runs, just going all the way along the ground past second slip.
Yeah, and again, it's a nice bit of bowling from Taylor. Good length, but Yates has played that with soft hands, all along the carpet. This is a good start for Warwickshire now. 45 without loss they are in the 12th over. And yes, there's been the odd one that's gone past the outside edge, but there hasn't been a chance given as yet by these two. Very solid start this from the Warwickshire opening pair.
Yates on strike. To Taylor round the wicket. Oh, that is a good ball. And a good leave. That snipped back quite a long way. Went over the top of off stump. Probably about 6 inches over the top of off, and then carried nicely through. So Taylor showing there that he's got a bit of pace about him.
Yeah, nice delivery. Very well left by Yates.
Good cricket all round there. Yates is on 9 off 36 balls, facing up. And he drives to mid-off, but there's no run. Never looked to really climb into that or thump it. Just made sure that he played it late, hit it on the carpet, as we say.
I think my theory that the floodlight next to the building site is correct, because that's the only one that isn't on, and it didn't come on yesterday. So I think either someone's cut through the cable or that one won't be used for this game.
Last ball of the over. Taylor in, good line and length, defended, and it rolls to square leg for no run. So 6 runs off the first over. The boundary to third man and no ball.
Well, it's a good first over that from James Taylor. he goes marching off down to his fielding position at third man, because Tom Laws is coming into the attack from the city end. So 83 with the bat yesterday, Tom Laws, and now we're going to see him with the ball. And Laws last season, 15 wickets. He played 9 championship games. So
15 at
49s. So, but Mike Taylor will remember this. He did bowl a really good spell at Warwickshire, didn't he, against Warwickshire in South London. And he was sort of coming back from injury as well, but he's fully fit for the start of this summer. And he's going to start with 2 slips. A very deep gully again. As over the wicket he comes then to Davies. And Davies is letting this one go. Outside is off stump. And into the gloves of Folkes. And the sun's come out as well here, Dermot Reeve. Wasn't expecting to see that today. Not sure where it's come. Well, it's obviously come from the sky, but we seem to be covered in cloud. So how it's managed to creep out?
Where's the sun come from?
Well, where has it
Where
come
does it-
from? It normally from the sky, obviously. But there's a big bank of cloud above us. But it's burnt through the cloud as Laws is in. Oh, now that just hopped and straightened a touch on Davies. It rolls away to backward point.
He does have a habit, Alex Davies, of removing his bottom hand. You call it sort of the electric ball, where it just bounces a bit. But he's quite often play shots with just one hand on the bat. And being a short fella, it doesn't mean there's a poor wicket.
In again comes Laws, right arm over the wicket. Davies forward, just pushes this one up the ground. Fisher will get round to do the fielding. Well, we've had 50 minutes of play this morning. And this has been a very good start from Warwickshire. 45 without loss they are here on Sports Extra 2. Former Warwickshire captain and England all-rounder Dermot Reeve is alongside us.
And you would say it's actually a bit of a defensive plan now by the Surrey in the field.
Laws is in. Davis, it's a little short, little wide, and he's up on his toes and punches this very nicely away through the covers and over the boundary rope in front of the Holly stand. And Davies moves on to 35 from 40 deliveries, and Warwickshire move on to 49 without loss.
Really good shot. He had a little waft at one a couple of overs ago that wasn't there. This one, he just played it softly, gently, picked his gap and timed it. No follow through, and he's got 4 runs for it.
How does Laws respond? Over the wicket he comes and goes fuller of length, and it's left alone by Alex Davies. He's wandering off towards square leg. The thing is with Alex Davies is he's always going to score his runs at a good rate. That is the way he plays. So you know that if you got 2.5 hours of him batting, the scoreboard would be moving round at a good rate. That is the way he plays. That's why he's such a watchable player. As Laws is in, and he's forward here. Just pushes this one up towards mid-on.
And again with
there's
one
no
hand.
And one hand off the bat.
Yeah.
Again. But, yeah, one lovely shot in that over. And we're going to see a bit of Reece Topley now, because Jamie Smith is nipping off. So there is Reece Topley out there doing some 12th man duties in his long sleeve sweater. But yeah, actually it has brightened up now. Ooh, there's Gus Atkinson as well in his sporting gilet, taking a jumper off. I've seen Atkinson in the warm-ups having a bowl. Actually, we might see a bit of Atkinson next week, I suppose.
Taylor to continue from the pavilion end. A full delivery defended by Rob Yates. It's a bit like 2 games going on at the moment. You've got Alex Davies, who's 35 from 42, keen to punish anything that he feels is in his area. And Rob Yates just the 9 of 39 balls, and 8 of those 9 runs have come down off the edge to third man. So He hasn't really got one out the middle yet. As he defends again. But that's the right shot to play.
Yep.
Good line and length.
Well, they're the perfect combination, really, aren't they? Because Yates knows he can go along at his own pace because Davies is scoring runs at the other end. So he doesn't have to change anything here, Yates, at all.
Well, it's really about the beginning, when the openers go out there, of seeing off the new ball. And Yates is doing that. And he plays this nicely, but straight to cover for no run. So, yeah, I mean, the ideas of the openers is you get through the new ball, which should be the hardest time of the innings. And that makes it easier for everybody down the order.
Yeah, and also it gives your number 3 a chance to put his feet up as well.
Taylor in, round the wicket to Yates, wide of the crease. Good line and length, but defended nicely by Rob Yates. And interestingly, Alex Davies clapped the defensive shot from Rob Yates. So he's encouraging him to just keep playing that way. And it was a very nice defensive shot. Taylor round the wicket, full and driven, but again squirted off the outside half of the bat to cover for no run. But Yates looking a little bit more like, I'm keen to get a couple of drives in.
Yeah. Well, having said what I said about opening pairs, and that's fine. Yates, though, would like to be driving that through extra cover and see it's flying off to the boundary rope, obviously.
2 slips, await Taylor, and again Rob Yates drives this one off the back foot, but finds the fielder at cover, no run.
Mr. Reeve, I'm going to leave you for a little bit of time, and Mr. Mike Taylor is going to come and join you on air. But as we're saying, this has been a very solid first hour, has it not, for Warwickshire?
Yeah, it's a super start, 49 without loss for the Bears, still trail by 279. But we've witnessed some nice stroke play from Alex Davies and some good leaving and some good defence from Rob Yates, who's on 9 from 44, but he's still there.
Gone tidily so far. Davis is pushing this on the walk a bit up to mid-off and doesn't get a run, but he's been nicely fluent so far, Alex Davis. And it's an important season for him in a way, isn't it? When you pass the captaincy on, he really wants to score some runs this season and make his mark that way. Get back to the form that he has had previously. So it's an opportunity for him to do that without the cares of office. This is turned away from middle and leg to mid-on, but he doesn't get a run this time. Nice to hear a bit of chatter in the crowd as well. Now the sun has come out. Good, better day to come and watch the cricket, although bring a coat. 35 to Davis. Wind is still ruffling the tarpaulin at the city end that's behind Laws as he runs into bowl on the leg side, and folks can't stop this. It scuttles away for 4. Leg buys, just flicked off the pad. And it's a slightly inelegant way to raise 50 for Warwickshire, but nevertheless it's a good start. In reply to Surrey's 328, the momentum of this game was very much moving towards Surrey yesterday afternoon, but Warwickshire have taken the initiative back in this first hour, Dermot.
Yeah, they certainly have. And it'll be quite encouraging chattering that you're hearing from the Warwickshire faithful, which wasn't always the case, I have to say, when I was out there playing.
There are ups and downs. Laws with 2 slips, hoping that he can find the edge, but they're disappointed because Davis hits this out of the middle.
Try using your bat next time, Reeve.
Yes. You weren't ever short of advice, were you?
That was on my debut, I think.
Yes. Always happy to lend some friendly advice. Back goes Laws to start again. Two men not very far apart on the leg side boundary at square leg and long leg. In case Davey comes to pull, and he does pull, and that, I think, has cleared them, judging by where they're looking.
No, he's
missed it. He's hit it. The fielders are still looking for it.
They got an inside edge onto his pad, and it rolled back to the bowler.
Deep square leg still got his hands in the air, saying, "Where's that gone?"
He definitely tried to pull it up.
Yeah, it's going to come straight back. It completely confused me.
I think he completely missed it, and it hit him on his thigh, and he's in a bit of pain actually.
Yes, he's felt that. Well, so he knows where it went.
He's doing a few squats.
Yeah, the two fielders out there, one of them was looking over into the building site, looking for that. So it's still 53 for none. It does at least indicate to Tom Laws that he's prepared to take on those fielders. This is pitched up, and Davey strokes this through the gap at mid-wicket for 4 good runs. That's a nice response. And he goes to 39 out of 57.
Yeah, poor way to end the over from Laws. A gift. Alex Davies, he sort of bats pretty much on about middle and off, and his bat's on off stump, and that's just full and on middle and leg. And nice balance. You do still have to put it away. But Alex Davies didn't miss out on that. It did swing a little bit from sort of outside leg to middle and leg.
Eased nicely into it, didn't he? His momentum's taking him that way.
Yeah, he did. He just didn't try and hit it too hard. He just got the middle of the bat on it. And now we have Rob Yates, who's stuck on 9, facing Taylor round the wicket, and he lets this one go, which was the right decision. It stayed a bit low, and it was a foot wide of off.
Plenty of woolly hats in evidence today still, certainly amongst the Surrey players.
Yeah, you can tell it's a bit cold out there because of the hands in pockets and the fielders and the long sleeve sweaters.
Those running round the boundary, very well wrapped up.
Yates on strike, comes forward and defends again. The ball rolls slowly to mid-off, and there's no run.
In about a minute's time, I shall just nip in for a radio update, but not quite yet.
Some shining of the ball going on by mid-on. Haven't seen too much of that from the Surrey fielders as of yet. Round the wicket, left alone. And a bit of applause from Alex Davies for Rob Yates for that judgment. He's just trying to let him know that it's okay that you're not racing along at a run a ball.
Yeah.
Just keep doing your job.
Well, that's fine. There's value in battling through if not quite in touch. And certainly while Alex Davies is keeping the numbers rolling at the other end.
That's Taylor in again, round the wicket. That's a good line and length. And Rob Yates defends it, back to the bowler.
Right, I'm just going to interrupt you for a few seconds, Dermot. If you bear with me while we do this piece for listeners on BBC Local Radio in the West Midlands, into their news bulletins. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston on the second morning of Warwickshire's Championship fixture against Surrey. And the Bears made a good start this morning to their reply to Surrey's first innings yesterday of 328. Rob Yates and Alex Davies, their opening pair, have seen them through the first hour. Davies has been steady, although he just climbs into a pull stroke now to hit that for 4. But Alex Davies has been the more fluent of the pair. He's made 39 and has pushed the scoring rate along nicely. Warwickshire starting brightly, replying to Surrey's 328, now 61 without loss. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And in the middle of that was Rob Yates' first real stroke of authority, Dermot.
Yeah, nice pull shot. A little bit short. Didn't get up too high, but he was quickly onto it and safely tucked it away through square leg. one of 3 fielders on the leg side. We have 6 on the offside, and this ball is left alone. And Folks feels it was a bit of a, bit of a gamble leave.
Yeah. It was, well, it didn't persuade, I don't think, Rob Yates of that. I wonder whether you find, when you're batting for a while, maybe you batted for 45 minutes and it's not quite fluent, then when you hit one stroke with authority like that, did you find that, right, okay, I feel I've dropped into a groove now?
I always remembered an innings I played in Australia when I was quite young, where I scored 19 in the first 2 hours.
Yeah.
But I was still there. Then I was 62 at tea.
Right.
And I scored 140 in the last 2 hours. And that really helped me, because every time I started slowly,
Yes.
I would think, oh, this was like it was when I got a double 100.
Here's the start of a new over from Laws, bowling outside the line of off stump, and Davies is happy to let that go. So you got that confidence from that previous occasion.
I think my best season with the bat for Warwickshire, I actually scored the slowest, my strike rate out of the batsmen.
Okay.
So, I always felt 4-day cricket was about scoring safe runs.
Yes.
And I think in that same season I scored the quickest in 1-day cricket.
Yeah.
So
Tailored to the occasion. Laws drifts onto the pads, and there's going to be a run here for Davies, turning this away to deep mid-wicket.
Well, I didn't mind scoring slowly. It was, if I came in at number 6, my job was to stay in for the batter who's already in and playing well.
Yeah.
And then if I did stay in and get the chance to bat with sort of 9, 10, 11, that's when I would change the way I played. And
yeah. Because you do see batters who seem, from looking on from the outside, to fret a bit if they've been batting for an hour and only scored 10.
Yeah.
But Rob Yates doesn't particularly strike me as one of those. He has played long innings for Warwickshire, so we'll see now, as he's on strike to Laws, whether he seems to become a bit more fluent. Well, he's fluent there, driving that through the extra cover gap, and that'll run away to the short boundary for 4. So the signs are good.
Yeah, and you could say that's a shot of the morning, actually. Yeah. Beautifully stroked through the offside. I think some ways when you view your own game, the fact that I also bowled, I was also in the side as one of the bowlers. That helped enormously.
Yeah, I can imagine.
In that, I didn't have to worry for how I looked as a batsman.
Right.
It was just about trying to be effective.
In comes Laws and slants this across the left-hander, but it's well wide and goes through low to Folks. Yeah, so you didn't... I suppose then if you had a low score, you think, well, I can still contribute in this game. So you're not fretting
I don't think there was the pressure. And actually, I think it helped when, Sri Lanka in the World Cup, opened with Jayasuriya and Kalu Wither and the wicketkeeper. That's... Jayasuriya also played as a bowler.
Yes, of course. This is from Laws on the pads of Yates, turns it up to mid-on.
So here at Warwickshire, I ended up opening the batting with Neil Smith.
Yes.
Because he was also in the side as a bowler.
Yeah.
So you can give him total freedom.
Yes.
And actually, I got Mike Burns to take the gloves and open the batting in one day in the Bensons for a while to do the same thing. Because generally, someone like Trevor Penny, he'll want to get in.
Yes.
And start safely, and then build, and then go on and get 100.
Yes. In comes Laws, and this is a little bit short, and Yates hits it hard off the back foot through extra cover this time for another 4. And suddenly 3 boundaries in the last 5 minutes for Rob Yates, and he's beginning to move along more smoothly now to 21 at the end of the over, and Warwickshire bowling along at 4 and over now, 70 for no wicket.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful partnership, and Yates has shown us quality for sure, that he can score runs and hit the ball nicely. And the fact that he's faced 54 balls, he's got in now, he's got used to the conditions, the pace of the wicket. The most important thing, as any batsman after 50 balls, is that you're still there.
Yes. Can't score any runs if you're not.
No, and you want the bowlers to get tired.
Yeah.
You want to bat into the next day.
Yeah. Well, we saw that a bit yesterday, didn't we, with Folks and Laws. It was really tricky to start with, but they had their rewards later on.
It's Taylor in, and that hasn't bounced too much, left alone by Alex Davies. Surrey will be thinking, where's the wicket going to come from here, because they haven't gone past the outside edge much. Did a little bit with the new ball.
It's a very different character to yesterday, at least in the first hour or two of play when it really was difficult. It doesn't feel like that today. It's brightened up again. The floodlight's been turned off.
And Alex Davies lets this one go. It's a poor delivery, wide of off, very wide, and actually didn't even carry through to Ben Folks. Bounced once, and we've got some loosening up going on at mid-off.
Well, might be cycling through the bowlers a bit. So we've seen
Dan Lawrence,
the four seamers. So he's got Lawrence to give the spin option.
As Taylor's in, and that's a good delivery. It nipped off the pitch away from Alex Davies, who left it alone. But once again, it didn't carry.
No.
So it's staying a bit low. So you would say this pitch is perhaps a little bit on the slow side generally.
Yes.
But a little bit too paced in that. And now the wicket keepers come closer, Ben Folks and the slips. Taylor's in, and that's a half volley, and that's driven nicely by Alex Davies. Moves on to 44. Punched it through the offside. Not a good delivery. The bowler probably trying to look for a bit of outswing, or sometimes getting the batsman driving is when you pick up the wicket if the ball moves late.
It's 10 boundaries now in 44 for Alex Davies, and most of them have been pretty confidently hit in front of the wicket.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot. 40 out of 44 in boundaries. As he's played this one off the back foot. Thought about a half pull or a pull shot, but in the end, just blocked it out to mid-on. He always looks, he's got a slight, in his demeanour,
yes,
that it's easy, doesn't it,
yeah.
Alex Davies? Batting's
yeah.
no trouble for me.
Yeah, a confidence about it.
Confidence about it. I'll take my bottom hand off and just play you with one hand when I defend. Taylor in again, and that's beautifully left alone, but then he plays an extravagant drive outside off stump,
yes.
saying to the bowler, well, I could have probably hit you for
yes.
4 through there, but it just wasn't quite right.
He's, I'd have to say, obviously, with being captain the last couple of years, he's come out and spoken, done interviews quite a bit. I do find quite an interesting character, talker on the game, but he does bat, as you say, carry himself on the field with that air of confidence. He doesn't feel brash when you talk to him. That's what I've found. But yeah, now he's certainly starting this season in good order by the look of it. 80 odd in the warm-up game they played here, or they played last week or the week before, and now starting with 44 so far today. It's only 12:15, and Tom Laws is going to start in again, coming round the wicket this time for the first time to Yates, and he starts well wide of the off stump. I was talking to Ethan Bamber after the close of play yesterday, and when Ethan's a very positive and quite right, which is the nearest I've seen him so far to being a bit cross with how they'd let things get away, and he's very self-critical. Ethan Barry, so I was very, very disappointed with my sort of spell with the second new ball, although it had gone well with the first. But as Laws bowls on the hips of Yates, who turns it, and it's stopped at mid-wicket, close in, so they don't get a run. But he did say they have based on previous experience, some confidence that the pitch will be perhaps at its best for batting today, or better for batting today and tomorrow. They said the pitch behaved in the way that they'd expected and what they'd asked for. So there was a bit in it yesterday morning, and that this might be the better batting day. So we'll see. Yates is driving this next one back to the bowler. So in that context, although obviously 328 was a lot more than they'd have liked Surrey to get from where they were, it wasn't necessarily, a match dictating score. They were confident they could go on and match that. So we'll see how it develops. They've started well enough. Round the wicket comes Laws, and this is turned to square leg by Yates, but he doesn't get a run. Just 2 slips now. And backward point. Extra cover. Mid off.
Yeah, we haven't seen that extravagant seam movement.
No, we haven't. No.
I always think of that Ed Barnard over where he got a batsman playing well to play him miss 5 times.
5 times, yeah. No, he bombed pretty well yesterday, Ed, without a wicket. Forward comes Rob Yates, pushes away into the covers. But I mean, the first sort of 3 hours yesterday, until an hour maybe after lunch, it looked really difficult, and there were a lot of threatening balls bowled. Went past the outside edge a lot. Yeah.
At least once and over.
Yeah, it hasn't been the case so far this morning. And although Rob Yates was not fluent to start with, and a few did go past the outside edge, he's looking better now. Waits for Laws round the wicket, and Davies is forward carefully in defence, pushing it back to Laws. That was a maiden.
It's been notable, Mike, how closer Ben Foakes has become to the stumps, particularly in that last over from Laws. He started off, with Fisher and Abbott, and he was quite a long way back, and I just don't think there's that sort of pace in the pitch. And, Laws is probably only just lively medium.
Yeah.
But you want to make sure if there is an edge that it carries, so Taylor is resuming, none for 14 off 4 so far, and he starts with a dot ball. A good ball, applauded by the slips. Just want to give him a bit of encouragement. Alex Davies, it was pretty much off the middle of the bat to mid-on, but there must have been some movement for the keeper and the slips to give us an ooh and their hands go up, thinking they had a chance of an LBW.
It's a cover point gone back to the boundary now.
And Davies is forward and just defends. Yeah, it's an interesting stance with Alex Davies, as he's, as a bowler, you probably can only see off stump.
Yeah.
Because he's right across with his toes onto middle. And stands nice and still, and in a way he's daring the bowlers to, come on, try and hit me on the pads.
Well, he was LBW a lot last season. Certainly towards the end of the season. I think he was 10 times out LBW in the Championship last year, which is a lot.
Bowlers in past the umpire and left alone by Alex Davies. It goes through to Ben Foakes, he's probably a bit stiff in his legs today after yesterday. I noticed him also when he was batting towards the end of the day. He was sort of stretching his lower back a bit.
I think he's doing that now.
Arching, yeah.
He's got his sort of gloves on his hips at the moment in between deliveries, as if he's just sort of repositioning things.
When you're in that position in your stance,
yes,
it's a bit like when you're leaning over doing the dishes.
Yes.
And if you stand up too quick, this ball is defended. You can prolapse a disc if you spend too much time doing the dishes and straighten up too fast.
Yes.
So a lot of batsmen have had lower back trouble in their time. A lot of bowlers as well.
Of course, Alex Davis spent quite a lot of his career keeping wickets, although he's not doing that in this game.
He's facing Taylor, the 5th ball of the over, and he's left that alone and then shadowed a cut shot. Thinking that was what I was thinking of, but discretion, the better part of valour on that occasion. Just not quite right for the shot. He's really only played that one very loose back foot drive, which I think was to Fisher. Other than that, he's been watchful. I mean, he's slowed up a bit now because they've just bowled a bit better at him. He's on strike again, and he drives nicely, firmly, but it's stopped at mid-off. And that's the end of the over.
Yeah, it was a maiden, but it was still a good shot, and but that's fine. There's no need for him to force the pace the way he's been batting, so he can wait for more offerings to come around. I have an email here from Lawrence who says, "I'm enjoying the commentary at home today after attending yesterday with somebody who was involved with the piling at the site." At the building site. He says no pile driver will be used at the site, so that's good news for everybody coming to watch cricket at Edgbaston this year. It might be good news for the bowlers, because it means the umpires will hear the nicks. In comes Laws coming round the wicket, and he bowls on the pads of Yates, who flicks him away for 4 to fine leg. Dermott's going to take a break at that point. Mark's going to come back in, and Yates has gone up to 25, and it's 78 without loss. So bad news for pile driver fans, Mark, but it's good news, I think, if you're...
Are there a lot of those?
I'm sure there are.
Yeah, I bet there. I genuinely, I bet there is, like the Pile Drivers Appreciation Society somewhere.
Pile Driver Monthly.
Yes, indeed.
Never be without it. Round the wicket comes Laws, and this is flicked wide of the close-in mid-wicket by Yates, and he's going to get 2 runs. Davis is very quick through to the first, so they'll have time for a second.
It's been very interesting this morning. Yates and Davis have batted extremely well, but there doesn't seem to be as much happening as we possibly thought there would be.
No.
Because, there's been the odd one that has beaten the outside edge, but yesterday morning... Warwickshire kept going past the outside edge. Yeah,
I wonder if the overhead conditions are materially different. It's a bit lighter on the whole. And Laws is round the wicket to Yates, who is pushing this down into the offside.
The other thing I would say is when we arrived yesterday morning, and obviously it rained in the morning and the covers were on, and then the covers came off and all that good stuff, and there was definitely sort of that tinge of green which you'd expect, which doesn't seem to be there now. So I just wonder as well whether this pitch has now dried up. Maybe possibly it was, you could see it was greenish yesterday morning.
Yeah, that tinge has gone out of it. This is on the pads again, and Yates turned that slightly in the air, but not in the air all the way to mid-wicket, so it's safe enough. Yeah, I was just saying a few minutes ago, Ethan Bamber suggested yesterday in the interview, when we were talking about, he's 328, a good score. He said, well, obviously we thought we might bowl him out for less than that, but the pitch behaved in the way that we'd asked for,
yes.
He said. And on previous experience of games here, last year and the year before, we expect it to be maybe at its best for batting tomorrow,
right.
As in today. It's good for batting when the ball's leaked down the leg side like that by Laws, though, and Yates picks him off for another 4 to fine leg for the second time in this over.
Well, look, if this continues, Lawrence and Albert are going to do some bowling.
Yeah.
Because at the moment, not a huge amount is happening for the quicker bowlers. So that is why, having Ralphie Albert in the side alongside Dan Lawrence, you've got an off spinner and a left arm spinner. Even in the opening game of the season, it's a cracking option to have for Rory Burns.
Yeah, it's useful. 10 from the over already, and that's all will be because Yates pats this one up to mid-on. It's the end of the over. 84 without loss, so Warwickshire still moving along. Well, now it's exactly 4 and over in 21 overs.
And the other thing is, you've got a left-hander out there as well.
Yes.
And a right-hander. Now, the reason I'm saying that is for Lawrence, he'd want to bowl at the lefty.
Yep.
And Ralphie Albert wouldn't mind having a bowl at the right-hander. So it's interesting because, as I say, I think that tinge of green's come out now. So it's interesting what Ethan Bamber said. So spin could play a part today. And actually, as I say that, here we go. Dan Lawrence is coming into the attack.
Yes.
And it makes perfect sense. It really does. At 84 without loss, and Davies and Yates have played extremely well this morning. The other thing is with Davies on strike, he's not just going to pat it back at Dan Lawrence.
No.
So, and straight away there's a long on in for Dan Lawrence. So Dan Lawrence will have a slip, a short fine, a deep backward square, the short mid-wicket, a deepish mid-wicket over the right shoulder of Ollie Pope. At a short mid-wicket, it's Abbott down at long on. There's a deepish mid-off, sweeper on the cover rope, and a backward point. So, Dan Lawrence, with his off breaks from the pavilion end, and it will be Davies on strike on 44. Here he goes, all arms and legs. Is Dan Lawrence tosses the first one up. It's actually a full toss, and it's driven away by Davies. It's the throw's gone straight over the top of Ben Folkes, but the backing up is done by Ralphie Albert.
Rob Yates started with a couple of full bungers yesterday as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
A bit chilly for the spinning finger.
Yes, absolutely. Well, the first one ended up in the stand, didn't it?
Yeah.
So
I think the only way, there's no anticlimax about your season if your first ball's been wellied into the stand, is it?
Well, to be fair, it never came down.
No.
So for the left-hander, they're going to have a slip, but the long off comes up to an orthodox mid-off. Sweepers on the cover and leg side boundary ropes. Yates is forward as Lawrence starts around the wicket to the left-handed Yates. Yates just pushes that one quietly and gently back up the pitch to Dan Lawrence. No sign of Ralphie Albert warming up yet. He's in there at a deepish backward point as Lawrence is around the wicket, and that was up on the toes of Yates. It's clipped firmly by Yates straight up to James Taylor at mid-on. He's often made the breakthrough for Surrey with his off breaks as Dan Lawrence is in around the wicket. He goes again, a bit quicker this time. Yates is pushing firmly up towards Sean Abbott at a wide-ish mid-off position. Laws is having a chat with Jay Dernbach, the bowling coach, out there at deep backward square on the boundary rope. As Lawrence, with a blue towel out the back of his trousers, is in. That is quicker, it's shorter, it's cut by Yates. Out towards the sweeper on the cover rope, which is Jamie Smith. And they will pick up another single. That will move Yates on to 32. 86 without loss then Warwickshire, here on Sports Extra 2. BBC Sport website and app, BBC WM, BBC London, day 2. All in reply to Surrey's 328 yesterday. Lawrence is into Davies. And Davies, flatter delivery, just gets onto the back foot, pushes it back up the pitch. 2 off that first over from Dan Lawrence. And Warwickshire 86 without loss. Yates has 32. And Davies is on 45.
And if, at the very least, it changes the rhythm, doesn't it? And we give the batter something else to settle into. I should have added that our correspondent Lawrence from Pile Drivers Gazette says, however, after attending the pre-season game a couple of weeks ago against Durham University, God, that was cold. He says, I can confirm that when the site is open and work is being carried out, it is loud, capital letters. So, noted. But it's not been obscuring the play today, the bit of noise that we've had in there.
Do you think from the Pile Drivers Gazette that they all get together to look at pile drivers? Because that's what you do, isn't it? If you're part of a club or I think so, appreciation society.
Yeah. Just watch out when they have the parade if it's in your street.
Well, yes, absolutely. Great pile drivers of the UK.
Yes.
That'll be on Channel 5 at some point.
Do they have awards?
I'm sure that, yes, the Pile Drivers Appreciation Society Awards Night.
There we go.
Yes.
Up the Pile Drivers.
Absolutely.
Right. 86 for none. Fisher is going to come back and have a second spell. 6 overs, none for 21, and look probably the more threatening of the four-seamers we've had so far. He's going to stay at the City end and start a new spell for the second time today, but again, starting it bowling to Rob Yates from round the wicket, and his first ball is defended back up the pitch. I did miss some correspondence in the last session yesterday, so apologies for that. Let me see if I can catch up with some of you. Talking about cricketers who've played other sports. There's a very good bit of trivia from Alan in West Wittering.
Oh, lovely. West Wittering.
West Wittering.
Yes.
He's not from the east.
No.
We don't speak of East Wittering.
No.
Anyway,
We do a bit of Wittering, but
yes. It's a living to some of us. Here comes Fisher round the wicket, and this is a miss-hit, but he's probably might still get 4. That wasn't a perfectly fluent square drive from Yates, but it was good enough to bobble away to the square boundary on the offside, to the short boundary, and he gets 4. He's up to 36 out of 90 for none. He brings up the name of Ted Hemsley of Worcestershire, who stands alone, says Alan, in having played top-flight football and first-class cricket on the same ground.
I thought you were going to say on the same day.
The same day. Well,
yes.
But you might have done that.
Yes.
But,
oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Yeah,
it's very good chap. Round the wicket comes Fisher, and Yates is on the back foot, trying to steer this past the short extra, but not quite timing it well enough, so he doesn't get a run. He says played for Worcestershire and Sheffield United at Bramall Lane in Sheffield.
Oh, good
which
stuff.
is a magnificent bit of work.
That's
Nicely done, Alan. We like that.
Yeah, that is very good.
Ed Atkinson says Harry Makepeace played cricket for Lancashire and football for Everton and England for both.
Wow.
Which is, I think I've read about him in the Cardus books. Folks, do help. Pack some Cardus in your bag if you're going to the cricket in case it rains. You'll be glad you did. Round the wicket comes Fisher, out towards the return crease, and angles this into Davies, who defends. He suggests Bill Edrich played for Spurs, he thinks, and Bob Willis played in goal for Corinthian Casuals.
I think a few of Corinthian Casuals.
Yeah.
Alex Stewart's Corinthian Casuals. I know that.
Yeah, I seem to remember reading somewhere he's a pretty good footballer. But I imagine he was one of those people who was just probably good at whatever sport he picked up.
Yes, yes.
Always struck me like that.
Always looks immaculate as well. His kit never looks dirty.
Yes. David suggests rugby playing cricketers. Matt Fisher is bowling again to Yates. A ball that has a nice shape on it, starting from wide though, and it's no problem for Yates to leave it. He says Alistair Hignell and Dusty Hare both played rugby for England and county cricket in the 70s.
Yes.
Hare played for Notts.
Yes.
Remember, he was a fullback. When Leicester were on Rugby Special, they'd always got letters instead of numbers.
I used to love that.
I can't remember whether Dusty Hare as the fullback would have been A or P. I've forgotten. Anyway. And Hignell for Gloucestershire, yeah. So
mentioned Jeff Wilson yesterday.
Jeff Wilson, you mentioned. I think that's where we started with this, yeah. Here comes Fisher, goes even wider on the crease, but trying to angle that back in to Yates. Now, Fisher seems quite pleased with that delivery. Yates left it, but Fisher was sort of halfway as if he was going to appeal for that. And he liked it, so we'll see if he follows up that line next time he's bowling to Yates. But at the end of the over, it's 90 without loss. Well, still one or two others yesterday. I had this. I think this is from Chris in Llanwrtyd Wells in Powys, as the locals almost certainly don't call it.
Right. Yes.
He sent a photograph to say it was rather dank and windy there yesterday, but Warwickshire's performance was brightening up. I should be downstairs with my wife on our anniversary, but after 48 years, cricket comes first.
Glad you said
we
that.
We can all applaud that.
Yes, well,
splendid work, Chris. We approve of that.
Priorities. As Dan Lawrence from the pavilion end is into Alex Davies, who plays this one straight back up the pitch, so there's no run.
I do hope that you enjoyed your cold tea last night as a result, Chris.
Yes.
And
well, I hope Chris has got his own front door keys. Yes. Otherwise, he may have slept in the garden.
And I wish you well on year number 49.
Absolutely, or in the shed.
Good for you.
As in over the wicket comes Lawrence. He's brave. As forward goes Davies, plays this one out into the offside, and Lawrence goes round to do the fielding off his own bowling. It's been the ideal opening partnership, this from Warwickshire. It really has. They play very nicely this morning, these two. Lawrence is over the wicket to Alex Davies. He will pick up a single. He will. He just turns this one out into the leg side. Ralphie Albert gets round to his right to do the fielding.
Do you think cricket matches have momentum? And it worried me a bit yesterday, from Warwickshire's point of view, that the momentum was all flowing one way, and then suddenly that little jolt of 3 wickets at the end didn't feel as though it meant that much last night, but it feels like it did now.
Oh, it definitely is. In around the wicket goes Lawrence. That's a nice shot from Yates. Just clips this firmly, straight down the ground. Lawrence dived for it and took out Alex Davies at the non-striker's end. Fine tackle that from Lawrence. And 95 without loss, and Yates has moved on to 40 now. But Yates just allowed Davies to play his way.
Yep.
And now Yates is just getting into his flow as well. That was a good tackle from Dan Lawrence. I've just seen it again on the replay. As around the wicket he goes, driving his Yates. Half stopped in there at short extra cover by Ollie Pope. Just tips it over the crossbar, in fact. I'm sure that one will do the rounds on social media. The tackle of Dan Lawrence on Alex Davies at the non-striker's end.
Maybe that'll get him a gig for the next football season starts.
No, it was a proper rugby tackle. He went with the ankles. As in again is Lawrence. Bit quicker, that's better. And that beats the edge on the drive. That's the pace. Always takes a spinner a little bit of time to work out what pace to bowl on a wicket. That one was a bit quicker. And it beat the outside edge on the drive of Yates. End of the over, 95 without loss.
First one,
Warwickshire.
Yeah, first one that looked as though it might just have gripped a little bit.
May have just gripped a touch, but it was definitely just that little bit quicker. So, nicely bowled. Yeah. Just looking, Mr. Reeve has gone down for an early lunch. Very sensible, very sensible.
Well played indeed.
Gone with fish chips. And what I like about this, and I understand this, baked beans on top of the chips. Perfect.
Oh, it's very popular in my house. No, I can't entertain baked beans.
Perfect.
But,
what, just in with anything, or just baked beans?
Well, some will have baked beans in most things.
Yeah, well, nothing wrong with that. But it's interesting with spinners. Sometimes just takes. You've got to work out what pace to bowl on the pitch. And that final ball was just a bit quicker from Dan Lawrence.
Fisher starts in again. He nips one past Alex Davies' outside edge there. Davies was pushing a little bit at that one. And that wasn't very far from the shoulder of the bat.
Well, it's fascinating what you said, though, Mike, about those 3 wickets last night late on. Now, if Surrey had batted again for another half an hour this morning, but as it was, it meant that Warwickshire knew, the bowlers knew, right, we can get a good night's sleep and put our feet up. And the batters arrived this morning knowing, right, we've got to switch on at 11 o'clock. So, does that little passage of play just got it back.
Fisher bowls again to Davies, who pushes away on the offside for no run. Yeah, because at the time, because you still thought, well, Surrey have had a good recovery to 328. It still feels like that's pretty good. Maybe they've missed out on 1 or 2 runs of the lower order, but still, it felt like all the momentum was still with them.
Yes.
But there'd have been a lot of nuisance value in coming out and batting again for, as you say, even a short spell this morning. So, Warwickshire have had the initiative. 95 without loss. The wind has started to get up again in the last few minutes. The Warwickshire flag is being stretched out. Fisher, he beats Davies again, second time in the over.
Much better. Much better. And Fisher's been the pick of the bowlers this morning, without a shadow of a doubt. But those two are in exactly the right spot. Davies has been out there now for 70 balls. He's on 46, and he's been beaten, genuinely beaten twice now. And it's the length. As much as anything, it's the length of that from Fisher. He's definitely been the pick of the bowlers this morning, Matt Fisher.
Drawing Davies forward, but not getting to 2 out of the first 3 in this over. He waits for Fisher to sprint in again to bowl to him. Close to the stumps. He just drifts onto middle and leg, and Davies responds well by turning that away to mid-wicket for 4. His 11th boundary in 50. And that's been a very attractive contribution from Alex Davies. His first game in the Championship, not as captain for a couple of years, and he has shrugged off any of the cares of the captaincy very nicely with a fluent half-century out of the first 99 for none.
Yep. And yeah, he looks in good touch. He does look in very good touch for the start of the summer.
71 balls and 11 fours. So, and most of them hit in front of the wicket as well. He's playing with real confidence. Mid-wicket and deep backward square leg back on the rope on the short side. But that one just tailed in a bit to Davies, and he takes a run to raise another round of applause. That's 100 for Warwickshire. And for a side that was a little bit short of top order runs last season, the openers running up 100 in the first innings of the season is a very nice start.
It's a very nice start, and what I've really enjoyed this opening partnership from the two of them. Not as much has happened as we saw yesterday morning, but they complemented each other perfectly, these two. They really have, and they haven't given a chance. There hasn't been a chance. Yeah, gone past the outside edge on a couple of occasions, but faultless so far.
100 for none. Fisher bowls. Now it's 101 for none because Yates just placing the bat in front of his pad. He's directing this around to long leg. And it's the end of the over. 25 overs, 101 without loss, Warwickshire. 41 to Yates, 51 now to Alex Davies. 6 half-centuries in the Championship last season without going on to make 100. And he's halfway there this time.
Yeah, and it's ideal start from a Warwickshire point of view. I'm interested what Ethan Bamber said to you last night as well about today could be the best day for batting.
Yeah, he said we feel. I was struck by the fact he said the pitch behaved. He said with no complaints about the pitch, it did exactly what we asked for from the groundsman. So fair enough.
Well, it's Dan Lawrence coming around the wicket to Yates. Yates is forward and playing this one solidly back up the pitch. Now, from a Surrey perspective, they want a wicket before lunch. Any way, shape or form, really. As Lawrence is in again, Yates gets fully forward once more. Just plays this one very nicely out into the offside, very quietly. Out into the offside. Settles himself down over his bat once again. Left-handed Yates waits for Lawrence. Lawrence up on his toes as he delivers this one. And that's just punched away by Yates out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll stroll another single. Yates moves on to 42.
Peter emails raising a number of points, one of which wondering why the floodlight next to the building site yesterday was not working. It wasn't working today again either, Peter, so we will...
It may not,
due
to the building
site.
Maybe
due to the building site. I can't imagine why, but anyway, I will make some inquiries about that, Peter.
As this one's tucked into the leg side by Davies, and they will pick up a single. One more to him. He moves on to 52.
Because I suppose it is relevant when there'll be some floodlit games here later in the year, and I imagine you'd need them all working for that. That's why you've got it. So it may be only a temporary thing, but yes, I'll see what I can find out about that.
Are you going to go on to the building site and ask the foreman?
No, I'm not going that I won't be doing.
No, because you'll need a hard hat and a visibility jacket, as this is cut away by Yates through backward point. And away for 4. Little short that from Dan Lawrence. Nicely cut away by Yates. He's on to 46, 107 without loss. You would have done in your younger days, Mike Taylor. I know you would have done.
What a hard hat.
Well, you'd have been on there talking to the foreman.
No fear.
I know you. Always there for the story.
You can hear it. I have palpitations just going to B&Q.
Oh yeah, I must admit, yeah. Even before I've even parked the car, as this one's a leading edge along the floor, as Yates was trying to flick that through the leg side, and it actually just went straight back up the pitch to Dan Lawrence. End of the over, 107 without loss.
There's not much room for error in length for Dan Lawrence, is that in the last couple of overs, he slightly overpitched and Rob Yates drove him down the ground. He was a fraction short and Yates picked him off for a 4 through the offside.
Well, what you would say is it now looks a very good pitch to be batting.
It does at the moment.
Doesn't it?
It does right now at 107 for no loss with a quarter of an hour to go to lunch. And Yates and Davis in possession all morning. If you do want to send a message, by the way, wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. You can email or find us on social media if you are so inclined to do that. Fisher to start his 9th over, his 3rd in this spell, running in quick and straight to Davis, who is all his weight is going forward into pushing this away into the offside. It runs to backward point and they don't get a run.
The other thing this does is it'll be very relaxed in that Warwickshire dressing room now. Dan Mousley's been able to have his feet up. So, yeah, I think Warwickshire very happy, obviously, with this start to their reply.
If they get into lunch intact, then they'll be very well set. Fisher trying to stop that. Oh, well played stroke by Davis. A deliberate steer between second slip and backward point for 4 runs. He was in control of it all the way and it rattled down to the fence.
It's a lovely touch. It really is. Just waited on the back foot and then opened the face and just glided it down to the 3rd man boundary for 4.
Dermot was talking when he was on about Alex Davis. He gives off a confidence in his body language at the crease, and you can see that about him now.
Yeah,
he looks like he's in charge out there.
I've always thought he looks a confident lad. With the gloves, with the bat, he always looks a confident fella, and he's a lovely player to watch as well.
He's 56 and he's driving here very firmly with a nice sound that echoes around the ground. It hits it straight to mid-off, but it was sweetly hit. Yeah, I was saying before, obviously he's done quite a lot of interviews as captain in the last couple of years, and I've enjoyed talking to him, but not found him to be overconfident.
No, he looks confident.
Assertive without being, brash in any way.
Absolutely, and there's nothing wrong with that.
No, quite.
Absolutely, self-confidence in this game, you need it.
Fisher bowls to, he beats him with a very good ball that popped a bit, and Davies got his hands underneath and out of the way of that.
He's played that very well, because that's the one that kicks at you that we talked about earlier with Fisher. Just dropped his hands, did Davies.
Saw the danger just in time. 111 for no wicket. And for the second morning in a row, Warwickshire on top in this game yesterday with the ball, but couldn't maintain it. Given an ideal start to their first innings here by the opening pair, and Davies is going to get another run here. Just levering that through extra cover for 2 runs. He's back very quickly to go to 58.
Well, that was all wrists.
Yeah.
From Davies. He just stayed where he was, and then just those wrists of his just flicked it for a couple of runs through extra cover.
I'm very pleased to report the appearance this morning of a Surrey flag alongside the Warwickshire flag. It wasn't there yesterday, but it's there today.
There it is today.
The chocolate-coloured flag.
It may have blown off.
But it could have done. It's being pulled a bit now. As Fisher bowls outside the off stump, not very far outside it, but Davies left confidently enough. And it's the end of the over, 113 without loss.
Could have been sort of found 10 miles away by someone who very kindly worked out, well, it's only going to belong to one group of people, so I'll drive that back to Edgbaston.
Yeah, they've kindly put their name on it. Yeah. And so it's there very proudly. Not quite as big a flag as the Warwickshire flag, but Somerset have the biggest flag.
Well, of course,
having studied them quite closely, you could do that during the Kookaburra ball games. You could spend quite a lot of time studying the scenery. Somerset came with enormous flags last year. It was like a duvet cover. So,
hand stitched.
I am led to believe it was.
Yes, I know by the lovely scorer there. Yes,
very, very good.
It's a very, very fine Polly Rhodes, very fine scorer, very fine maker of flags. His first delivery from Lawrence is pushed by Yates into the leg side. I'm not sure what the actual terminology for a flag
Somebody
maker.
will know that.
Yes, I'm sure there is a name for it. As onto the back foot, goes Yates, looking for the late cut, but it just bounced on him. He wasn't completely in control of that, and it wasn't too far away from Rory Burns at first slip. Ralphie Albert has done the chasing, but they'll pick up 3 more, and that will move Yates on to 49.
Yeah, he got in a tangle there.
I think it just bounced on him a touch more than he was expecting. It's quite close to cut. Wasn't too far away from Rory Burns. But Yates picks up another 3. He moves on to 49. 116 without loss on this Easter Saturday. As over the wicket goes Lawrence, and forward goes the right-handed Davies. Plays this one quietly back up the pitch to Dan Lawrence. It is all arms and legs with Dan Lawrence. He was about to come in, but Davies wasn't quite ready. He is now, settles himself down over his bat as Lawrence is in, and Davies is sweeping straight to short mid-wicket, and Ollie Pope takes the catch. Davies can't believe he's done that. Slog sweeping down on one knee, flat and straight into the hands of Ollie Pope, and Ollie Pope flings the ball up in the air. Dan Lawrence makes the breakthrough. We talked about that. And Alex Davies is going to have to drag himself off the field of play because he's made a lovely 58. But he's tried to take this from outside his off stump, slog sweeping, and straight into the hands of Ollie Pope. And as I say, Dan Lawrence makes the breakthrough again for Surrey, and Warwickshire 116 for 1.
Left a few out there, I think, Alex Davies, the way he was playing. It was a very attractive 58. But the first time he's tried a cross-bat stroke to Lawrence, and he discovered what Ollie Pope had been placed there for. Nevertheless, a generous hand for Davies from the Warwickshire supporters as he leaves the field and drops his gloves down on the outfield to dry off. But yeah, maybe give him a bit of space in the lunch queue.
Yeah, he'll be gutted about that because he looked in great nick. And I think the expression is, as you said there, he's left a few out there.
Yeah.
As Alex Davies, and the fact that he stayed down on one knee for quite some time after he played the shot, I think he just couldn't quite believe he picked the fielder out.
Well, he's hit it quite a long way in front of square.
Yes, but they had the man there. So, first wicket of the summer. And how often's Dan Lawrence broken a partnership? His debut, he took the first wicket of the summer, had Keaton Jennings caught and bowled. And Lawrence, he picks up the first wicket for Surrey and breaks an excellent stand of 116.
So a slightly awkward period for Dan Mousley to come out and bat. It's now 6 minutes to 1.
Yep. As the left-handed Mousley waits for his first delivery and he's forward. So he's got a pair of lefties to bowl at now, has Dan Lawrence. Thanks to his efforts of making the breakthrough. Sun's out again. The clouds have broken up now. There is a bit of blue sky as well. We saw a little bit of that yesterday. As sweeping is Mousley, but it was outside that leg stump and he'll get off the mark because I think it was a low full toss in the end from Dan Lawrence. So Mousley off the mark with a boundary. But the wicket of Alex Davies in that over. And Warwickshire with 4 minutes to go till lunch. 120 for 1. And that all in reply to Surrey's 328.
Yes, that's 1 off the mark, or 4 off the mark for Mousley, getting that. Away to the short boundary. There's a fielder in position for that, but he played it very controlled way. So probably have 2 more overs before lunch if Fisher doesn't hang about. Bowling to Yates on 49, and he pats this carefully up to mid-on. There's a quick flick at the stumps, and just in case Mousley was dilatory in getting back, but he's there safely. Fisher has bowled the only one of the seamers to bowl a second spell and has looked the most effective of them. No wicket for 37 so far, doesn't quite do him justice. He's the one who's been past the outside edge far more than anybody else. And he's turning to come round the wicket now to Rob Yates, again wide of the crease, and Yates pushes that away from in front of his front pad. Fisher's got his hands on his head, but Rob Yates is going to accept the applause of the Warwickshire supporters. He starts this season with a half-century. Last year he played very well in the opening game of the season with 150 against Sussex, and he's made a good start today after a watchful first 45 minutes or so, but he's gone to 50 from 89 balls.
Well, if Yates and Folkes batted together in the opening game of the season, there'd be an awful lot of runs on the ball, wouldn't there? But no, he's played really well. Played his way. Took him a while to get going, but he was very happy just to let the ball go and play the good ones.
Round the wicket comes Fisher to bowl to Mousley, who is defending carefully into the offside. And Yates, when he's batting well, is the sort of tent pole of an innings that everybody else can bat around.
Sibley again.
Yeah, much like that. Made a big double at Canterbury a couple of years ago. Although he did let himself go a bit in that innings at one point to the extent of putting through a window in the Kent dressing room to show another side to his game, Rob Yates. He was quite embarrassed about it afterwards. Forward comes Mousley, dabs this away into the offside.
No, I think he's just looked very organised. Knows where his off stump is. He looks like he'll play in his bubble.
Yeah.
And won't go outside that bubble till he's happy to.
Surrey not rushing through this over. They could manage without bowling another one before lunch. Although Lawrence probably quite keen. Fisher has Mousley just moving to the offside as he played that. Was sort of walking round his front pad as he turned it to mid-wicket.
Yes. Just got to be a little bit careful, but always tough at the start of an innings. It's all about getting the angles right and getting those feet moving.
Umpire O'Shaughnessy's hat has blown away.
Oh dear.
One of the fielders trying it for size.
Well, we may see them in their caps again after lunch.
It is.
Which is something to look forward to.
Yeah, it's a new weather gauge.
It's the little things, Mike Taylor, isn't it, these days?
It might deny Dan Lawrence another over before lunch, actually.
That may have.
A tactical. Maybe Dan Mousley knocks his hat off. Anyway, this is defended back by Yates, by Mousley. It's the end of the over. And we'll see how quickly they get round, because it's 20 seconds to 1 o'clock.
I think they will get another one.
No, Lawrence is very eager to get back, having just dismissed Davis. He wants another crack.
Yeah, so they will get another over in, and it'll be the final one before the lunch break. So Yates will be on strike, and Dan Lawrence around the wicket he comes, and Yates is driving into the turf and up again, and Ollie Pope does the fielding in there at short extra. So 5 balls until lunch, but a very good morning this for Warwickshire. 121 for 1 they are. As this is quicker down the leg side, nicely taken though by Ben Folkes. And Warwickshire starting this morning, well, afresh, because Surrey were all out for 328 in the final over last night. Ben Folkes the last to go for 128 last night. This morning, fine opening partnership from Alex Davies and Rob Yates, taking them to within 15 minutes of lunch. As Dan Lawrence comes around the wicket to Yates, and Yates drives again, and Pope will do the fielding. But then Alex Davies down on one knee, sweeping Dan Lawrence straight to Ollie Pope at short mid-wicket, and Davies going for 58. Mousley's just started, he's on 4, and Yates has 50. And we have 3 balls until the lunch break, as tossed up this one by Lawrence, and he's pushing this one back down the ground. So Warwickshire will be happy with where they find themselves at lunch. Surrey have a chat about their plans and tactics during that lunch break, as Dan Lawrence is in and Yates is forward once again. Gave that one a little bit more air, I think, did Dan Lawrence, and clipped firmly by Yates. Back up the ground. So the final ball before lunch on this second day here at Edgbaston. Yates 50 not out, settles himself down over his bat, the left-hander, and Dan Lawrence comes around the wicket to him. Quicker ball, and Yates is cutting up, and it's got underneath Ralphie Albert, and it's going to run away to the boundary rope for 4. So that finishes the first session of this second day, and Yates will go into lunch 54 not out. Mousley will go into lunch 4 not out, and Warwickshire will go to lunch, Mike Taylor, 125 for 1.
And that was a little bit of a bonus there for the last ball before lunch, an extra few chips on his lunch with the misfield, allowing that to go to the fence. 24 boundaries this morning, which is a lot in 30 overs, which gives some indication of the fluency of the stroke played, more by Alex Davies in the first hour and by Rob Yates in the second. But a very satisfactory position for Warwickshire to reach lunch on this second day, and you can hear Rob Yates being applauded to the boundary edge as Dan Mousley insists that he leaves the field first, but they're waiting for the Surrey players to follow them. So Warwickshire will resume after lunch, 203 runs behind at 125 for 1, with Yates 54 and Mousley 4. Our listeners on Sports Extra will join us just before 1:40, so too will you if you're watching on YouTube or listening by any other means. And there'll be a brief local radio update to come down this line. You might hear that if you're on YouTube before that, but otherwise we shall be with you again shortly before 1:40. Right, I'm going to do this just now. And this is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have just gone to lunch, healthily placed in their first innings on the second day of the championship match against Surrey. They're 125 for 1 after half centuries for both of their opening batters, Rob Yates and Alex Davies, neither of whom have found peak form consistently in the championship last season, but both making a good start today. Davies was particularly fluent in the first hour, went on to make 58 with 12 boundaries until slog sweeping Dan Lawrence to mid-wicket. Rob Yates, though, accelerated after a slow start. He went to lunch at 54, accompanied by Dan Mousley. Warwickshire 203 behind at the break at 125 for 1. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. Well, time is 1:38, so players are just taking the field again at Edgbaston. This is Mike Taylor opening commentary on the second session here. Dermot Reeve is alongside me at the moment. Mark Church is going to come in and pick up the commentary just now. The wind has certainly picked up. It's much a stiffer breeze coming across the ground to start this afternoon. But Warwickshire will start it in a good position. So at 125 for 1, that's 203 behind, but with a lot of power to add. Dermot, I'll let you set things up for this afternoon. Mark's going to come in with you.
Thanks very much, Mike, and welcome to everybody listening, and who might be watching as well, wherever the game is streaming. So Yates and Mousley will resume, with Mousley on strike, and just some preparations going with the field placements.
I thought Warwickshire batted extremely well this morning. I think Surrey would have had a chat about the bowling. Mike said the number of boundaries that there were this morning for Warwickshire, but take nothing away from Warwickshire. What's interesting here is Sean Abbott's going to get us started from the city end. We saw Abbott start this morning from the pavilion end, so a change of ends for Sean Abbott. Dan Lawrence with that 1 wicket, as Mike was saying, to full, that of Alex Davis, and caught by Ollie Pope at short mid-wicket for 58, and the sun's out as well, Dermot Reeve.
Well, just about, just breaking through. As Abbott from the city end, round the wicket to Mousley, who defends it up to mid-on, and there's no run. So Abbott will be pushing into a bit of a breeze. Not sure it's as strong as it was yesterday, but definitely still into the wind and brisk out there temperature-wise. A lot of fielders with their hands in their pockets. And yeah, for the moment, we're bathed in the sunshine. As Abbott comes in, past umpire Shaughnessy, bowls now. Good delivery, defended again to mid-on by Dan Mousley.
I thought Yates and Davies this morning, perfect opening partnership, in the fact that Davies got off to a pretty quick start actually. Yates just played his way and got himself in, and then started ticking it over as well. And Alex Davies, when he was out sort of sweeping in front of square but straight to Ollie Pope at short mid-wicket, had to drag himself off.
It's Mousley on strike, and he pushes this out to extra cover, and that shot really showed the trueness of the pitch at the moment. Just off the back foot, no trouble at all, middle of the bat, and Abbott is bowling with 2 slips. They're the 2 catches, and then he's got a backward point, an offside sweeper who's just behind square, extra cover in the mid-off. That's on the offside, and the leg side, he's got a very straight mid-on, a mid-wicket who's quite close, and a deep backward square as he's in. And this is pushed square by Mousley, and because there's no fielder stopping them one in that position, he gets through for a comfortable single.
Very interested. Mike was saying that he interviewed Ethan Bamber last night, and Bamber said that today could be the best day to bat. And actually, not a huge amount went on this morning. I think yesterday morning there was that green tinge. We'd had some rain. Possibly the pitch was just drying a touch and it nipped around. And then we saw the afternoon with Messrs Laws and Folks batting looked a bit easier.
Abbott now to Yates, round the wicket, and again push square on the offside for a single. That's, 2 good balls, but because the fielder's out on the offside boundary, comfortable singles, and that's nice for a batsman to have that gap, because when he plays a good defensive shot, I'll keep my score ticking over with a single. If the fielder's up, he stops that single, and that's when pressure can build on a batsman who thinks I'm not scoring quick enough. And the last ball of Abbott's over, the first over after lunch, to Mousley. Ooh, he beats him past the outside edge. Good delivery. Bit quicker. And Mousley fenced at it slightly and it went through to Folks, who has now put his helmet on.
Well, we're going to start with Dan Lawrence again. I think 2 left-handers out there. Makes sense. Lawrence made the breakthrough. He so often does for Surrey as well with his off-spin.
He started off as a leggy, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, but now with the off-spin, he's a good bowler, Dan Lawrence. He really is. So he will start from the pavilion end. He'll have a slip, a backward point, sweeper on the cover rope, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short straight mid-wicket, deep backward square and a short fine as around the wicket he will come. And Yates lets this one go outside his off stump and taken, as always, neatly and tidily by Ben Folks behind the stumps. Rory Burns, the captain, in there at first slip. As I say, Surrey would have had a chat about everything at lunchtime. But it's quite a nice afternoon now as Lawrence bounces in once again. Around the wicket he comes. Yates is driving to a ball that was just floated up outside his off stump. He'll just get a single out to that sweeper on the cover boundary rope, which is Jamie Smith. And Yates moves on to 56. I would have thought with Lawrence as well, a lot of players sort of have their setup for a bowler, but every time with those arms whirling, every time you think he's going to let go of it, it comes again. It is all arms and legs, the action, but he gives it a proper old rip, does Dan Lawrence. As around the wicket he comes once more, quicker and driven by Mousley. Some oohs and ahs as that goes out towards Jamie Smith, and they'll get another single. And one of his main reasons for the move to Surrey was he was getting blocked out doing any bowling, of course, by Simon Harmer.
Yeah.
So he's done a lot more bowling since the move to Surrey. As Yates on 56 waits again. Yates is forward, playing this one back up the pitch. Last summer he bowled... How many overs did he bowl last summer? 246 overs of spin for Surrey last summer. Picked up 20 wickets. Did Dan Lawrence. Of course, they've got the option of Ralphie Albert out there as well, the left arm spin. But with the 2 left-handers, at the moment it's the off-spinner. As around the wicket he comes once again. Again, wide outside that off stump. And Yates allows that to pass.
You know, I mean, what we can see from up here, our elevated position in the commentary box, is there are a couple of patches where the bowlers have followed through outside the left-hander's off stump.
Comes in once again, does Lawrence, and that's short and wide, and that'll be cut away by Yates down to the boundary rope for 4. Just had to get that to the left of Ralphie Albert at that deepish backward point, and that has raced over the boundary rope for the first boundary after lunch. Yates moves on to 60 and Warwickshire move on to 133 for 1.
Yeah, nice way to finish the over for Rob Yates. It is a shot that he absolutely looks for. If he feels the spinner is a little bit short or is giving him a little bit of room, he waits for it, leans back and cuts it past backward point. And he did it very well on that occasion. And that's where Lawrence, as a spinner, he's just got to be so accurate with the length that you bowl on a good pitch against good players.
Yeah, he cut that one away very nicely, did Rob Yates. But Warwickshire in a very, very good position at the moment. Trail now by 195, but just the 1 wicket down.
As Abbott is in from the city end, good line and length, defended by Mousley, back to the bowler. I think the key for the Warwickshire batsman on this pitch, which is now a good pitch for batting, is patience. It doesn't matter, you know, we don't have to score at 6 and over. Let's not try and get carried away, and just, you know, bat with an attitude of safe runs. And if they do that, they've got every chance of going past Surrey score as Abbott is in again round the wicket. That's a good delivery, but another single to the total as it's pushed out to the offside sweeper.
Well, I think as well. I think you know, patience for the batters here. It's patience for the bowlers as well now, isn't it? It's a question of just banging away if you're Surrey, because at the moment there isn't really much margin for error on here.
What we haven't seen today at all is an attempted Yorker, as Yates plays this to extra cover for no run. And I'm always amazed that, you know, when you look at a pitch map or go through someone's innings. I remember a guy I coached in New Zealand, Peter Ingram, and he had quite a high backlift, and he got a 250, and there wasn't one Yorker bowled at him or attempted. And then in the 2020 game, he got Yorked in the first over.
Yeah.
So it's an underdone ball in 4-day cricket. As Abbott is in again to Yates, and that's a good line and length and driven handsomely to mid-off and no run. Nice timing from Yates.
I must admit, I looked to my left there for a second and I thought, oh dear, there's a bird in distress, because down to our left in front of the stand there is what looks like a bird in distress, but I think it's a kite of a bird.
Yeah.
That I think is probably used to frighten away.
A flapping wing.
Yes, so I thought that, yes, but it's actually it's a kite of a bird. Thank goodness.
Abbott in to Yates. He leaves it alone outside off stump. A good line and length, tempting Rob Yates.
I know they have one of those fluttering above the pavilion at Bristol as well.
Right.
One of these kites of a bird, scarecrow type thing. And I did look, as I say, to my left and thought, oh dear. But no, it's a kite of a bird. That good day for kite flyers today with this wind.
Last ball of the over. Abbott round the wicket. Good delivery, defended by Rob Yates out to extra cover, and there is no run, and that finishes a tidy over from Sean Abbott.
Yeah, very different day to what we had yesterday, because Surrey at this stage was 65 for 6. Then we had the partnership between Tom Laws and Ben Folkes. Then we had the partnership between Ben Folkes and Sean Abbott. Whereas today, Warwickshire, just the one wicket falling, and that to Dan Lawrence.
I mean, when I arrived yesterday and looked out at the pitch, it looked green.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it now, it's lost that green tinge and it's pretty brown.
Yeah, as around the wicket then goes Dan Lawrence. Tosses this one up, and well, Mousley's gone for the drive. It beats the edge. It's beautifully taken by Ben Folkes, who whips off the bails. That was a nice piece of bowling from Dan Lawrence, because Mousley completely lost his shape on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was trying to hit it over the top as well, over mid-off or through the covers, but well bowled.
Around the wicket he comes once again, Lawrence. That's flatter. Mousley's looking to cut. It goes off the toe end of his bat, straight into the ground and up again, and it's taken by Ben Folkes. So working on something here is Dan Lawrence at the moment, and Burns is going to bring a man across from the leg side after that, and put Fisher in at a sort of deepish third man, halfway back, and then they've got the backward point as well, as Lawrence is in and Mousley's forward and caresses this through the offside for a single. Up comes Jamie Smith to do the fielding. So Mousley gets himself off strike. He'll move on to 8. Yates comes back on to strike on 60. You can see the breeze that's probably just helping Dan Lawrence here. Oh, that's nicely played by Yates. The paddle sweep, very controlled. He'll get a couple. Very nicely played.
Well, it was on the cards because of the field change, and I was a little bit surprised Dan Mousley didn't do it, because these days you see batsmen get down, premeditate a little paddle where there's no fielder, so Yates has done it, got himself 2 easy runs.
He's in again, is Lawrence. That's outside the off stump. Yates just allows it to go. And taken again by Ben Folkes. Yeah, it's the go-to of Ben Duckett, but Duckett's got about 8 or 9 sweet shots in his back pocket, hasn't he? 137 for 1, Warwickshire. Lawrence around the wicket he comes again, and Yates allows this one to go. Outside his off stump, end of the over. Yates 62, Mousley has 8. The partnership worth 21, 137 for 1. And it'll be Sean Abbott to continue. I would have thought it wouldn't be warm, but it's probably quite pleasant down there now if you're sat at the city end of the ground with a bit of blue sky and the sun out.
I mean, 25 years ago, Mark, or 30 years ago, a premeditated shot was frowned upon by a lot of coaches and a lot of, committee men. As Abbott is in, and Mousley gets a bit tangled up trying to work it through mid-wicket, and it's gone to mid-off.
Well, do you remember when there was virtually a national inquiry into Mike Gatting's reverse sweep in the World Cup final in 1987 to Alan Border? And literally the entire country came to a grinding halt.
Well, he played it with a slip-in, didn't he?
Yeah. But
Isn't
these days, they're all at it. Now, it didn't come off, obviously,
No.
but it was like, oh, you can't do that. To say it was almost, in Parliament.
Abbott in again, and this is driven nicely by Mousley out to deep cover for a single. Yeah, I mean, I see Joe Root, England's best player. I see him in a test match. He'll premeditate a paddle or reverse first ball if necessary. So, if it's good enough for the best player. But for me, the idea is that you end up changing the field.
Yes. And
it was a real key in Warwickshire's success in the, the days in the 90s, the likes of Roger Twos and encouraging people to add it to their game. And it really helped us with our strike rate against spin as Yates turns this to deep backward square for a single. I mean, these days, people are reverse hitting. When there's a slip, backward point, offside sweeper, it can be very much overdone because you're not getting the value. But in the old days, off spinners would bowl with 6 on the leg side and no fielder at all at slip or short third man. And people, there weren't that many people playing it.
No.
As Abbott is in, bounces Mousley, who just lets it go through the keeper. Nothing to do with that. 7 overs, 4 balls for Sean Abbott. He's kept it pretty tidy. He's only gone for 22.
Well, of course, you had a certain BC Lara as well, didn't you, for that ridiculous...
No, Brian wouldn't play. He didn't need to play.
No, he didn't need to play sweep. No.
As Mousley this time goes for the hook, hits it well, picks out the fielder at deep backward. Albert throws it in, and it's a single.
What was that like? Look, he went on that. He got the 375 against England. Then he arrives at Warwickshire and went on the most ridiculous run of form, and then got the 501. I remember being so excited that he was turning up to play a bit of county cricket.
Great player to watch.
God, the runs he scored.
Yates on strike and lets this go outside off. End of another over from Abbott, who's searching now, trying to think of ways to get a wicket. He bowled a couple of bouncers in that over, which we hadn't seen before.
This is now this is beginning to remind me a little of last year. I don't think it'll be the same as last year, but Surrey had a pitch last year that didn't do a great deal for all 4 days. In fact, it really didn't do anything for all 4 days. Now, not a lot is happening at the moment either for them. And Ethan Bamber said last night, today could be the best day to bat. It's looking like it. 140 for 1. As Dan Lawrence Getting ready to come around the wicket to the left-handed Mousley. And Mousley this time does sweep in front of square, and that's going to run away for 4. And away through mid-wicket it goes. Of course, there's that short leg side boundary as well. But that was very controlled by Mousley all along the carpet. He's on to 14, 144 for 1. Nicely played.
Yeah, it was a predetermined shot, not completely premeditated, but it was in the right area. So he was thinking about it and thought, yep, I'll take 4 for that.
Waits again over his bat, does Mousley. Around the wicket goes Lawrence. That one's left alone outside the off stump. Bit quicker that from Dan Lawrence. So interestingly poised all this.
I think Lawrence is going to err on the side of bowling a little bit wider of off stump, where he's got protection on the offside.
Around the wicket he comes once again. Sweeping once more is Mousley. Good work down there at deep backward square. And it's Dom Sibley down there doing the fielding there. And gets the throw in over the top of the stumps.
It went very quickly, didn't it?
It did, but it was on that sort of leg stump line, wasn't it? So he more sort of just helped it around the corner as much as anything. So apologies, that's Tom Laws down there doing the fielding. Sibley's at a short straight mid-wicket. Now another sweep. Oh, it's off the top edge. Rory Burns had spotted it and was moving from slip to leg slip. But Yates gets a couple, but Rory Burns had spotted the shot, but it's gone over the top of him. But he was moving from an orthodox slip to a leg slip, and he had to watch it balloon over the top of him.
Yeah, it's fortunate for Yates.
He's on to 65 with that, is Yates. 147 for 1 Warwickshire. They're ticking along nicely. Again after lunch as Lawrence is in. And it's now that the sweep off the stumps, the paddle sweep, but fine. And that's going to beat Tom Laws. It's well played again by Yates. On the angle really as much as anything. It was on the stumps, but he's just paddled it straight down to that fine leg boundary rope for 4, and that will bring up the 150 for Warwickshire.
Yeah, just didn't try and hit it too hard. Just got down low, watched the ball closely, a premeditated paddle, and you use the pace of the ball. If he bowls it slow, you might only get a 1 or a 2, but if he bowls it a bit quicker, it can slide for 4, and they've plugged that position now.
They have with Matt Fisher. He's come across them in the offside, so now driving through exactly where Fisher was. It's what Dermot Reeve was talking about. And he'll pick up a single, manipulating the field. There is Yates. So the boundary brings him a single because the fielder who would have been there to do the fielding had gone across to short fine. End of the over, 152 for 1 Warwickshire.
I mean, Lawrence has the wicket, gifted, if you like, by Davies. But he has gone for 46 off 8 overs. So Warwickshire have played him positively. And definitely a good batting wicket to face spin on. Not quite as easy against the seamers, but this ball's only 36 overs old, so there should be a bit of movement for Abbott, who's in around the wicket. And this is played to backward point, but they don't run. Good bit of fielding. Prevents the single.
Just looking at scores from elsewhere. Glamorgan 179 for 5 against Yorkshire. Of course, cricket yesterday was washed out in Cardiff. And, well, Colin Ingram is 80 not out there for Glamorgan. Back in the first division, of course.
Abbott in bowls now, and this is left alone by Robbie Yates, who's now got 70 runs to his name. And when you think back, and he was only on 9 after 45 minutes, and they were both streaky edges down to third man, he really has ridden his time and got in and been patient. And he's looked like a different batsman in the last hour and a half. Abbott in again, round the wicket. Yates defends on the offside, thinks about a single, but then says no.
Essex are 320 for 6. That's against Hampshire. Matt Critchley's 132 not out. Ben Allison, who's a very good player, made 80. Noah Thane, who of course came in for Tom Wesley as the substitute, out for 2. At 320 for 6, Essex.
Abbott is in and bowls. A good delivery, out! It's been edged by Rob Yates, straight to first slip. Rory Burns takes the catch, and Surrey have a slightly unexpected wicket, but good delivery from Sean Abbott. He's deserved one so far for his troubles. 8 overs, 4 balls, 1 for 23. But Rob Yates, who played really well for 70, has to go back. So a good delivery, just bounced a little and edged to first slip.
Very well bowled by Sean Abbott. And as Dermot Reeve was saying, just bounced a touch more, outside edge, and pretty regulation catch for Rory Burns at first slip. So Rob Yates goes for 70. Surrey have their first one after lunch, and it brings Sam Hain to the middle, a man I do enjoy watching bat. Sam Hain, fabulous player, making his way out there into the middle with the sun shining. Rory Burns says good afternoon to him as two having a bit of a natter about everything. Sam Hain makes his way out there to join Dan Mousley. But no, that was a very nice piece of bowling from Sean Abbott. And it did, I think it just bounced a touch more and hit the edge.
I actually feel that if Rob Yates was at the beginning of an innings, he probably would have left it because he would have been that frame of mind. But because he's feeling good now, he probably thought, oh, I might just be able to work this off the back foot, and found the edge instead of the middle, and brings in Sam Hain, who was born in, I think he was born in Hong Kong.
Where was it, Hong Kong?
Yeah. And he's facing Abbott over the wicket, and he plays it off the back foot.
Is that where you were born?
Where was I born?
Yeah.
Kowloon, Hong Kong.
That's right. There you are. So yes. Ah, there you are. Two fine cricketers from Hong Kong. Messrs. Reeve and Hain. You sound like an upmarket firm of removal men. What?
Last ball of the over. Sam Hain defends it. Back to the bowler. Good over from Abbott. A successful one.
Yeah, very good from Sean Abbott. Leicestershire are finding life back in Division 1. A tester at the moment. Sussex 361 all out. Leicestershire 154 for 6. And this is interesting. Ollie Robinson, who's captaining now Sussex in the Championship. 3 for 25 for Ollie Robinson. Don't think his test days are numbered in any way, shape or form, Ollie Robinson. Somerset were all out for 347. Nottinghamshire 60 for 1. Haseeb Hamid is 29 not out. Ben Slater, the man to have gone for 30. And with the wicket, change of bowling from the pavilion end, James Taylor coming into the attack to replace Dan Lawrence. And he's coming into Dan Mousley, and Mousley drives. That was uppish. One bounce down to that deepish gully position. That's Ralphie Albert in there. He wasn't completely in control of that, Dan Mousley. That was in the air for a little bit.
Well, it was on the up, wasn't it? It wasn't a half volley.
Nope. He's gone after that, and they're going to push a man, Jamie Smith, out onto that deep cover point boundary rope now. Couple of slips in there. Burns and Pope. As James Taylor around the wicket he goes, and Mousley's in behind a shorter length delivery. In Division 2, Derbyshire going on their merry way. 576 for 6 against Worcestershire. And Martin Anderson, what a nice start to the summer for him. 228. That's a nice way to get started, isn't it?
Well played.
Remember when Sam Northeast in the opening game of the season got 401, I think it was, at Lords? That's a terrific way to get your summer started. As James Taylor, around the wicket he goes to Mousley. Mousley punch drives this off the front foot. Up the ground, won't get a run. Kent are 144 for 8 in reply to Durham's 335. And just looking at who's taken the wickets there, Matthew Potts 3 for, 1 for Kemar Roach, 1 for Ray, 2 for Rain, and 2 for Casey Aldridge, of course. So right on top there are Kent against Durham. But Sam Northeast, who I just mentioned, batting at 3 for Kent, 65 not out. As here's a nice shot from Dan Mousley. Again, just lent on this, didn't look to drive too hard. Beautifully timed. And away to the extra cover boundary rope for 4. That was a lovely shot. Mousley moves on to 19. Sam Northeast, of course, back at Kent. And playing very nicely at the moment. Middlesex, 407 for 6. And Lewis Deploy is 169 not out. Oh, Cracknell was out for 97. Oh, around the wicket once again comes James Taylor. This is punched again by Mousley. That didn't sound very good off the bat. And there is no run. Northamptonshire 85 for 5 against Lancashire, who made 384. And it will not surprise anybody to hear these figures from Sir James Anderson. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 43. So Mr. Anderson starting the season very nicely. And Northamptonshire 86 for 5. As around the wicket goes Taylor, Mousley drives again. Doesn't really time this. And Dan Lawrence will do the fielding. End of the over. One lovely shot in that over from Dan Mousley. Warwickshire 156 for 2.
So is that 4 for 43 at the age of 44?
It is. It's 4 for 43 at the age of 44 for the night of the realm. He is ridiculous, isn't he, really?
Yeah,
he might.
Bowler.
Can I be honest? He could play till he's 50, I reckon. He'll just keep going.
Well, he keeps himself fit.
He does, and he just loves playing. Just loves playing, especially Championship and Red Bull. So you wouldn't put it past Jimmy. Still be going at 50.
Sean Abbott over the wicket to Sam Hain, and Sam defends it to mid-wicket. There's no run. Good line and length.
Let's be honest, that's horrible though, isn't it? First game of the season. Probably a bit of cloud cover there at Wantage Road, and there's Sir James bowling at you. That is not going to be much fun. Captaining, of course, as well, isn't he, Lancashire in the Championship?
Abbott from the city end comes in, bowls now, and it's worked by Sam Hain to deep square leg for a single. Just got a bit too straight. And Sam Hain very comfortable when the ball's in that area, just working it past square leg.
Well, as I said, he's a fabulous player, Sam Hain.
Very similar to Alex Davies, aren't they, in the shots that they enjoy. And I think, they're both dominant right-handed who bat right-handed, so they're quick on the cut and pull, while Dan Mousley is a right-hander who bats left, and he's on strike now, so that high front elbow, and it always looks to me a bit more elegant, the right-handers who bat left.
Yeah. Left-handers always are a bit like that, aren't
With
they?
the top hand is the power.
Mm-hmm.
They're usually very good drivers of the ball, but can squirt it to gully because they tend to back foot drive instead of cut. And This one is left alone outside off stump. A good line of length from Sean Abbott, and Dan Mousley has nothing to do with it. He's 19 off 32 balls.
I'm not saying all left-handers, but in most sports, though, the other thing about left-handers is they've got a bit of flair about them as well, haven't they? You know, McEnroe was left-handed. Jimmy White was a lefty as well, wasn't he? Jimmy? There's some out there that lefty. Mickelson at the old golf, lefty.
Abbott again in. Good line and length. And well played by Dan Mousley to mid-on. What's interesting for me is there are a lot of left-handers who bat left-handed. So likes of, say, an Alan Border, of Vittori, Daniel Flynn, you know, and you can tell because they're strong on the cut.
Yep.
And they're not so elegant
on the drive.
On the drive. You get someone like Michael Clark,
yep,
who's actually left-handed, but bats right.
Right-handed, yep.
So, yeah, it's an interesting thing in cricket, as Mousley drives elegantly for a single out to deep cover.
Well, I saw David Warner do it a couple of times, but I saw Glenn Phillips batting a whole session in the IPL net session left-handed. So obviously he's a right-hander when he bats, but he batted the whole session left-handed, and he was still smashing balls. And I wonder when that will happen at some point. I'm sure someone.
Well, if he's facing say a left-arm spinner in a match, who's bowling it outside leg, he might be able to go, well, I'm going to turn around and bat left-handed against you.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Because Ben Kellaway at Glamorgan, who a lot of top quality cricketer, this boy, he can bowl off spin and left arm spin. Oh, here is James Taylor. That's nicely bowled. That beats the outside edge of Mousley's little push outside his off stump. But yeah, I've seen Kellaway do it on occasions when Surrey have been there for a bit of T20 stuff. But he can bowl you off spin, and then he can turn around and bowl your left arm spin as well, and he can bat. So he is one to keep a little eye on, is young Mr. Kellaway. 158 for 2. As around the wicket goes James Taylor. Up on his toes goes Mousley. Which is slightly different because we've seen Liam Livingstone. Liam Livingstone can bowl offies, then he can bowl leggies as well. So I've seen Livingstone do that early in his career against Surrey in a championship game. We've seen him do it in one-day stuff as well. But this is different. Kellaway can bowl right arm off spin and then change to bowl left on the which is a pretty good talent to have. As Taylor's in, left alone by Mousley, outside his off stump, taken by Ben Folkes. And the other thing with Kellaway is he can bat as well. Right. He can bat. So yeah, he is definitely one to keep a little eye on. I think Mike Taylor's going to come back in. Dermot Reeve is going to have a little break, and Mr. Taylor is going to make his way back in to the box. Well done. You found it, as this is driven firmly by Mousley. So Dermot Reeve was telling us yesterday, because Steve O'Shaughnessy is out there, about bowling Steve O'Shaughnessy in a game. And this was for Sussex against Lancashire. Ooh, that's a cracker. That is an absolute cracker. Coming back off the pitch from Dermot Reeve. Fantastic. Well found. Well found. And of course, Steve O'Shaughnessy umpiring in this game. So Mr. Reeve's going to go and find him and play it to him. As around the wicket goes Taylor. And this one's punched off the back foot by Mousley. Out towards Jamie Smith. Sweeping on the cover boundary rope. 159 for 2. Have you seen a bit of Kellaway?
Yes, I've seen him do that as well.
It's a great talent, isn't it?
Both.
It is a great talent.
He's a good player. I also remember that game when Dermot was talking about it yesterday.
Yes.
I was in the habit when the one-day finals used to be on all day.
Yeah.
Of sitting with my scorebook in front of the telly.
In front of the telly.
Dermot got 4 for hardly any against Lancashire in that game.
Yep.
Yep, remember that.
Well, at the moment, Surrey are looking for wickets. They picked up one after lunch. Sam Hain on strike here to James Taylor, and he's just going to tuck him off his hip. Down towards deep backward square, and they'll pick up the single. And that'll be one more to the total. 160 for 2. Hain on 2. Mousley has 21. Do you know the one I always remember? Isn't it funny how you remember finals of yesteryear?
Yeah.
But the one I always remember was Steve Jeffries.
Oh, with Worcestershire.
And left armour.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, unplayable. I think that was one of the old September finals
that was the problem
where,
with the September finals,
wow.
Yes, we tied Worcestershire down for ages in October. Hick and Curtis early on. Abbott's going to bowl from the city end, and the first ball of a new spell is passing the off stump of Sam Hain.
I remember that fabulous game, that final, Asif Din and Mr. Reeve.
Yeah, that was a great final in '93.
There were some great finals in those days, weren't there? And it was a real proper day out, wasn't it? Lords was absolutely people hanging from the rafters for the finals.
I'd have a VHS BBC video of last over finishes.
As did I.
Yes, I think we wore that one out.
Hosted by CMJ.
Forward comes Sam Hain, defending's back up the pitch.
One of my favourites that I had was, it was sort of, again, I think it was highlights of a domestic season VHS, and it was introduced by the great Christopher Martin Jenkins on a pond in a little rowboat, which was magnificent. On Top Down Under, I had on VHS, which was the 86-87 Ashes tour.
Abbott runs in, passes the umpire, and has Hain defending with all his weight coming right forward to push it back to the bowler. I had one of the semi-finals and final of the '92 World Cup.
Oh, I've got
Dermot's in it quite a lot.
I've got that as well. And I was saying for my podcast I do on a Sunday.
Yes.
Little plug here, Sunday service with Church of Vickers. It was 26. No, hang on. Yep, 26 years ago. Last Sunday.
Abbott bowls. Hain flicks this off his hips. He's going to get runs, plural, possibly 4. Yeah, he runs away to the short boundary, just in front of square.
Nicely played, typical though of Hain, isn't it? On his hip, bang, and away through the leg side for 4. 26 years ago, last Sunday or the Sunday before last, that semi-final against South Africa.
Yes,
where
with the rain
with
rules,
the great oracle of 22 off 1 ball.
Yeah.
Beefy, of course, bowling off 4 paces against Australia with a bow back and picking up a 4-for.
Yeah.
Then Edo Brandes, the Zimbabwean chicken farmer, cleaning up England.
Abbott runs in and bowls a bouncer, which doesn't get up that high, but high enough for Sam Hain to duck under it, and they'll have a bye. Folks tumbling to his left couldn't quite hold on to that, so a bye.
I won't say this too loudly, because Mr. Reeves behind us, but, of course, in the final, Derek Pringle, having Ramiz Raja absolutely dead stone in front, not given by Steve Butler, and then having Javed Miandad dead stone in front, not given.
Yep. Those are the...
And then, of course, we had Wasim's unbelievable
an amazing over,
bowling Alan Lamb, and then bowling Chris Lewis.
I ran home from school to the end of that game at
Did
lunchtime.
You? Did you?
I went past the butchers and I heard the second of those wickets from the radio as I was running past the butchers. I thought, then we might be involved by the time I get home. Abbott bowls round the wicket. Mousley's going to defend back up the pitch. It's the end of the over.
And Pakistan, of course, got away with it because England were all over. They were all out for 81, and then it rained, and the game was abandoned in the group stage.
Yeah.
And then Imran did that amazing bat at 3, didn't he? He came out and batted at 3. And
Inzamam in the semi-final. It was a great World Cup.
A young Inzi.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was, and it was still the best England one day outfit. Uniform kit of all time.
Great
Brilliant. G. Gooch captaining. Richard Illingworth, of course, bowling some left arm spin. It's James Taylor from the pavilion end, coming in Sam Hain, who's solidly forward, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. But I still always... Ian Botham ended up opening, if you remember, with G. Gooch.
He did.
But I always... that is the bit I remember from that World Cup. Better than anything is Surreyan, bad back, couldn't really move.
Yeah.
Coming off about 4 or 5 paces against Australia, bowling very slow in-swing and out-swing and picking up a 4-for in no time. As over the wicket once again comes Taylor. This is just tucked away by Hain. And they'll pick up a single. Of course, Alex Stewart played in that.
Yeah.
Neil Fairbrother.
Neil Fairbrother was in
Graham
that.
Hick.
Yeah.
The late, great Robin Smith.
Philip de Freitas, I think.
Philip de Freitas was in the squad, yep.
I think Brian will come in after this over for you, if that's all.
100%.
And
absolutely.
I think I've got a local radio update in about 5 minutes, but I'll hear something in my head when we do, but not yet.
No problem whatsoever.
This is all quite... It's reasonably serene, if you can be reasonably serene, if you know what I mean.
Definitely.
It's steady, isn't it?
Well, as Mr. Bamber said, good day to bat. As around the wicket goes Taylor, forward goes Mousley.
I've noticed that
this one back up
last little while the wind has changed direction, because the flag's blowing the other way now.
You can actually see the Surrey flag.
Yes, well, in fact you can see it, but usually it blows from here from left to right, but the flags have started blowing the other way. So I don't know whether that means
I get so confused with this, because this happens so often, but the flags are blowing right to left now, as we see it, but the clouds are going left to right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it's just going round in a big circle. As around the wicket once again goes Taylor. Driving is Mousley up towards mid-off.
I'm not a meteorologist, but when it's going round in a circle, I think that's bad news.
I think it is. Especially at pace.
I don't think that's great.
Yes, especially at pace. You don't really want to be in the middle of that.
We are only a couple of miles from the site of the Birmingham tornado. Do you remember that?
The Birmingham tornado?
Birmingham tornado.
Was there a tornado in Birmingham?
2005. It went through. It knocked the top off the Iceland in King's Heath.
How did I not hear of this?
Yeah, it went across King's Heath and over towards
Mousley. Not the top of Iceland. As this one's turned into the leg side by Mousley. Hasn't really timed it, but with the short leg side boundary, it will get over the boundary rope and away for 4. Mousley moves on to 25, 170 for 2. Was there a live news report from
there was. No, it
from
was
Iceland?
No, it didn't blow all the way there.
Iceland.
No, it was quite a thing at the time.
I don't remember that.
Yes. I have some exciting news to bring you.
Excellent.
The sort of people listening to this broadcast will like this.
As around the wicket comes Taylor. Short. That's too short, and that's pulled off the hip by Mousley out towards deep backwards square, and they will pick up another single. End of the over. End of me for the time being. Brian Halford's going to come and bring some much needed education, I was going to say, to this, because we're discussing the Birmingham tornado. Well, Brian will remember the old Birmingham tornado. I can't believe it blew the top off Iceland, though.
As I recall it did. Now, the Bears women, and Brian will bear me out, the Bears women last season played some very entertaining cricket. But they're friendly to get ready for the start of the season against Somerset today at the Edgbaston Community Sports Ground, because the 50-over competition for the women's Tier 1 team starts next week. But the news from there is that in their 50 overs, Somerset scored 241 for 20. So Warwickshire, the Bears women bowled them out twice, which, that's a certain achievement. There'll be a few chastened batters who've been dismissed twice. I'm not sure if anybody got dismissed twice by the same bowler.
Unless 20 people or 20 women batted.
Yes.
They may have given the whole squad a go, mightn't they? Good afternoon, Mike. Good afternoon, everyone. And Dan Mousley welcomes me to the air with a crisp pull to the long on boundary for 4 and moves to 30. Now, I spoke to Dan last week, Mike, and challenged him.
Oh, yes.
And I said, mate, it's time you got your first class century for Warwickshire, because
It's overdue.
It's well overdue. He got a first-class ton for the Lions last year, of course, against India A, and didn't play that many Champio games for the Bears. He was left out at times, wasn't he? But
he was. Let's have a look. Last season played in 9 championship games, 4 half-centuries.
He waits for Laws again, and this is crisply tucked away on the offside, and that's 4 more. That's beautifully placed by Mousley. Square of the backward point, and just too fine for the man on the deep cover fence to cut it off. Successive boundaries to Mousley, and he has an opportunity here, doesn't he? The pitch is now quite benign.
Yeah, and Tom Laws is back here replacing Sean Abbott in this over, and they haven't really exerted a lot of control throughout this innings. I mean, they only had 42 overs, so Warwickshire bowling along at more than 4 and over now.
Here comes Laws around the wicket to Mousley. This is a good straight delivery, which is just tucked up to mid-on. Yes,
forgive me just interrupting, Brian. I just need to very quickly do an update for BBC Coventry and Warwickshire in the next few moments. So I'll just talk across you for a second while I do that. In the meantime, Laws is going back to the start of his mark. 179 for 2, and it's not happened yet, so it's turned into the leg side. Apologies, and it stays 179 for 2. But Mousley looks in a bit of touch here, as did. Oh, hang on. He's got. Bear with me. Here we go. The news from here is that Warwickshire 179 for 2, going along very well in reply to Surrey's first innings of 328, and all the batters today have looked in some pretty good order in response to that Surrey innings yesterday. The pitch appears to be a little more friendly for batting today than it was for yesterday, at least for the first half of yesterday, and they've all enjoyed it. A century partnership to set them off between Rob Yates and Alex Davis. Davies looked very disappointed to slog sweep Dan Lawrence to mid-wicket for 58. Yates carried on after lunch, was eventually edged to slip off Sean Abbott for 70, but Dan Mousley has picked up the baton. He's starting to move through the gears now, unbeaten with 34. So Warwickshire pretty well placed at the moment, 149 behind at 179 for 2, and the commentary continues now on the BBC Sport website. Right, that's the end of that over. That's that out of the way. 179 for 2. Sorry, Brian, but Dan Mousley, I think he's if he's going to break through, this feels like it needs to be soon now.
It does, and the fact that he's been put up to number 3 in the order, I think, is a sign of the Bears' confidence in his ability. That's not in question. For a guy of his talent to have a first-class average of 28 is a surprise.
Should be aiming higher than that. This is Taylor getting Hayne to defend the first ball of a new over back on the leg side.
One thing he has done, of course, Mike, you'll have seen several innings, I think, where he was closing in on the century, but his team needed quick runs.
Yes.
And he went for it. And I did mention that to him last week, and he said that's not going to change because he is the absolute epitome of a team player. And he said he'd rather get 80 and Warwickshire win.
Yes. So I think it's fair enough to bear that in mind when you look at his statistics, as you say. Taylor bowls right on over the wicket to Hayne with a beautiful stroke between extra cover and mid-off for 4 runs, and there would seemingly no effort in that. Just glided into position, and away it raced.
The 32nd boundary of the innings, 43 overs. Surrey's bowlers definitely were denied the cloud cover and assistance that Warwickshire has had in the first session yesterday. It was a very good toss to win, but they might be a little disappointed that they haven't really applied pressure, have they? There's been a little bit of occasional 4-ball and a little bit both sides of the wicket.
Well, a lot of those, especially Alex Davis, hit the ball in front of square a lot. He found quite a lot to hit. Off goes Taylor, running in again to bowl to Hayne. This is a little bit shorter of length, and he drops it into the offside. with good timing all the same. But it rolls so quickly to it into the covers that there isn't time for a run. And already within 150, Warwickshire, with plenty of time. Bat all through today. Dermot was talking earlier about the value of just batting time. You know, there's no hurry. Without really going chasing anything, they're scoring at over 4 and over. Just one slip and a gully in now as Taylor leaks this one onto leg stump, and there's a straightforward run there for Hayne, just adjusting his front pad to give him room to nudge it to mid-wicket.
Yes, there is quite a lot of batting to come, of course, as well. Ed Barnard next, Kai Smith, Bo Webster and Chris Wokes aren't a bad 7 and 8, are they? Jordan Thompson, Ethan Bamber, Nathan Gilchrist. So yeah, the Bears will be looking to get a good solid lead here and put some pressure on the Surrey batters later in the game.
Yes, and if they do need to force the pace at all, there's people who can do it. Now Taylor, I assume, has been blown off course, so he's going to abort that run up and start again.
It's quite a good crowd, isn't it, Mike? The RAS White stand full of people, or not full, but there's plenty of people in there.
Yeah.
The sun is beating down, but there's a lot of thick coats out there,
Yeah.
so I'm guessing that wind is pretty chilly.
Yeah, it looks quite keen. Round the wicket comes Taylor, and Mousley is defending. A very positive defence in the sense that he's walking to meet that one, defends it with a high straight bat. Yeah, I think, and it certainly sounds like when a player has left the field, you can hear the applause. A lot of people are hiding out in the various areas in this pavilion. But it seems a good Saturday, because sometimes the Saturday crowds, when you get into the season, people are playing league cricket.
Yep.
That hasn't really started yet. And there isn't a lot of football going on today. That was all yesterday. This ball from Taylor is a little bit shorter and follows Mousley a bit, but he gets out of the way of it. It goes through to Folkes. I did say earlier that all the football around here was yesterday, league and non-league, but that's not quite true. And I'm corrected by Jonathan, who tweets me to say that he was on the way, I think, or that there is today a very big Warwickshire derby. First and against second in the United Counties Southern Premier, Nuneaton against Atherstone, which is a super derby game.
That is a bit of a needle game.
Yeah. Well, Nuneaton apparently champions if they win. And if Atherstone win, they can catch them up and pick them to the title. So there's
it'd be a
good, lively one.
It'll be I would think 2,000 there,
yeah,
possibly. It'd be a big crowd, that will be.
So if you're listening on the way to that game, then let me know after what happens. We'll still be here.
Laws starts with one outside off stump. Hayne leaves it. The big news from Warwickshire football, of course, this week, Mike, is the proposed merger of Stratford Town and Racing Club Warwick at the other end of Warwickshire to Nuneaton and Atherstone.
How well has that gone down in the parish?
Mixed, I think you would say. Any merger of football clubs is a very, as Robert Maxwell found out with Oxford and Reading all those years ago, it's not going to meet universal approval, is it? Hayne, Yates and Laws bowls this one full length and driven up to mid-off. I'd like to see perhaps Blues and Villa merge. I think that would bring the city together quite nicely.
Somebody mooted it once.
Yes.
I don't know whether I might be saying this wrong, but one of the club owners, or one of these American owners, or somebody mentioned it quite a few years ago now, that they should have one national stadium and merge into it.
Yeah. Didn't go down too well, I'm guessing.
People were checking the calendar first.
Laws is in again, and Hayden just drops this on the offside down to backward point, and there's a leisurely single. Hayden moves to 13. Warwickshire 185 for 2.
And in cricket, I know people worry about the future of various smaller counties with that in mind, but even when it was kind of suggested that some of these 100 teams sort of represent more than one county. I remember that when it was first moved. People weren't really buying that as an idea.
Yeah, supporters of all clubs in all sports are rightly proud of their identity, aren't they? Laws back around the wicket to the left-handed Mousley. Good over this from Laws.
Yeah.
Bang on the button, which is what Surrey need to do. They need to just gum the runs up if they're not taking wickets. Just make the scoreboard a bit more static than it has been. 185 from 44 overs is not a bad lick.
No. And Laws, has leaked quite a few. So 8 boundaries in his first 6 overs. So
yeah, this is his best over so far. Batted superbly yesterday. Here he is again, another good delivery, and nothing Mousley can do with that other than push forward back to the bowler.
Bowled well against Warwick's in the game at the Oval towards the end of last season, which was a very competitive match. Surrey won, but Warwickshire played well in that game. And Laws, his bowling was a feature, but that was his highest first-class score yesterday by quite a bit, which surprised me really, but looks as though he could go there again.
Here he is again, and again, good delivery, which draws a defensive shot from Mousley, and that's much Laws's best over so far. Yes, he said to us afterwards that he very much wants to have that genuine all-rounder tag, and he certainly is approaching it with the innings he played yesterday, which was really skillful at the start, because we went in when the ball was still doing plenty at 65 for 6. He batted really well, but even with that recovery from Surrey, 65 to 6 to 328, looking at the way the pitch is playing now, they're a bit under par, I think, Mike.
Yeah, well, Warwickshire were, I think, reasonably confident that 328 wouldn't be a dominant score if they batted well against it. Taylor's starting a new over. Hayne is defending on the offside. And that's how it's being borne out at the moment. I mean, Ethan Bambo, I've mentioned this already today, was saying to us last night that quite often the pitches here do seem to improve. I was quite struck by the way he phrased it, in that he said that the pitch played, although obviously they'd have wanted it to carry on doing it more as the day went on, but it behaved in exactly the way that they'd asked for, which is the point, really, isn't it? Now it's really behaving for Hayne, who is moving as if all the parts have been freshly lubricated over the winter, and he glides this up to extra cover.
Mike, perhaps you can enlighten me. There's a building site on the left-hand side at the moment where the new stand and hotel is. That is where Gary Barwell, the groundsman team and equipment and office used to be. Where are they now?
Well,
I can see a few bits of...
The kitties down there.
Yeah,
I think I saw them emerging from last night as I was trying to get my car out from where it was locked in. Taylor's running in and he's been blown off course again. But as I was walking around there to the car, a group of folks who I think were some of the ground staff were coming out of one of the buildings near the back of where the old score box was, where we decamped to when this was being built, over in the press box stand.
Sure, yeah, there is a bit of space over there.
So I think that might be where they're sort of holed up for this season. Taylor bowls and Hayne is forward, bat and pad together to push this down to mid-on. So there is still, although the buildings have changed here over the years, but there are still sort of little hidey holes and rooms off rooms in this venue. So they've found someone for the ground staff, but all their paraphernalia, the blotter and the little buggy they run round the outfield in to drag the rope to take the drips off after it's rained, all at the city end in front of the more permanent sight screen at the moment, as Hayne defends the next one out on the offside.
This is much better from Surrey. It's two successive very tight overs, and they just need to build a little bit of pressure, which they haven't really done on the batters so far today.
Yeah. The boundary count is very striking, and they're by no means all been sort of hit to the short boundary. Well, that's not really been a factor. Most of them have been 4 anyway. Taylor bowls just onto the leg stump, so there's an easy run for a player of Haynes' ability. Taking that down to long leg for 1. Goes to 14. Never quite hit his peak form last season, I don't think, Sam. Was quite often struggling to be fully fit.
Yes.
But he looks in good order at the moment.
He does, and a very proud father. Became a father last year, of course, and spent a lot of time didn't go away, I don't think, this year, or just went home to Australia for pretty much a break, and I think that will do Sam Hain a great deal of good, because he's played cricket pretty much non-stop for the last 10 years, summer and winter.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true. Taylor round the wicket, bowls to Mousley, defends back up the pitch. End of the another over with Mousley 34 and Hain 14. Unlike Yates and Davis before them, they've got off to very solid starts here to their seasons at 186 for 2, which means that Warwickshire now 142 behind.
Yes, I'm thinking for Rory Burns to do here. He got his spinner into the attack quite early, and he did make the breakthrough, albeit with a shot that didn't really owe much to spin. It was just fired straight at mid-wicket by Alex Davis, but so we need to find a way to unlock a wicket or two here. Laws is in again, that's well down the leg side. Haynes swats at it, but it's well taken by Ben Folkes.
He did go at nearly 6 and over though, Lawrence, which is a slight problem.
I don't think the plan would have been to have him in the attack in the 21st over, would it?
No,
but
probably.
The seamers were struggling a little bit, so Surrey's planning hasn't really come together today. And they need to dig deep, which they did yesterday with the bat. This one is a little bit short of a length from Laws, and Haynes stands up straight and punches it to mid-off.
Sam Hain didn't score a championship century last season, played in 11 games, had a run of 6 half-centuries in a row mid-season. Still averaged 52, but didn't make 100.
That'd be I wonder if that's the first time he hasn't made a championship 100 since he established himself in the team. This one is outside off stump, and Hain allows it to pass to Ben Folkes.
Yeah, quite possibly. He's on a fine record still. I wonder whether his international chances have sort of conclusively passed him by now. There's always been a lot of supporters of him to reach that level here.
Played a couple of ODIs, didn't he?
Yeah.
And did well, but drives this one handsomely to backward point for a single. They think of a second, but wisely think against it. But there's I did mention yesterday, Mike, that myself and a couple of colleagues have set up the Bear website, which is on Counterpress if anybody wants to have a look at it. And there's a really lovely interview with Sam Hain on there. He's just saying that he feels this summer, having become a father during the winter, you'll testify to this, Mike, it gives you so much of a different perspective on life, doesn't it? He thinks if he was getting worried in the past about not scoring enough runs, becoming a father just gives you that little bit more perspective on life. There's 4 to Hain, that's to Mousley, flicked off his legs down to fine leg, a loose ball there from Laws. And I just wonder if Sam Hain's, just chatting to him last week, he just seems so composed and relaxed, and I think he has played so much cricket in the last decade, because he was in the Warwickshire's team at 18, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I just think a relatively restful winter is just what he needed.
Yes, I think probably, and he certainly thinks pretty deeply about his game as well, isn't he? My experience.
He does, perhaps too deeply.
Yeah.
But that's because he cares so much, and that's not a criticism, but hopefully he's in for a really good season. He's on 15, mostly 38. Warwickshire ticking over nicely here. 191 for 2 as Laws completes his 8th over with a straight delivery. None for 41 for Tom Laws. And Mousley defends that one. Warwickshire 191 for 2, 137 behind, and they'll be aiming to get a little bit in front today, won't they, Mike? And then see where it goes tomorrow. As you say, plenty of time in the game, and not much rain interference, I don't think.
No, I think the forecast is set reasonably fair, or as fair as you could ask for, the first weekend in April. So, yeah, they're looking good at this point. If continued at this pace, they'd be well ahead by tonight. So, we'll see if they are able to keep up this momentum. have a quick wander around the other scores during this next over from Taylor. At Cardiff on their return to the First Division, a century for Colin Ingram. A slow century from Colin Ingram, but an important one nonetheless for Glamorgan, who were at 28 for 4 yesterday. They're 224 for 6 now against Yorkshire. So it's a good start for him. Essex at Southampton against Hampshire, a 3-7-6 for 6 with a big 100 for Matt Critchley, 158 not out. This is the first ball of a new over from Fisher, who's coming to bowl from the pavilion end for the first time today. And his first ball picked off middle and leg by Sam Hain for 2, away to mid-wicket. And it's 193 for 2. At Grace Road, Leicestershire wrestled back Sussex yesterday after they'd made a flying start. Sussex eventually 361, and Leicestershire 192 for 7 now in response. So Jake Wethernall made 83, but nobody else has got too many. Hain lets the next one go outside the off stump. 4 wickets for Robinson, 3 for Crocombe, who've kept Leicestershire pinned down. At Taunton, Nottinghamshire now batting at 89 for 2, replying to Somerset's first dig of 347, century for Tom Abel. These are the very watchable players around the circuit, Tom Abel. I think he's a fine player. In the second division, Derbyshire have declared at 625 for 8 against Worcestershire, a double century for Martin Anderson, and 100 for Lewis Rees. This is wedged very low, and it's gone between the keeper and slips for 4. And that's the first false stroke from Sam Hain. Now, I couldn't be sure that it carried. I think it might not have done. It certainly scuttled low. No, it's bounced well in front of Ben Folkes. But it did find the edge.
Frustrating for Surrey. Very few false shots this afternoon, and one comes along and it doesn't quite go to hand.
It was, Fisher I thought was the best of the bowlers this morning. But left disappointed there. He tries again. Hain got 4 for that, and he's going to get 1 here for a short single to mid-on, pushing hard and drawing an error in the field from James Taylor. They couldn't pick it up cleanly, so they take 1. And it's 198 for 2, just to complete the other second division scores. At Chesterley Street, Durham 335. Kent 185 for 8, so they are about to avoid the follow-on, but only just. Sam Northeast unbeaten with 87. But otherwise, they've struggled a bit. 3 wickets for Matty Potts. At Lords, Middlesex 441 for 9. A big century for Louis Deploy, 182. This is Fisher over the wicket to the left-hand in Mousley, and it's very wide. And he doesn't play it. Joe Cracknell made 97 for Middlesex. And finally, Northants falling away against Lancashire to 119 for 7. 4 wickets for Jimmy Anderson, 3 for Tom Bailey. And that's in reply to Lancashire's 384, so Northants a long way behind. Here, Warwickshire looking not so far behind at 198 for 2. And Fisher moves in past umpire Middlebrook and draws no stroke from Mousley, allowing that to pass. It's the end of the over, 198 for 2, and this is if they're still together at tea, they really will be in a strong position.
They will, with a pretty promising looking middle order to follow. So Surrey have either got to really do something impressive with the ball in the next few hours, or very impressive with the bat in the second half of the game. They have, of course, the tools to do that, particularly with the bat. And 1 or 2 of their top order might reflect on their dismissals with a bit of regret yesterday. They weren't all bowled out by unplayable deliveries, so Warwickshire have a lot to do to win this game, certainly. That's a loose ball from Laws and flicked away down to a long leg for 4 by Sam Hain. A bit of a gimme, really. And there's just been too many of those from the Surrey bowlers. The 200 up for Warwickshire, 202 for 2 in the 49th over. Short and leg side, and an easy glance for a batsman of Hain's quality.
Yeah, there's not a lot of margin for error, but there certainly isn't that much. It's 10 boundaries off Tom Laws now.
There's no fine leg, which I do find a little strange. There's almost always a fine leg for a fast bowler, isn't there? There's a man at deep square leg, but Laws has got no protection fine. This is a better ball on off stump, and Hain just jabs it down onto the leg side. No run.
Haven't really had one all the way through the innings. They've generally gone with a deep square or a long leg, but pretty square. So, and quite a few runs have been leaked down there.
Yeah. I know you don't set the field for a bad ball, but unfortunately, if too many of those loose balls are coming along, maybe you need to plug that gap. That's a better one from Laws on off stump. Just pushed forward into the offside by Hain, who's on 26, rather monopolising the strike at the moment. Dan Mousley chatting to the umpire, leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end on 38.
They're trying something akin to the sort of umbrella fields we saw a lot last year from Warwickshire, in that they've got the short mid-wicket and the sort of short extra cover.
There comes Laws again. Better ball, good ball on off stump, and Hain tries to force it, but ends up, I think the ball came in a little bit, and Hain just jabs it back to the bowler.
So there are 5 fielders sort of in the batsman's eye line almost, with an extra cover, and a mid-off and a mid-on. But backward point, he's back on the boundary. Square leg, he's back on the boundary.
4 of the Surrey players have got their hands in the pockets. I think it's a bit chilly out there. The wind howling across Edgbaston. This one errs to leg side again, and Hain flicks it away to deep square leg for a single. Moves to 27.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of movement in the flagpoles. Seeing it close up on the YouTube feed, but I can see the flagpoles move a bit from here.
Well, the flags are moving.
The flags are moving,
but the
pole is moving a bit.
Is it really?
Yeah,
Oh man, that is a strong wind.
Yeah, the pole is wobbling a bit as well.
Oh dear, that's not a great sign, I don't think. Mel Smith, the Warwickshire scorer, of course, is the man charged with raising the flags. One of his many talents.
With winds blowing like this, you'll need muscles like Charles Atlas to pull it off at this rate.
Laws in to complete his 9th over, and it's a loose ball, and that's flicked to the square leg boundary by Mousley. That'll ring up Laws' 50 conceded from 9 overs. Mousley moves to 42, and the total to 207 for 2. And Surrey, after a couple of overs in which they did tighten up, have just started leaking runs again.
Yeah, it's a bit friendly at the moment, and I mean the 2 wickets have both been a surprise. They had 2 wickets in 49 overs, and they both sort of almost caught you out when they happened, didn't they? The Davis one was he really did leave the field with the air of a fella who thought, "What, left some behind there."
Yeah.
But he looked like he's in the sort of touch where he'll come back and get plenty more. I'm glad to see that about Alex. I was talking a bit about this earlier on. And, you know, you and I have spoken to him quite a lot in the last couple of years, and it might play with a bit more freedom this year, perhaps, now that he's no longer the captain. Start of a new over from Fisher, and he brings Hain forward in defence, out into the offside.
He certainly played with freedom today, didn't he? Struck his first ball for 4, and I think 11 fours in his 50, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or was it 10
yeah,
or
11 in his first 50, yeah.
Very fluent innings, and as you say, when he turned that one straight to mid-wicket off the very middle of the bat, wasn't it? He just stood there and looked at the heavens and thought, blimey, there's some runs here for me and I'm not going to get them.
Fisher bowls again on the leg stump. More runs here for Hayne. Flicked through mid-wicket, and that's going out to the longest corner of the boundary, but no problem. It's got plenty left when it hits the rope. And on easy mode at the moment. There's been a lot of leg side stuff.
Yeah, there has. That's the main problem, and I do wonder if the Surrey skipper should be looking to try and plug a few gaps. He's got 3 saving the 1 on the offside, and the bowlers are erring to leg at the minute. There's only 3 guys on the leg side.
Goes Fisher, and that's an elegant stroke as well, away into the offside, and a well placed for a single up to mid-off. Well, he's hit the fielder on the knee. That's a sore one. But one more to Hayne. He's 32. The thing is, though, you've got to be in a bit of nick to take full advantage of these. And like the 3 who've come before him, Sam Hayne looks as though he's starting the season in good touch as well.
Yeah.
So very encouraging. More hats blowing away around the outfield. And the baseball caps are blowing off as well. Then really is going a bit. Umpires switched to baseball caps a little while ago. Fisher's on his way to bowl again to Mousley, who's defending back up the pitch.
You'd never have got Tom Spencer in a baseball cap, would you?
No, possibly not. Sid Buller was seldom seen in a baseball cap, I think. It's a marvellous one of the pictures around the ground as you walk around of the sort of Warwickshire heroes of the past.
Yeah.
Just as you're coming round the corner from behind the Hollies into this, on the end of the Holly stand, there is a picture of Eric Hollies.
Yeah.
And it's worth taking a moment to look at the picture. Firstly, to look at Eric Hollies, and then to look at the umpire behind him.
Yeah.
This is drawing Mousley forward and pushed away to the offside. And there might be students of the game a little bit better versed than I can identify the umpire, because there were a lot of quite well-known umpires in that era, weren't there? But this chap's got, it looks like he's got 4 coats on, so it must be an early season photo. Big, thick-rimmed spectacles, but bent down almost double to the height of the stumps.
If he did that every delivery, then he must have had an incredible back, mustn't he?
He'd done that, but it's been, perhaps the ceilings in his house only 4 foot tall, but quite a pose. Anyway, look for that next time you're at Edgbaston. This is pushed away into the offside by Mousley. It's the end of the over. And it's 212 for 2. Hayne is 32. Mousley is 42. And I'm going to bring in the always upstanding Mark Church alongside you, bro.
Yes, I'm looking forward to hearing from Churchy how Surrey are going to wheedle their way back into this day's play, because it's pretty much gone all against them so far. A little bit loose with the new ball. Had to turn to spin early, and there isn't, with respect to the spinners, there isn't very much help in the pitch for them, as you would imagine on the second day of a championship match in April. So Rory Burns has got some thinking to do.
Well, he has, because I've just been doing a bit of mathematics. 38 boundaries, so out of 212 for 2, 152 have come in 4. So the captain's had no control, basically, but now he turns to Ralphie Albert. This will be interesting. This will
be very interesting. I'll be fascinated to see this very talented young spin bowler.
Well, he's got one right-hander to bowl at in Sam Hayne. Hayne's in now, 32 off 40. Mousley's played very nice for his 42 off 64 deliveries. Field will be a slip, a deepish backward point sweeper on the cover rope. Short extra mid off, deepish mid on, mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and a man just around the corner at 45 on the leg side. And first ball from Ralphie Albert's a full toss, and it's just tucked away by Sam Hayne into the leg side. He moves on to 33 with that single.
Reminiscent of Rob Yates, his first delivery yesterday, but didn't quite get the same treatment.
No, and that was the Rob Yates one, and I hope he'll forgive me for saying this, was very loopy,
it was,
wasn't it? And it was deposited.
It was.
I think it's fair to say. Ralphie Albert comes left arm around the wicket to Mousley. He's whipping him. down the ground, will get a single down there towards long on. So that will be something Surrey will be looking at, and because of that, Warwickshire at the moment ticking along very nicely at 4.22 and over. So a boundary and over as Sam Hain has a little look at the field, and then around the wicket goes Ralphie Albert, and forward goes Hain. Plays this one back up the pitch. Made his championship debut, Ralphie Albert, in the final game of the summer against Hampshire. Impressed everybody. And had a very good under-19 World Cup for England as well. England getting to the final. As forward goes Hain, until they were done by young Mr. Suravanshi with 175 off not very many balls. And they stuck to their task. And at one point, actually, I thought England might win it. Huge chase for them. As quicker from Ralphie Albert. And forward goes Hain.
It's a good first over, Churchy, this is, isn't it? Right on the button.
Yep, the utility bowl, as this is now known, Washington Sundar couldn't get him away. And he's a good player of spin. As he's in here, Albert, that's quicker. And it's just chopped away off the back foot by Sam Hain, out towards Jamie Smith, out there on his own. So a tidy first over from Ralphie Albert, 3 off it, 215 for 2. But Mr. Halford, this looks a good pitch now to battle.
It does, yeah. It's a very good toss to win, wasn't it?
Yep.
And the weather as well. After that first session, almost since then, it's been, the cloud cover has lifted, hasn't it? So
I said to Dermot Reeve, I think though what you will find by day 4 is there may be the odd one that just keeps a bit low on you.
Fisher from the pavilion end. Hain leans on this into the leg side, and Mousley is interested in a single, but there isn't one there. Yes, indeed, there could be a little bit of indifferent bounce. The pitches have, in recent years, tended to stay pretty good. In fact, if anything, they've got better. So that will be encouraging to Surrey, because if the pitch doesn't break up and deteriorate, then that will improve their chances of batting themselves out of trouble. Fisher is in again, outside off stump, chopped away for 4 by Sam Hain. That's beautiful timing. The guy at backward point there only had about 7 or 8 yards to move to his right, but the ball was over the boundary rope in an instant.
That's a delicious looking cricket shot from Sam Hain. A little bit of width, not too much, but he's just stayed on that back foot and then just guided it. All timing that from Sam Hain. Beautiful cricket shot.
Yet another boundary. Hain has 38 from 47 balls. Fisher is in again on middle stump, where not enough balls have been from the Surrey attack. But Hain just angles this one to mid wicket, no run.
I do love watching Sam Hain bat. Do you know who? I always put him in the same as James Hildreth, sort of the way they get their runs.
Yeah.
Because Hildreth was a fabulous player.
He was, wasn't he? And arguably, like Hain, overlooked by the England selectors. When you think why. Here comes Fisher again, just still leg side again, and flicked away by Hain. He turns quickly for the second, and if that had been a direct hit, he'd have been out, Mousley, but it wasn't, so he survived. But Dan Mousley is looking rather ruefully at Sam Hain there, because that was a very tight second run.
Yeah, Jamie Smith with the throw. I think you're right, direct hit. I think that would have been gone.
It would, and Mousley, I think, is just stretched his hands out to Sam Hain to say, do we need to take risks like that? We're in a really strong position here.
The other thing with that was Fisher was behind the stumps, saw the throw and decided not to take the ball because he thought it was going to be a direct hit.
It must have been very close. Fisher in again, and Hain solidly forward.
I think what we're seeing is there is no margin for error on this now.
Yeah.
So Surrey, 39 boundaries today for Warwickshire. And that sort of tells the tale as much as anything.
Yeah. It's a good batting track, and Warwickshire are in a very strong position, but they're going to have to bowl well still to win this game, aren't they? Because obviously we all know what Surrey's batting lineup is capable of. Hayne defends. This one from Fisher, who has none for 56 from 13 overs. Hayne has 40, moving very fluently along from 51 balls. Mousley 43. Warwickshire just 107 behind now, 221 for 2.
I think the first thing from a Warwickshire perspective is you want 500 here if you're Warwickshire. You want 500, you want, well, past that if you can. If you get up with a lead of 200, then you're in a mighty fine position if you're Warwickshire. As Ralphie Albert from the city end, left arm around the wicket. It's nicely bowled because he could see Mousley there was premeditating a sweep, I think. So he just pushed it a bit wider outside the off stump, and in the end Mousley almost lost his balance letting that go. Around the wicket he comes once again. Mousley's onto the back foot, turning this off the stumps out towards deep mid-wicket. Take the single. There's Jamie Smith again. But yeah, I think if you're Warwickshire, you're almost saying to yourselves now, look, we're in good position. What we mustn't do is let Surrey back into this. So we've just got to go past Surrey and keep going.
Absolutely, and if that direct hit had run Mousley out, he would have been furious, wouldn't he? Because
absolutely. As forward goes Hayne. Almost as furious as poor old Alex Davis, who I thought someone might have to go and carry him off, actually, because he stayed down on what he just could not believe he picked Ollie Pope out.
Yeah.
As around the wicket again goes Albert, nicely bowled again. Forward goes Hayne. He's this down into the leg side, and strolling up is Sean Abbott to do the fielding. Sun's out again now, Brian. Positively tropical this now here in Birmingham. As in around the wicket once again comes Albert. Forward goes Hayne. I must admit, I did last night take my book and had a quiet pint reading my book last night. Lively in Birmingham last night. Blimey. As in around the wicket once again goes Albert. It's quicker. And this one's pushed back up the pitch. There's no run. Tidy over again. Just a single off it from Ralphie
It was all
Albert.
very quiet until you arrived.
Yeah, well, I was tearing it up reading my Matt Haig novel over a quiet pint. But yeah, well, and then I of course remembered it's bank holiday, isn't it?
Yeah.
So everybody will be out tonight as well because they haven't got to go to work tomorrow, and they'll probably be out tomorrow night because they haven't got to go out to work on Monday because it's a sort of 4-day weekend, isn't it? Brian, thank you. Mr. Halford is heading off. An absolute joy as always, and it's going to be Dermot Reeve to come back in and join me with Warwickshire. Well, it's all the twos. 222 for 2 as Fisher is into Mousley, and that will become 226 for 2 as Mousley clips this ball off his hip, away through the leg side and over the boundary rope and away for 4. Welcome back, Dermot Reeve, and Warwickshire moving along very nicely.
Yes, very nicely, and they just got off Richie's favourite number there. 2 for 2.
Yeah. All the twos on the scoreboard.
A lovely shot though, clips off his pads.
They're going at 4.25 and over. So it's a boundary and over at the moment. As Fisher is over the wicket and forward goes Mousley. On 48 now is Mousley. And Sam Haynes on 40. So it's a very solid day so far for the hosts.
I mean, it could be the ball's just got a little softer, or the fact that Fisher's in his 13th over, but he looks a little bit, or it could be just an aesthetic thing that we're looking from the other end, but he hasn't looked quite as sharp, not quite bounding in this spell.
Runs away from us once more, does Fisher. He's in, and Mousley's forward to a good length ball. And that'll roll out towards Dominic Sibley. in there at short extra cover. Yeah, I was just saying that we've now had 40 boundaries. So 160 of the Warwickshire 226 have been in boundaries. So that's something that Surrey will look at. But as I say, there doesn't seem to be any margin for error now on this pitch. Sun's out now as well. Warwickshire have to make and take full advantage of this now. As Fisher's in again, Mousley's letting that one go outside his off stump to get to that 3-8 and then go way past. Sorry.
Well, that was another example of, if you like, how sluggish the pitch. It's probably the wrong word for it, but you know that hasn't carried through to Ben folks. So it's always nice for a fast bowler to know that. Well, I can, yeah, and I'm going to bounce you out. I'm going to bounce you, once every couple of overs. But it's a non-entity on this pitch.
Yeah, you're not going to on this, as this one's left alone by Mousley outside his off stump, and you can just see the pitch has changed colour completely now. Yesterday morning, that green tinge to it. Now that's gone, and it's a brown-looking surface from up here. It's a nice pitch to bat on this, exactly as Ethan Bamber said it would be to Mike Taylor last night in his interview. So Mr. Bamber's got this one absolutely spot on. As Fisher over the wicket he comes, and this is turned into the leg side by Mousley, and he won't get a run because Sean Abbott comes round to his left. End of the over, and we have got 10 overs till tea on this second day. 226 for 2 Warwickshire, so trail now by 102, and Ralphie Albert will continue with his left arm spin from the city end. Started very tidily. There's Ralphie Albert. 74 this partnership now worth for the 3rd wicket.
Albert's left arm around the wicket to Samhain. Bowls now, and Samhain drives it through the offside, and it's a comfortable single. Throw comes into Ben Folks, and it's a real contrast in these two batsmen though, and I know I mentioned it before, but you know, Mousley being a right hander who bats left, you know, when he defends you can see that it's all top hand as he's on strike, and once again, high front elbow, and he just blocks it back. Very much a top hand dominant player, just uses the bottom hand to guide the ball. And he's on strike again, and this time he cuts well out to the boundary for a single to deep cover. Albert just dropping the ball a little bit short, but because it's a slow pitch, gives the batsman plenty of time to decide, oh, I'll just go on the back foot and pick my gap. Samhain on 41, drives to mid-off for no run. For me, it's just really about the batsman's patience. They just need to score safe runs, and if we only go at 3 and over now, well, so be it. Let's just not get out. Don't do anything foolish. And Samhain lets that one go. Might have turned a little from
nicely bowled
from Albert.
Ralphie Albert.
He's into that bowl. The last delivery of his 3rd over. He's only gone for 6th, and Hayne drives this beautifully, but well fielded, diving at extra cover, but can only parry it to mid-off, and they get through for a single. But a nice over from Albert. Nothing too loose. And Warwickshire move on to 229 for 2. And Fisher is going to continue.
Well, what he's doing, Ralphie Albert, is he is giving Rory Burns a little bit of control from that city end now, which is what the captain wants. But if Warwickshire from here went at 3.5, 4 and over till stumps tonight, That would be another 164 on top. So they'd have gone past Surrey and they go to stumps tonight with a lead of 65. They'd be quite happy with that. With still half the game to go. From a Surrey point of view, at the moment it's just trying to keep this rate down or get this run rate down. Yes, wickets are important, but they'll be looking to stop Warwickshire going along at 4 and over. So it's interesting this. They've got sweepers on the cover rope and one on the deep backward square rope, and Fisher continuing. Over the wicket he comes to Sam Hain. From this the pavilion end, and Haynes forward. Just checking where his front foot is landing there as he's playing. That is Sam Hain.
Yeah, he felt he might have just got a bit too far across and had to pull it out of the way slightly to get his back to the ball.
Just wants his deep backward square a little finer. It's not a fine leg, that. As Fisher turns again down below us. Comes in over the wicket, and this is pushed by Hain off the back foot, straight back up the pitch. And Fisher gets a hand to it. And Ralphie, apologies, Sean Abbott does the rest of the work. Looks like James Taylor may be getting himself warmed up down there below us.
And the wind's just picked up.
It certainly has. Again, you can see the sheet that's being used as a side screen down there at the city end. You can see it rippling away there in the distance. As over the wicket comes Fisher, and that's left alone by Sam Hain. It reminds me of when you see sort of in other parts of the world, sometimes in this country, but other parts of the world where there's heavy snowfall, and you see the drifts of snow. That's what that sheet looks a bit like down there. Put it this way, I wouldn't want to try and stick that sheet down now. I think you'd go with it over the top of the stand. Good day for sailing, if you like it, sailing. And kite flying, as well, as I was mentioning earlier. As over the wicket once again goes Fisher, and that's clipped away by Hain. Likes it there to Sam Hain. It's off the stumps, but it's just on the length, really. And just rolls his wrists on this. And picks up another couple of runs as Jamie Smith comes around to do the fielding. Just that one slightly dodgy moment with Mousley coming back for the second, and the throw from Jamie Smith. And I think direct hit would have been out.
That was a poor run. In the context of where, you just don't need to take any of those risks.
Waits again over his bat, does Hain. Fisher's in, and Hain's turning this one into the leg side as well, wristily. Gets up on his toes and then just helps it down into the leg side, and that'll bring Mousley on to strike on 49. So Yates went past 50, he made 70, and Davis made 54. Now Mousley's on 49, Hain on 45, so solid from the top foot, going past the outside edge.
Hain on strike to Albert, and he defends it back to the bowler. He has a slightly odd takeaway with his bat. From watching up here, you feel like, he's going to go for a sweep shot, but then he brings it round and shows the full face and defends it back straight. This time he forces it to backward point but doesn't get a run.
Well, he did play a handful of one-day internationals for England, of course, Sam Hain, didn't he? Was it just the 2, was it? Should have been more than that. Just the 2? I thought it was more than that for Sam Hain.
Faces Albert left arm round, and he just defends this one back to, just wide of the bowler, so extra cover comes in to pick it up. Bowled a bit slower then, and perhaps a little bit of turn, just a little bit being offered here to Albert, who's around the wicket. And this one is worked by Sam Hain, just sensible, smart batting, and the man out on the offside sweeping up. There's a gap square on the offside and square on the leg side, so as a batsman, all I've got to do is just defend it with half a bat. And it'll roll out squaring and I'll get a single. Which brings Mousley on strike, who has hit it to long on for a single to bring up a very fine 50 off 77 balls. And a nice, generous amount of applause going round Edgbaston for Dan Mousley. 9 fours. He looks very calm and in good nick at the crease. Sam Hain is on 46, and he'll remain on 46 as he defends the last ball of the over. Big front foot block.
He certainly got a foot to the pitch of that, didn't he?
Yeah, he got a long way down.
Yes.
And
No, it's been a nice innings this from Mousley so far. Very organised. Talented boy, this one. You always sort of, when they started, Bethel and Mousley were sort of always talked about in the same bracket, weren't they? But he's very talented of his own right, is Dan Mousley. Of course, Jacob Bethel now, very much a mainstay of all forms of the game for England. Magnificent 100, of course, in the Ashes series, and then, wow, that 100 in the T20 as well. Brilliant innings that was in the T20 World Cup. Now here's Dan Lawrence into the attack, so we're going to have spin from either end, I think, for the time being. So Dan Lawrence, who took the first wicket of the day, that of Alex Davies, is going to bowl again from the pavilion end, and he'll be coming around the wicket to the left-handed Mousley. And his first ball in this new spell is just pushed away by Mousley off the back foot. Out there towards Jamie Smith, sweeping on the cover boundary rope. Sun's gone behind the clouds for the time being. That gentleman who always sits at the back of the Hollies stand, in his normal seat again today, away from everybody else. He's miles away from the cricket as well, actually. Mike was saying yesterday, he's in another postcode over there, isn't he, watching? Must have terrific eyesight, mustn't he? Well, either that or a telescope. As waiting is Sam Hain. Over the wicket goes Dan Lawrence to Hain, and Hain's up on his toes and just pushes this one down the ground. And we'll take a single there to James Taylor. One more to Hain, he's on to 47. 236 for 2. Of course, the other thing to mention is Warwickshire 14 runs away from a first batting point. Around the wicket once again goes Lawrence. That's short, that's cut by Mousley, and Jamie Smith will come round to do the fielding. Another single. So first 3 balls of this over, all singles.
The first 2 weren't nothing wrong with them really, just good batting, but that last one was dropped short.
Hain back on to strike as Lawrence is in. Gives this one a little more air. Turned into the leg side. Ollie Pope does the fielding, and then, that's very kind of him. Flicks it between his legs to Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, good fielding. Saved a run. Put the dive in. Sam Hain was looking to get it to long on.
As Lawrence is in, and this is punched down the ground by Sam Hain. Get another single. Long single that for Sam Hain. One more to the total, one more to him.
Well, with the fielder back, that really ends up giving the game plan to the batsman. He goes, right, if it's really full, I'm just going to drive it up to long on for 1. If it's a little bit short, I'll work it square leg for 1.
The left-hander's come on to strike now in Dan Mousley. Deepish backward point for him. Lawrence will go around the wicket to him. Mousley forward, that was nicely bowled. Pushed back up the pitch by Mousley. End of the Lawrence over. 6 until tea. 238 for 2. Hain 48, Mousley 52. Partnership's worth 86. This is nice to see, actually, on the second day of the season. Left arm spin from one end and off spin from the other. The other thing it means we'll get to tea a bit quicker.
Yeah.
That's the other great thing about having two spinners going from either end.
Improves the over
It
rate.
certainly does. It gets you through the day.
So it's Albert continuing. There's no one back. Straight. Sam Hain cuts it out to deep cover for a single. And now with the left-hander Mousley coming on strike. Mid-on does go all the way back to the long on. So Albert's bowling with just a mid-wicket, saving one, and then there's 3 on the leg side boundary. He's in and premeditated paddle, but he'll only get a single. But played it well, watched it closely, didn't try and hit it too hard. And Mousley moves to 53. But it's Sam Hain now who's nearing the 4th half century of the innings for Warwickshire, as he's on 49 and he's on 50 now after he takes it. An easy single, square on the offside. 6 fours in Sam Hain's 50. It's come off 74 balls. I must say he's made it look, it's been a really good innings. He's made it look so easy, a bit like he's just having a net.
Yes. He's a very fine player.
So it's Mousley on strike. That's short, so he pulls it, but picks the fielder out at mid-wicket.
Of course, you want one of these two to go on and make a big 100, but actually, you look at the top 4, they've all gone past 50 now in the opening innings of the summer.
Oh, that could be out. No, says Sivo Shaughnessy. Maybe pitched outside leg on that angle, but a not good execution of a premeditated paddle by Mousley, getting his front pad too far across, and the ball hit him on his back foot, I think.
Yeah, I can see why they went up.
Albert in again. This time Mousley uses a straight bat, whacks it up to long on for a single. That ends the over. Good over from Albert. Might have been a bit unlucky there.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We're obviously sat at the opposite end to Ralphie Albert, so we're only seeing sort of Mousley down on one knee sweeping. But it was a concerted appeal. It really was, and I can see why they went up.
The fuller it gets, then the less chance of it pitching outside leg. If he had played it off a length ball and got hit on the pad, you'd thought, well, it's with the angle. But because it was so full, it seemed to hit him on the back foot, or just short of the back foot.
Well, it's Dan Lawrence from the pavilion end, coming around the wicket, and Mousley will get a single as he just nudges this one into the leg side. One more to the total. So yes, I was saying that Ralphie Albert played in the under-19 World Cup. England got to the final against India.
I saw it.
Have you seen you've seen Mr.
Yeah.
Young, Mr. Suravanshi.
He just tries to hit everything for 6 in the IPL. Heck of a young batsman.
Yeah, he really is. Actually, I thought England got their plans right to him, because for the sort of first 20 balls he went along quite quietly. Then he went absolutely burlesque, as this one's left alone by Hain outside his off stump. But yes, he's a talent. He's already got a 50 in the IPL this edition. Won't be long until he's playing for India, will he? What is he now?
15, is he?
15, yeah, he was 14 and approaching 15 in the final. Yes. As in over the wicket comes Ralphie Albert, tucks this one into the leg side, does Sam Hain. Hit his first ball in IPL for 6, and then the next game got 100 at 14.
Yeah, I saw that as well.
That's quite impressive, isn't it? You've got to give the young lad credit for that. As Yates again does Hain. Over the wicket comes Lawrence, and driving is Hain out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Mousley scampers the single. Took a while to get going there again, did Mousley. But it's the end of the over. 2:44 for 2. What was Sachin? Oh no, apologies.
No.
Still a ball, 2 balls
Two
to go.
balls to
I'm
go.
way ahead of time. Sachin was 16, wasn't he, when he made his Test debut? Settling over his bat once more is Mousley. 55. Field doesn't change for the left-hander. No great changes in the field for Dan Lawrence at the moment. Trailing by 84 now. Warwickshire as Lawrence is in, and Mousley looks to help this into the leg side. Just hits his thigh guard. Potter's down towards short fine, and there's no run. Yeah, Sachin was 16 when he made his Test debut. Oh dear. But yes, young Suravanchi, he's got a bit of talent. As this is clipped nicely by Mousley. Out towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll pick up another single.
I had a season coaching Maharashtra in India, and we had this batsman who had the same pads as Sachin, but he had completely modelled his batting
on Sachin.
On Sachin.
Yeah,
if you were watching, you'd have thought, "Oh, is that Sachin?"
Yeah.
And we picked him. He opened the batting. And he got 100 in each innings on debut.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But he just batted. It was like watching someone going, I'm just imitating.
Just to imitate Sachin Tendulkar. It's a good way to go about it.
Mousley has whacked this out to deep, long on for a 1. It was a full toss from Albert. His first poor delivery, really.
He felt he's missed out a touch there, Mousley.
It can be a very dangerous ball, the old surprising full toss, because what batsmen feel is, I have to hit it. It's a bad ball. Sam Hain on strike. And again, he just looks for that gap on the offside, but doesn't find it on this occasion.
I tell you who does brilliant impressions of batters of yesteryear, Michael Carberry.
Oh.
Carbs does fantastic impressions.
Albert's in again, left arm round, and Hain works it on the leg side, but doesn't get a single. Big shadow no, which I think came from Mousley.
They've had their moments with the runner between.
Yeah, well, Sam Hain is, he's always keen and looking. In the words of Matthew Sinclair, who I coached, he captained Central Districts. He used to say, he looks like he's batting like a hot cat on a tin roof.
Very good.
Yeah. Albert is in again, and this one is successfully worked by Hain out to backward point to the boundary, and he comes back for 2, turned blind. But he's one of those batsmen that, on certain occasions, when there's a 50-50, he'll take it on.
Yeah.
It's his
the
like mentality. And if the other batsman's not aware, it can lead to the occasional run out. Last ball of the over, and again cut away. Backward point gets a hand on it, but can't prevent it reaching the boundary. So a single to finish the over. So Sam Hain will keep the strike. He's on 54 off 82. Mousley 57 off 88, and Warwickshire 1 run shy of their first batting point.
Yeah, and they're doing this very nicely. It was the placement of that penultimate delivery of the over from Sam Hain, though. Just wristily put it to the left of the backward point, which enabled him to come back for the 2. So.
Right, there's no one out straight now. Long on's come up.
He might get a tempter here. Sam Hain as Dan Lawrence is into him, and he's letting the first one go outside his off stump. So trailing now by just the 79, Warwickshire, as we approach tea on this second day. Sorry, just a reminder, 328 in their first innings. In a very, very strong position here, Warwickshire, as Lawrence is in and Hain's playing round his front pad. That rolls into Ollie Pope, who's dispense with his cap now, because I think a few of the players have had them blown off their heads. So they've decided now to not have the caps. In over the wicket once more comes Lawrence, quicker, clipped away by Hayne into the leg side. Sibley does the fielding. It's just got a bit gloomy again now. The sun had come out for a while, but now we've got the sort of darker clouds beginning to rumble in over Edgbaston.
And this is where the history of the game, people say, just play for tea. Don't take a risk, just stay in.
This one's tossed up, driven by Sam Hayne.
Because you need to think about the batsman who's waiting.
Yes. Well, we saw that with Mousley, didn't we? He had to come out just before lunch.
But if it's within 2 minutes of tea, they come off anyway. So I'm getting round to finishing the story. So I said when I was coach at Somerset, you know, if they bring all the field up, you know, why not? You know, use your feet or hit some boundaries.
Lawrence was about to come around the wicket, but I think he got blown off course again by the wind.
So Warwickshire played Somerset, and Marcus Trescothick, last over before lunch, Ashley Giles came on, thinking he'll just block, and he hit him for 5-4s, and then blocked the 6-1.
Well, you've got to be good to do that, as this one's turned into the leg side by Mousley.
I mean, there's no way Ashley Giles would have bowled to say Trescothick if he's in without protection out on the boundary, but he only had the deep backwards, so Marcus just on a good wicket thought, you can't have that field to me.
God, what a player he was, eh? There's around the wicket again goes Lawrence, and this is pushed off the back foot by Mousley, neatly and tidily into the offside, and Ollie Pope does the fielding, and there is no run. End of the over then, 250 for 2 overs till tea, and it means that Warwickshire trail now by just the 78.
So do we have to take tea with 32 remaining?
Yes, that's the way it works.
So you go past the 20 to 4.
Although I always think sometimes that actually,
I feel like it should be the batsman's choice, really.
yeah, there's that, and also it does at times seem like a movable feast, doesn't it? Sometimes it occurs when you're not expecting it.
There's the first ball from Albert. It's a good delivery and defended by Sam Hayne. Warwickshire 250 for 2, and it has got darker in the last 5 minutes. Albert's in, and Hayne is driving it back to the bowler. Another dot ball. He's kept things reasonably tight.
He has.
Ralphie Albert gone for 17 off 6 point. That should be 6.2 now, shouldn't it? Just bowled his second ball.
I don't think they've struck him for a boundary yet. No boundaries.
As Hayne defends this, but is sent back by Mousley with a loud no.
I was expecting that one to whistle through extra cover for 4 after we said that, but no, he's bowled very tightly here, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's gone at less than 3 and over. Left arm round from the city end. That's a full toss. And Sam Hayne goes, ooh, I'm just going to block it for a 1 to deep square. I'm not going to do anything silly and have my eyes light up. Try and hit it too hard and suddenly go straight up in the air.
You were talking about it, sort of the player you coached, that sort of modelled themselves on Sachin and looked exactly like Sachin when he batted. I had a friend who.
We'll have to look his name up.
Yeah.
I forgot. I coached him. I should remember.
Don't worry.
As Mousley plays this off the back foot up to long on, but well fielded by a mid-wicket who runs around and puts a dive in. I think that's Ollie Pope, is it?
It was indeed.
He's done that a couple of times now.
It's got very gloomy all of a sudden,
It
hasn't
looks like rain. As Albert's in over the wicket to Mousley, and there's a big appeal, but it's not out, says Steve O'Shaughnessy. Might have hit him just outside the line. A little bit of spin there.
He's done him though, hasn't he? That's a lovely piece of bowling, because Mousley was just going to go back and push this through the offside, and it suddenly just skipped onto him. That's a really nice bit of bowling. Hit him outside the line of the off stump, definitely, but it's a nice bit of bowling that. The umpires are getting together for a chat, because we're so near tea. The ground staff don't think there's any rain coming because there's no sign of them.
They're having tea.
Yeah, they're having their tea, yes.
Somewhere.
Anyway, I had a friend at school who, age 14, 15, was the most talented right-hander I've ever seen. Unbelievable player. His great hero was David Gower. So he then took 2 years learning to bat left-handed where he never scored a run. But then, by the time we were leaving school, he'd done the perfect impression. He even walked out to bat every game in the floppy hat and could do the old left-handed Gower bit. Magnificent. All that is, they're taking them off early. I think this is because of the light and there might be a threat of rain. So that will be tea. But that's been an excellent session again for Warwickshire. They will go into tea at 251 for 2 with Sam Hain 56, Dan Mousley 57. That 1 wicket to go. After lunch was Rob Yates, caught by Rory Burns off the bowling of Sean Abbott for 70. So good position for Warwickshire, 251 for 2. We'll take a break for 20 minutes and be back with you here on the BBC Sport website and app. But at tea on this second day, Warwickshire 251 for 2. They trail Surrey by 77.
Okay, I'm listening for you at Coventry. Oh, I've just lost Q, Coventry. I had it a moment until just now, but it's disappeared. Coventry studio, if you can hear me, you've just taken Q away, so I can't hear you at the moment. Hello? I can now. Your cue's just come back, yeah. No worries. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we're in the break, so it's okay. Okay. And at tea, they're very well placed. Warwickshire at 251 for 2. That's only 77 runs behind. 2 serene sessions of batting today have seen all 4 who've gone in so far reach half centuries. And there's been some style in the way that Sam Hain and Dan Mousley have done that this afternoon, both raising 50 in the last 20 minutes of this second session, and neither of them particularly troubled. Hayne in particular picking off boundaries through the offside and easing anything to the leg side of straight into space. For runs, Mousley has fired 9 boundaries in his half-century, and both of them look well positioned to go on and make a substantial score. Earlier, Rob Yates 70 and Alex Davis 58 got Warwickshire off to an ideal start with a century partnership, and at this pace they're still scoring at more than 4 and over without really forcing it. They're on target to move in front before the end of today. The only cloud, as it were, is the dark cloud that came over Edgbaston and took them off for tea 1 over early because of bad light, but no rain is forecast, so on the assumption they continue, Warwickshire would hope to be some way in front by tonight. They're 77 behind at tea at 251 for 2. Well, we wondered for a moment whether the players would indeed come out on time after tea, but with the floodlights starting to come on, I think all of those that are going to come on will come on before very much longer. Then they are going out, but you can get an impression from our vantage point as to how dark it's gone, because the illuminated sign that keeps changing at the top of the Wyatt stand, where it's got the sign up for the local bus company, because that's a red and white on a red background, and that is burning the retina at the moment. So it is pretty bright.
Well,
that's pretty bright. The conditions are quite dark.
All I would say is we've walked out there and the umpires have got straight together for a chat.
Yes.
So whether we're going to stay out there, I'll wait to see. Yep, we are. We're going to stay out there for the time being. I'm not sure how long we're going to be out there for, even with spin going from either end, because these days, of course, it doesn't matter whether it's a spinner or not. It's what the umpires deem from their light meters. Bad light. So 251 for 2 Warwickshire. Yeah. Mike, they're in a very, very good position here after tea.
They're looking good. If they get the full 33 overs in, they should be well in front at this pace. Dan Lawrence going to try and change the rhythm, bowling the 64th over from the pavilion end in his first off break. He's nudged into the leg side by Sam Hain. But I'm struck by the fact that Warwickshire have moved along at 4 and over basically all day without ever really looking as though they're trying to force it. They've just hit what's there. Lawrence bowls and Hain adjusts and pushes this up to mid-on.
I think 2 factors there. Pitch has got better.
Yep.
And Surrey haven't quite been at their best.
No.
With the ball on this opening salvo with the ball.
There's been quite a lot of leg side stuff. Lawrence is drawing Hain forward outside the off stump this time, and he's forward correctly in defence.
I'm wondering though whether Abbott's going to get a go after tea from the city end. He seems to be warming himself up down there at mid-on.
I thought he bombed the best spell of seam this afternoon.
Got the wicket of Yates, didn't he?
Generally exerted a bit of control, which the other seamers didn't do. Hain defends the next one respectfully as well.
Ralphie Albert, when he came into the attack, kept it tight. Didn't concede a boundary when you know, the boundaries were really flowing at that point.
Yes, been a very high boundary count. 56 to Hain. And Lawrence with his hop as he gets to the crease. Bowls to Hain, who pushes this no more into the extra cover gap and takes 1 run, which makes the partnership worth 100. Came together at 152 at the fall of Yates, and now it's 252. The Century partnership coming in 27 overs. Lawrence steps across to come round the wicket to the left-hander. With 2 to come in the first over after tea and 32 more overs available today after that. And this is leg side, and Mousley sweeps hard, and it's through the fieldsman at a deep backward square leg and away for 4 runs.
Yeah, well played by Mousley. That was a hard sweep. He was on the right line to play that, and he just went with the line of the ball and swept that very hard. And despite the best efforts of Matt Fisher to get round to that, beat him over the rope and away for 4. So yes, it is going to be Sean Abbott. I'm not sure Ralphie Albert had been told that, because Ralphie Albert had taken off his short sleeve sweater and his cap.
He was ready, wasn't
ready to go. But it's going to be Sean Abbott from the city end of the ground, and it's still very gloomy here.
Well, it may be they were having a look and seeing what the umpires will react if they do put Sean Abbott on.
That probably was the chat, actually. So Mousley's having a chat with Steve O'Shaughnessy, and the other thing is they're back out with the caps on, the umpires, due to high wind.
Yeah, it is windy.
Yep. As Sean Abbott then, from the city end of the ground, will come right arm over the wicket, and Hain is pushing out into the offside. And it's picked up by Dom Sibley. So the field now for Sean Abbott is a slip Rory Burns, then a very deep gully is Ollie Pope. Sweeper on the cover point rope is Jamie Smith. Actually, he's about 20-30 yards in from that cover point boundary rope. There's the extra cover. Well, cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, short straight mid wicket, and then the deep backward square and the ground staff are sat on the hover cover.
Yeah.
As in over the wicket comes Abbott, forward goes Hay, pushes this one away into the offside, and there's no run.
Well, I mean, that is the cricketing equivalent of cows sitting down in the field.
It is.
But it might also be because they've been evicted from their
Yes,
usual
it
homes,
could be.
so much looking for somewhere else to go.
But I think it's more the equivalent of the cows at the moment. Because, of course, when cows sit down...
Is that when it rains or when they stand up? I can't remember.
It's when they sit, I believe.
Okay.
Otherwise, you could sort of stand under a cow and not get wet.
Yes, I wouldn't recommend it.
No. In over the wicket once more comes Abbott, and this is cut away by Hay out towards Jamie Smith doing the fielding, and they will pick up a single. 257 for 2 now. Warwickshire trail by 71. Sounds as if some fireworks are going off on a bank holiday weekend.
Yeah, I do like fireworks in Birmingham at the moment. Don't usually worry about whether it's daylight or not.
Really, just send them up.
There you go. Yeah.
Wow, there you are.
Or indeed, what time of the night it is.
We sometimes had the old indoor fireworks when
Did
I
you?
was little. Yeah, those weren't that spectacular, I have to say. I wouldn't recommend those either.
No.
As waiting over his back is Dan Mousley. As around the wicket goes Abbott, short and pulled away by Mousley. Rolled the wrists on that. And Matt Fisher does the fielding. And they will pick up a single, 258 for 2.
And they got 2 back on the leg side boundary there. That's the long side with the left-hander on strike. But the wind is blowing quite strong in that direction.
And also, I think on this pitch,
Yeah.
to get anybody mishooking.
Yeah.
Did for Tom Laws yesterday, but of course it was slightly different yesterday. As in over the wicket goes Abbott to Hayne. Hayne covers up, gets across his stumps, pushes this one into the leg side. Tom Laws comes up to do the fielding, and there's no run. There is a patch of blue sky away to our left.
Yeah. It seems to be lightning. The floodlights are on, but I'm not sure.
I don't
We're
think there
gonna
was
need them much longer. Yeah.
meant to be rain today. I don't think. So I think we're meant to be. We're not expecting to see the sun very much, but I think we're meant to be pretty much dry till the end of this, which is good news. As Abbott, running towards us, comes in over the wicket to Hayne. Hayne covers up once again, plays this one down into the leg side. End of Abbott's first over after tea. Couple off it, 258 for 2 then. Warwickshire, Hayne on 58, Mousley on 62. Earlier today, Davis made 58 and Yates made 70. So, as I say, the top 4 have all gone past 50 in their first innings of the summer.
There's a bit of rain in the forecast for tonight, but overnight, and
I'll be reading my
nothing
book
during daylight hours, and then supposedly warming up by the middle of next week. 20 degrees by the middle of next week.
Lovely.
So, start of a new over. Lawrence full toss, walloped towards the leg side for 4 runs by Mousley, down on one knee.
Yep, that one didn't come out quite right from Dan Lawrence. I'm sure Mousley was slightly tempted there for a second to try and lump that straight into the building site, but actually he played it very safely all along the floor.
Yeah. Well, this is not the moment to try and give it away, is it? You are getting into the stiff wind there. But content with 4. 262 for 2. Mousley to 66. And now Lawrence bowls to... Oh, he squeezes that one through, maps off an inside edge into the pad. It trickled past the stumps.
Yeah, that almost went back onto his leg stump. Drove on top of the ball and just pushed it straight into the turf, and it spun away behind him.
Got away with that. Sets himself again, just to slip, the only close catcher. This is flicked in, I think it was a bump ball. It was very well stopped on the dive at mid-wicket.
The long arms of Sibley there, doing the fielding.
Good claim, that. 2-6-2 for 2. Lawrence almost hiding behind the umpire as far as the bowler's concerned, as the batter's concerned, as he sets in to bowl to Mousley, who turns this off leg stump again to Sibley. Fields, there's a backward square leg on the boundary and a mid-wicket on the boundary. And then Sibley's a bit straighter version of mid-wicket, and then a mid-on, mid-off extra cover, backward point, and a deep cover on the boundary on the offside. And Mousley drives another, what might have been a low full toss. Into the covers, no run.
Really tried to fizz that one in, I think, Dan Lawrence.
Doesn't take long. Sets in again, high stepping approach. Mousley's down early for a premeditated paddle sweep that he's going to get him 4. He scored quite a few runs down there now. He's 12th the boundary, takes him to 70. And Warwickshire to 266 for 2 at the end of the over, and picked off another 8 in that one, keeping the rate high.
Played that very well, did Mousley, because that was off the stumps. Premeditated, I think, on the angle again, coming around the wicket to him, but it was off the stumps. But he's just paddled it very fine, and that whistled off down to the boundary rope for 4. Good bit of batting that from Dan Mousley. He's on to 70. Very talented player, this young man.
Yes, but we've been waiting for the big substantial innings. Maybe it's today.
Abbott's in, and this is pushed by Hayne off the back foot into the covers. Abbott operates again from the city end. Ralphie Albert coming round to his left to do the fielding.
He did make, as Brian was saying earlier, he's made an first-class 100 for the Lions last year at Canterbury, but 94 he's best in the Championship.
Oh, he's got a huge opportunity here, isn't he? Waiting again is the right-handed Hayne. Forward goes Hayne. We'll get a single here. Just to the right of Ollie Pope. Well, of course, famously now, Jay Bethel, his maiden first-class 100 was in a test match. It's not a bad effort, that, is it? So, Mousley, fellow left-hander, retaking his guard. Umpire Middlebrook just strolls across to square leg. Ollie Pope is changing position. He's going down to backward point. They're bringing Fisher, who was at backward point, across to extra cover. So there is a big gap away through the leg side now. Nobody at square leg. He's going to come around the wicket here to Mousley. Is Abbott, and Mousley forward. Plays this very solidly. Straight back up the pitch to Sean Abbott. Boat race today. Been and gone. I can't remember who won. It was either Oxford or Cambridge in both of the boat races.
I trust you bet each way.
I used to do commentary on the boat race, Mike.
Did you?
So, oh yes, from a pub on the Bend.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. With Nigel Barden, BBC Radio London's rugby and food and wine expert. As in around the wicket goes Sean Abbott. Forward goes the left-handed Mousley. Now Radio 2 in the afternoon, I believe. Food and wine expert as well. But the great thing with Mr. Barden was we would arrive at the pub at around about 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
At which point he would start using his food and wine expertise to taste what was in the pub. So by the time they came to us for commentary, there's one famous occasion where he was looking the wrong way.
Excellent.
As the boats went past him. As around the wicket once again comes Abbott. Shot from Mousley. That's lovely placement. Again, it's just on the angle. And he's just worked that between the short mid-wicket and the mid-on.
All timing.
Yep, lovely shot. He's on to 74 here. 271 for 2. Two-boat race, of course. That one, two-boat race. And it is amazing, though. You sort of... I used to go and interview the crews pre-race.
Yes.
And you know, the effort they put into that.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's a proper thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're all huge, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. As this one's pushed away by Mousley into the offside. Apart from the cocks, of course.
Yes.
One more to the total. And that was the good thing. 272 for 2. It was pretty easy to spot who the Cox was. So if you wanted an interview with the Cox, then you were. Yes, absolutely. Yes. End of the over, 272 for 2. And Warwickshire trailing by 56.
Biggest person I've ever interviewed in terms of physical size was Matthew Pinson. So Matthew Pinson,
big,
enormous man. He was leaning on a filing cabinet at the time, and I just couldn't get quite out of my head that this is the most enormous man. I feel, you know, I'm not a small man.
No, you're not.
But I felt it there. I was covering the British Indoor Rowing Championship.
Ah, yes, excellent.
Which sounds like it's missing one vital ingredient.
But no, it's still exciting.
Yes.
Yes.
It was an interesting day. Lawrence is going to bowl the next over from the pavilion end. 13 overs from the new ball, incidentally. His first ball is dropped a bit short. Mousley cuts hard, and it's not quite going to beat deep extra cover on the angle, but there will be plenty of time to take 2 runs. Mousley's to 77.
Just to explain that to anybody, there isn't like an indoor river anywhere. Well, they do it on the old ergos, don't they?
Yes, I mean, I went with an open mind.
Yeah. Well, in this day and age, anything could be happening.
It was in the NIA where they do put on some shows in the centre of Birmingham. But there'd be about sort of 200 of them going at once.
Oh, yes, on the
quite a
ergos.
noise.
Oh, yes.
And then you watch this sort of big screen, and it tells you who's winning. And then suddenly, as soon as the first person gets to the end, it says they're the winner, and that's it. So, yeah.
Great day out.
Yeah, it doesn't really lend itself to radio commentary. Mostly defends on the offside. And I'm the biggest believer in radio. I think you can make almost anything exciting on the radio. But this did test my faith in that.
Yes.
However, I did also interview the winner of the over 90 class.
Unbelievable.
He certainly was. Now, he wasn't as big as Matthew Pinson.
No.
Round the wicket comes Lawrence, and Mousley turns away into the leg side for 1 run, 275 for 2. He's a little fella from Leeds. He's absolutely tiny.
Yeah, but
evidently
strong.
Well, in relation to his body weight, which must have been about
and his
4
age,
stone.
I would have thought as
well.
Yes.
Evidently, so. Yeah, and the other person who was in it, it's about 20 years ago, but Andy Ripley, the former rugby player.
Yeah, no, he was big rower.
Big guy, yeah. So here's Lawrence bowls on the leg stump, and it's turned away into the leg side for no run by Hayne. And I think he broke an age, it was like the over 60s record or over 55, I forget, something. And it's to row whatever the standard distance is, 2,000 metres. So anyway, yes, it was an unusual day.
Yeah. Quiet day on the Celtic front.
Yeah. Wasn't quite there with 200 ergo got things going. Hayne pushes away on the leg side.
No, those are tough, actually. Yeah. If you've ever done a rowing machine.
I have. I used to do it a bit. Yeah.
That is hard graft.
Yeah. I used to do it a bit.
It's good for me, though, because I'm not great at swimming, so I feel perfectly safe there.
Yes, don't fall off. Here's Lawrence bowling outside the off stump to Hayne, who pushes his way through the covers and takes 1 run. It's the end of the over, 276 for 2. Wind news. Peter emails me regarding the Birmingham tornado.
Ah, yes.
Says, I remember it well, says Peter. Says me and him. He says, I was working at Saltley Business Park, which is just at the northern side of the city centre from me, so not all that far. Part of the wall over the railway lines at Saltley Bridge came down.
Oh, that's not good.
Roof panels on the warehouses were ripped off and a tree in our car park was uprooted, just missing Peter's car.
Well, that is not good at all,
no. So, no, it was a thing, the Birmingham tornado.
The Birmingham tornado?
Yeah, just before I got married. The two things
was it?
No,
were they connected?
Not connected. No, not as far as I know.
Well,
anyway. I mean, I've thought whether that would be a good moniker for Mrs. Taylor, Birmingham tornado, but it's a thought I generally keep to myself.
You don't now. So it's Ralphie Alberts coming back into the attack to replace Sean Abbott. 276 for 2. As around the wicket goes Albert, and this is driven by Hayne. It's a lovely shot from Hayne. It beats the dive of the short extra cover. And that is the first boundary off Ralphie Albert. But it's a lovely shot from Sam Hain. He's on to 64, greeted by more fireworks. That shot.
He's scoring lots of runs without hitting the ball, if you know what I mean. He's just,
that's him.
Yes. Just leaning on it.
He's a lovely player, Sam Hain. He really is. Just seems to touch it.
Yeah.
And it goes off to the boundary rope. Ralphie Albert in once more around the wicket to Hain. Flatter delivery, just pushed away by Hain as the sun comes out. And Sibley comes around to do the fielding. Do you remember Brian Jacks on Superstars when he used to squat thrust?
Yeah.
Oh, he was like the world champion of squat thrusting, wasn't he?
He was far more famous for that than he was for judo.
Judoing, yeah, he was. I remember when Kevin Keegan came off his bike.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's a picture of that on the wall in our studios.
Is there? Oh, that was horrible, wasn't it? Over the wicket goes Albert to Mousley, and Mousley will work him straight down the ground. And they'll stroll another single.
Did you go into our office at the mailbox in Birmingham? There is a sort of frieze on the wall that went decorated, put pictures on of famous BBC people. Not BBC local radio people, some people like Eric Morecambe and whatever.
Right.
One of the pictures.
As around the wicket goes Ralphie Albert, and this is dug out by Hain. He was, I think, shaping up there to possibly have a bit of a sweep, and then all of a sudden he realised it was going to be on his toes.
Yes.
And he dropped the bat on it. Did Sam Hain, as Ralphie Albert comes in once again, and this is cut away by the right-handed Hain, and there's no run. Was that bike race in Birmingham then?
It wasn't. No, it was somewhere down the south. But no, it's not necessarily connected with Birmingham. Just famous BBC faces.
Surely
one of the pictures of Kevin Keegan just as he tips into the corner before he went base over apex.
As forward goes Hain. Plays this one away into the offside. End of the over, 282 for 2. Was Keegan a famous face of the BBC?
He was when he fell off his bike.
I see what you mean.
One of the most watched TV events of the 70s.
Yes, I see what you mean. Yeah.
But if you're younger than 40,
you won't know
what we're talking about.
No.
But you should look it up on YouTube. David Vine and Rob Pickering, and one of the best TV theme tunes there ever was.
It's horrible to watch, though, isn't it? Because it was sort of on a gravel cycle track.
Oh yeah, don't recommend it. Yeah, fast forward through that bit. But Brian Jackson, he squat thrust.
Oh, you must watch Jackson, his squat
that's
thrusting.
well worth watching. Anyway, Lee emails from Philadelphia.
Oh, lovely.
Says, my wife smiled ruefully at the story of the fellow who chose cricket over his wife's company on their anniversary. I wouldn't survive such a decision, says Lee, who would like it to be known that he wouldn't dream of such a thing.
No.
It says here, forward comes Lawrence starting a new over, and Mousley's defending back up the pitch. But Lee says his wife is a good enough sport to come to cricket on his birthday, bless her.
Oh, so that's very good.
Greetings from the cradle of USA cricket from a Surrey and Aston Villa fan. From Los Angeles. It's complicated, sounds it. Yeah. Mousley bowls on the leg stump, and he takes a ball from Lawrence off the leg stump and scores his 80th run out to square leg. 283 for 2.
Well, you are an Aston Villa and Surrey fan.
Yeah, foot in both camps.
Yes, very much so. Yes, I was surprised by that story, I have to say. Brave. Well, very brave.
Well said. Now, Lawrence is going to come back over the wicket to the right-hander. And just swings his arms at the end of his run and waits for a moment until Hain is ready, then scuttles this one through a bit, and Hain has to defend it away into the leg side.
I do fear at times, with all the moving parts of Dan Lawrence, that in a strong breeze he could take off.
Yeah.
Because it does almost look like his arms are flapping at times.
I always thought of spin bowling as a relatively relaxing art, but it doesn't look it the way Dan Lawrence bowls, and he is there indeed, blown off course.
He almost took off.
So he aborts that and starts again. Gets ready to start again. .283 for 2. Floodlights are still on, although it is brighter just lately. Now that's a ball of full length. Hain hits it hard to mid-on, and they abort the initial decision to go for a run. And they were right to do that.
That's been the only part of this partnership. There have been moments with the running between the wickets. Mousley could have been run out before tee with a direct hit.
2-8-3 for 2. And Lawrence hangs another off break on the breeze, but Hayne is driving it wide of mid-off, and they take 1.
Reece Topley is out there doing some 12-man duties at the moment, down below us in his long sleeve sweater.
How close is he to getting in the championship side?
Yeah, I think he's definitely an option, isn't he, with the left arm.
Round the wicket comes Lawrence, and Mousley is pushing this firmly to mid-on.
I know he wants to. He was on there for Sean Abbott. He's making his way off now. Is Reece Topley. And it will be Ralphie Albert continuing. So there's a new ball due in 10 overs time for Surrey. Whether that will do anything, we'll have to wait to see. But be a nice, shiny, hard new ball. So trailing by the 44 now are Warwickshire. Haynes 66, Mousley 80. Ralphie Albert to continue as he bounces in left arm around the wicket to Hayne, and Haynes turning this one into the leg side, and that potters in there towards short mid wicket. Sean Abbott does the fielding. Comes in once again, does Albert. Quicker, pushed away by Hayne off the back foot. Out there towards the sweeper on the cover rope, which is Jamie Smith. They'll stroll the single.
He's shown a bit more control than the other spinners we've seen in the game so far. You saw a little bit of Rob Yates yesterday.
Come over the wicket, left arm over from Ralphie Albert. That one was just pushed down wide outside the off stump, and Mousley drove it along the floor. But Sean Abbott does the fielding in there at extra cover. So Mousley's on 80 here. 112 deliveries. Albert's into him. He's reverse sweeping. He's played it very well. Picked it up on the full and reverse sweeps it away for 4. Nicely played by Mousley. That will move him on to 84. Trailing now by just the 39 of Warwickshire.
On course for a lead, a big lead if they play their cards right. To bat into tomorrow. We're still 2 days to go.
Well, you're looking to bat till mid-afternoon tomorrow, aren't you? And have over 500 on the board.
It's got to be the target now.
Ralphie Albert's in again. Quicker. Just tucked him up for room there. I think he was looking to work that leg side. Was Dan Mousley. Ended up just pushing it straight back up the pitch to Albert, who did the fielding off his own bowling. Last ball of the over. Ralphie Albert, his 9th, is in, and this is just pushed down the ground by Mousley to long on. They'll stroll the single. 1 more to the total, 1 more to Mousley. He'll keep the strike. He's moved on to 85, and Warwickshire move on to 290 for 2.
I'm going to do a local radio update in the next few moments, and then perhaps get Dermot back in for a bit with Warwickshire advancing on the Surrey score, 290 for 2. So that's going to come just now. Hello to you from Edgbaston, where the news is Warwickshire are making very good progress on the second afternoon of this game against Surrey. By common consent, the favourites to regain their title this season. But Warwickshire moving to 291 for 2. That's only 37 runs behind now. It's the second time already in this game that Warwickshire have taken command. And this time, it looks as though they really want to push on into a winning position. They've done it today with some very well-controlled batting batting that, without taking too many risks, has still been able to maintain a high scoring rate at more than 4 runs and over. Alex Davis and Rob Yates got them going with a century opening stand, and that's been continued by Dan Mousley and Sam Hain, who have both cruised past half centuries and not really been troubled. Neither of them has so far offered a chance. Mousley's had survived a couple of LBW shouts, but without any serious alarms, and has shown a great deal of control in moving to 86, potentially his first championship 100 in his career within his sights. Hain has glided the ball around with apparently minimum effort. He's 67, and Warwickshire well placed to take the lead tonight and make it a big lead tomorrow if they can. They're 291 for 2, with that's now just 37 runs behind, with probably a couple of hours play left today. So we've had a single in this over, squeezed away into the offside while I was doing that, bringing Mousley to 86 and Hain back on strike, and he's facing Lawrence now and hitting him just with any slight turn that there might be up to mid-on for no run. I have an email here. I'll read this and then Dermot can follow in because it concerns Dermot. He wants to mention that he recently, this is from Steve, I should say. Thank you, Steve, as Hain turns this into the leg side for 1. He wants to mention he recently inherited his late father's collection of Warwickshire yearbooks. And on the front of the 1995 yearbook is Dermot Reeve holding 2 of the 3 trophies won in '94. Steve says his mum and dad were members for many years, and his mum particularly liked Dermot. He always had time for the fans. She has recently passed big birthday, which I'm too much of a gentleman to read out how many it is, but it's slightly more than Dan Mousley's currently got. As he hits this up to mid-on, it's the end of the over. She can't get to Edgbaston these days, but she would like, if a hello from Dermot would make her day. So I'm going to stand aside and invite Dermot to do precisely that. So Norma, stand by if you're listening. And Dan Mousley, in the meantime, is 86. Sam Haney, 67. It's 292 for 2, and Dermot's coming in with you, Mark.
Thank you very much indeed. There, Mike Taylor. Dermot Reeve is back alongside, and he has one job to do, and one job only.
Hello, Norma.
Well, there you are.
Let's turn me on. Hello, Norma, and happy birthday.
Well, here's Ralphie Albert coming into Sam Hain and playing this one straight back up the pitch. That's very nice. There you are, Norma. Mr. Reeve with a hello to you. 292 for 2, Warwickshire. As in around the wicket goes Ralphie Albert, forward goes Hain. Not a huge amount still happening out there from a Surrey perspective, but they do have a new ball available in 7.4 overs time. But Hain and Mousley have just got to keep batting. Mousley, 86 not out as Ralphie Albert's into him, and Hain drives out into the offside. Should get 2 here because Jamie Smith's got a long way to go to his right hand side, and Hain will move very, very nicely and very elegantly on to 70. This partnership now worth 142. Very good runs, and Warwickshire manoeuvring themselves into a very strong position as this is cut by Hain. Lovely shot. Gets it to the right of Dom Sibley at backward point. That's going to go over the boundary rope and away for 4. Little bit of width on that from Ralphie Albert, but again Dermot Reeve beautifully put away by Sam Hain.
Yeah, super shot. Use of the wrists to bring in the power, but importantly, he just met the ball late and he picked his gap. So he's moved on to 74 now, and things are looking very ominous for Surrey at the moment.
And very rosy for Warwickshire as forward goes Hain to Ralphie Albert. Just pushes him straight back up the pitch. Albert bends down, picks up, and there is no run. Floodlights are still on, but it's definitely brightened up. Tea time it got very gloomy as Ralphie Albert is in, and that's a full toss. Well, Hain will feel he's missed out there because he just was trying to work that fine on the leg side, but actually worked it straight to James Taylor just around the corner at 45 degrees. So end of the over, 298 for 2. And Warwickshire trailing by just the 30 now.
I think that would put me off if I was batting. The electronic advertising board on top of the stand changes colour.
Yeah, it does. We've got
few
a
times
big
during the over.
green advertisement now, and then it will go red in a minute.
And it's nearly behind the bowler's arm. As Lawrence comes in, and Mousley's down the track, but he hasn't got hold of it. He's tried to hit it straight, but in the end he's got a thick inside edge, and with a short boundary it's still gone for 4. So intent by Mousley to hit that over the top. It's brought up the 150 partnership, of which Haynes made 74, Mousley's made 75, and Warwickshire have gone past 300.
They have, and they have a second batting point, and they are now trailing by just the 26.
And that footwork and shot has now pushed a field change. Mid-on has gone back, and the sweep is played by Mousley. It's a shot he likes, isn't it? The sweep and the reverse, and he's got himself another single.
He plays both very well.
Moved into the 90s. Now for Sam Hain, mid-on, who has come up. He's at mid-off because Hain's right-handed, but mid-on is also up, saving 1. But Hain decides to defend. And he hasn't hit over the top. He hasn't gone down and used his feet, and a lot of people would think that's, definitely in a batsman's armoury. Pick the fight, use your feet, hit over the top. But he hasn't needed to. He hasn't needed to take a slight risk. As Lawrence is in, and that's on the leg side, but Hain picks the fielder out. Ollie Pope at square leg, just behind square. 5 on the leg, 4 on the offside, one of them being a slip, who seems quite deep actually, as Lawrence is in, and defensive shot play by Sam Hain.
Yeah, Mousley will be a little nervous now, into the 90s.
Last ball of the over. Lawrence over the wicket to Sam Hain, and this one is just on a good line of length, and Sam Hain decides I'll just block it, or push it to mid-wicket for none. I'm not in any hurry. I'm going to score safe runs. At the moment, he's just looking for that one from Lawrence, which is slightly outside off, whether it's full or a bit short, and he can just open the face and work it for an easy single. But if Lawrence gets his line right, then he has that protection, because he's got mid-on up and a mid-wicket and a square leg and a 45. Hain's just happy to nudge it into the leg side for a dot and wait for the bad ball.
Well, Mousley's on strike here on 91 as Ralphie Albert comes around the wicket to Mousley. Oh no, he's pulling a ball off the top edge and he's going to get away with it. It lands probably 15 yards in front of Jamie Smith. God, if he'd looped that straight to Jamie Smith, he'd never have forgiven himself, but he gets a single. He's on to 92. 304 for 2. As Ralphie Albert comes left arm around the wicket to Sam Hain, who is forward. He'd have had his heart in his mouth there for a second, wouldn't
it's
he?
a real heart in your mouth moment.
Hasn't made a first class 100 yet for Warwickshire. Has for the Lions, of course, but as driving is Hain into the offside, and there is no run. As Mike was saying, his maiden first class 100 was for the England Lions, so he's 8 away from a first for Warwickshire. Good man at the other end though, and Sam Hain for him, as that's a full toss from Ralphie Albert. Drives this one up towards mid-off. He'll try and keep Mousley calm at the moment, because they don't need to do anything different. 152 the partnership, trail now by just 24 as Ralphie Albert is in, another full toss, and it's hit straight back to him from Sam Hain. You can almost see the look of disgust from here, from Sam Hain after that.
Yeah, it looks like he's just lost a little bit of touch in the last sort of 15 minutes.
Waits again as Albert's into him. Oh, it's another full toss, and he's clipped this one straight to James Taylor. So, well, he's had 3 consecutive full tosses there, Sam Hain. Hit the fielder every time, and even Ollie Pope's got a grin on his face after that. End of the over. New ball due in 5 overs time. So the spinners are getting us through to that new ball as well, but Mousley will be on strike on 92.
And will he be thinking, oh, it's just 2 hits. 2 hits away. I could get there quickly. Not let the nerves build up.
But he's also got that short leg side boundary as well.
And Lawrence is going round the wicket to him. Dan Mousley on 92. Oh, and nearly LBW there. He went back to a ball that ball just skidded through, but a little inside edge from Mousley saved him. You can see he looks a little bit more fidgety now, Mousley. He's sort of looking round the ground. Where are the gaps? Lawrence round the wicket. A reverse sweep, and he's hit it for 4. Beautifully played, really well executed.
Yeah.
A reverse hit, but hit it down.
Yeah,
not,
very
not
good shot.
Not like the reverse paddle or the, he actually gets the bat high and has a full swing at it. And he's now moved to 96th.
Yeah, it's a very good shot. Very good shot that from Dan Mousley. Oh, 4 away now, Mousley.
And 4 balls left in the over from Lawrence, who he's in. Comes in now round the wicket, and Mousley sweeps, and he's hit it well, and he's hit it in the gap, and he's overjoyed. Big cheers at Edgbaston. He kisses his Warwickshire helmet, holds his bat up to the sky, and that is a very, very happy man.
Wow, you could hear the roar of delight from here from Dan Mousley, but well played. His first 100 for Warwickshire in first class cricket, and brought it up with a sweep shot as well. He has played very, very well today, but you could see how much that meant to him. What a moment for Dan Mousley.
And you could see he wasn't going to wait around and just try and get there in singles, as he's on strike now, and this one he does get a single. That's a long on, and now he just needs to calm himself and say, ooh, that's just half a job.
Absolutely. Welcome to listeners as well on Sports Extra with us. And 3-13 for 2. Warwickshire started their first innings this morning. They trail Surrey now by just the 15. So this has been a tough day for the bowlers.
And still 20 overs remaining as Lawrence comes in, and Sam Hain works this easily to the leg side for a single out to Jamie Smith. What was interesting was it only took 3 balls of Lawrence's over for Dan Mousley to go, right, I'm going to reverse sweep one, defend one, and then have another sweep, orthodox sweep, to bring up his first championship 100. And now he is just pushing it out onto the offside. A dot ball to finish. And that'll be a very happy meeting of 2 men in the middle, and they're having another hug.
Yes, very nice. Nice little hug between Sam Hain and Dan Mousley. So yes, as I was saying, Surrey all out last night in the final over of the day. Ben Folkes out for 128, and well, the opening partnership between Rob Yates and Alex Davies was worth 116 until Davies was the first to go this morning, caught by Pope off Lawrence for 58. As Ralphie Albert is in, that's very short and wide from the left arm spinner, and cut away by Hain for a single. And then Rob Yates, who played very nicely, he went for 70 after lunch, caught by Rory Burns at first slip off Abbott. But since then it's just been Hain and Mousley. They've put on 163 now, as Ralphie Albert comes left arm around the wicket to Mousley. Mousley will get a single here, just gets back on his stumps, works it into the leg side. Dom Sibley comes up to do the fielding, trailing by just 12. Now, if they tick along as they have been all day, after this over, there are another 19 to go. So they'll have another 76 on top. And have a handy lead going into stumps tonight as forward goes Hayne. Plays this one out into the offside, but really they need to be thinking about still be batting mid-afternoon tomorrow with over 500 on the board, I think. As Ralphie Albert is in once more to Hayne, and Sam Hayne is forward and nudges this one away into the offside. Ollie Pope comes round to his left to do the fielding. There is no run. James Taylor looks like he's getting himself warmed up. Away to our left as Albert's in, full toss, tucked away by Hayne. Out towards deep backward square. And Hayne will pick up another single. Hayne moves on to 77. Still pretty gloomy here at Edgbaston. We've got the floodlights on. We haven't lost a delivery yet to the weather in this game. We've been very, very fortunate. It's pretty cold, mind you. As Ralphie Albert is in, that's quicker. This is pushed off the back foot by Mousley, who is 102 not out. The ground staff are still sat on the hover cover there. So it may be that the wind's so strong they're keeping the hover cover from actually hovering over the top of the holly stand. But they're ready there in case they're required. The ground staff. So Taylor's coming into the attack. Down below us, replacing Dan Lawrence. Lawrence today, 18 overs, no ends, 1 for 89. I think the concern from a Surrey perspective will be, and we said it earlier, Dermot Reeve, the number of boundaries. There's been a lot of boundaries today for Warwickshire, hasn't there? They've ticked along all day.
I mean, Surrey at the moment wouldn't mind coming off.
Absolutely, they'd like a bit of a downpour.
Steve O'Shaughnessy just waited at the other end and had a look at what the bike was like. Imagine himself there, standing there as a batter.
Well, thank goodness you're not bowling, because obviously
but I think
you cleaned him up.
The Warwickshire boys would absolutely want to stay on. And Sam Hayne just walks down to Taylor, just walked down before Taylor delivered the ball, and Taylor bowled it short, and Hayne worked it for a single. What I would do is, with these two batsmen, is just remind them that there are times in your career as a batsman, it's really hard to get one run.
Yes.
You know, a wicket doing a bit and a bowler on top, it's really hard to get to stay in or get a single. But at the moment, it's very easy for them just to pick off singles and stay in. So, you know, you need to make the most of that. Taylor round the wicket and Mousley defence.
Well, be greedy. I think it's be really greedy.
Yeah,
Messrs Mousley and Hayne.
You think of someone like a Justin Langer, he just wouldn't change his batting plan. It's just like, you know, it might have taken me a while. I got 100. I'm just going to keep playing the same way. And invariably he would do that and would just continue in getting a really big score. As Mousley, another left-hander's on strike. This is a slightly wild ball down the leg side. Mousley went to flick it. Didn't make contact, and good footwork from Ben Folkes. But they seem quite, as a bunch, they seem quite quiet out there at the moment. Sorry, there's not too much encouragement for the bowlers and not too much energy getting spread around the field. As Mousley is defending not off the back foot really, just from the crease.
Well, it's a good surface now to bat on. It really is. Yesterday morning, that tinge of green, a little bit damp, I think, and then it slowly dried out, and we saw when Laws and Folkes were batting together, it had got easier. And today, as Ethan Bamber told Mike Taylor on his interview last night, today's going to be the best day for batting.
And Mousley is on 102. He's enjoyed it, and he defends to the leg side. There's no run. Quite a reasonable over this from Taylor. There's just one ball down the leg side.
Yeah, Yeah, sorry, just waiting for the new ball at the moment. Captain Rory Burns in there at first let with his arms folded under his white floppy sun hat.
Last ball of the over. Taylor from the pavilion end. Round the wicket, and Mousley plays it with a lovely straight bat up to mid-on, but it's a dot. And the batsmen will come together again and have a little chat, as now we have Uber Eats advertising green across the top of it.
Yes, indeed. There are others available where you can get eats delivered to you, I believe, but it's a very bright green that is shining at us off this matrix, I believe they're officially known. And it is in this light, it is a very bright green, I have to say. So it's going to be Ralphie Albert from the city end of the ground. Be busy again this evening, won't it? Saturday night, Easter weekend in the city of Birmingham. As Ralphie Albert is in, and this is pushed off the back foot by Sam Hain. And he will pick up a single. Hain moves on to 79. Mousley comes back onto strike with 102 to his name here on this second day on Sports Extra and the BBC website and app. The opening round of Championship fixtures this summer. As Ralphie Albert is in. And this is punched off the back foot by Mousley straight down the ground. And he will pick up another single. One more to the total. 320 for 2. But from a Surrey perspective, what they need with that new ball is for a Fisher or an Abbott to do something with that new ball. Pick up some quick wickets. I'm not sure they're going to come today. These two are playing so nicely at the moment as this is clipped away again by Sam Hain. Out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Gareth Batty, the Surrey head coach, is having a bit of a stroll. Well, that may be G. Durbat, but I think it would be G. Batty from the walk. As driving is Mosey, good looking shot. It's a lovely shot. He's just waited for this and then driven it between the short extra cover and the mid-off. It's a lovely bit of batting from Mousley, and Warwickshire trailing by just the 3 runs now. 325 for 2 they are. It's a beautiful cricket shot from Mousley.
Wasn't it? Fantastic timing. Got his head right forward and met the ball late. And that's not a very big gap. Man on the drive and mid-off, but he pierced it perfectly.
Ralphie Albert's into him again, and this is punched once more by Mousley. Straight down the ground towards long on. And they will stroll another single. One more to Mousley. He's on to 108. 326 for 2. Trail by just the 2 runs now. Warwickshire as Ralphie Albert's in and Hain is forward. Pushes this one politely into the offside. Picked up by Ollie Pope. End of the over. So 2 overs, 1 over to go until a new ball can be taken. So Messrs Fisher and Abbott are getting themselves warmed up. But whether, now I'm just thinking about the light as well now, those two come back on with a new ball. Whether we will be able, here we go. Here goes umpire Middlebrook, but he can't catch umpire O'Shaughnessy's attention because he's having a long natter with everybody. No, he's just flicking him the new ball actually, I think there. So he's got it in his pocket for the start of the next over. But it's going to be James Taylor to bowl this, the 80th over. The umpires again today, for listeners on Sports Extra who were with us yesterday, due to the high winds here at Edgbaston, have removed their wide-brimmed sun hats and are wearing their, I must say, rather natty umpiring baseball caps again, because they tend to stay on your head.
Taylor around the wicket to Mousley, and he defends it, pushes it up to mid-off, but extra cover comes across and collects it. So that's the coach. That's
I think that from this distance, I think that is G. Batty.
And is he a Manchester City fan?
I don't think so. Is he? I don't know.
But I think he's got a
He looks like
he's got a beanie on.
Yeah, that's a Surrey. That's a Surrey.
Blue,
yeah, that's the Surrey woolly hat. Yes, that's what he's wearing there.
Taylor comes in again, and it's one's left alone and goes through to the keeper.
All I would say is he does look like he's about to climb Everest, because I think he's wearing every item of Surrey training kit to keep warm.
I would have thought it would be a brown. You always known as the brown hat.
Well, yeah, no, it's the light blue. You see, it's the light blue, because in the T20 they wear that colour. So I think it's all the rage. So it's a duck egg blue, Dermot Reeve. I think that's the actual official colour.
As Mousley drives handsomely, but straight to mid-off and no run.
But I'm pretty sure that is G-Betty. I'm just going from this distance with the stance and his walk to get round to have a quiet word with Matt Fisher. But as I say, I think he's wearing every item of training kit just to keep warm, because it is chilly out there today.
And we've got 3 deliveries until the new ball. That's Taylor from the pavilion end, and this one is sliced. Loose shot from Dan Mousley, but he's got 4 for it. There's only one man at sort of backward point and the slip, and he just threw the top hand at the ball and got some bat on it, and it just went down to third man for 4. But in the air, and fortunate.
And that boundary means Warwickshire have the lead. They lead by 2 now. Yes, he certainly wasn't in control of that drive, but because of the match situation, there's just a slip and a deep gully, so it's flown in the air between those 2.
And Taylor's in again, and Mousley decides, I'm not going to flash at this one. I'm going to show you a beautiful forward defensive.
The other thing here, Dermot Reeve, of course, is these 2 have been out there a long time now. They're in possession of this. Now, if one of them goes, whoever it is who comes out has got to face a new ball.
In poor light.
So these 2 have to continue with what they're doing. And they're doing it very, very well at the moment.
Mousley to face the last ball of the over. And he pushes it to extra cover for a dot. No run, and Warwickshire at 5 o'clock are 330 for 2.
Now, this gets interesting, because Steve O'Shaughnessy was about to lob the new ball to Matt Fisher, but now he's calling over James Middlebrook, and there'll only be one discussion here between these 2, and it won't be where they're having dinner tonight. It'll be, is this light good enough? As I say that, the sun's just sort of poked its head out from behind a cloud.
But these days they don't offer it, do they?
No, they don't. It's all on there, down to the umpires, really. It's all on them. I'll tell you one thing. If he says to Rory Burns, well, it's good enough if you want to use the spinners, he'll be off like a shot. They're off. They're off for bad light here. I'm not surprised. And the crowd will be a bit upset because we've been going along nicely in this light, but the new ball's a totally different thing with Abbott and Fisher. So I'm not at all surprised that we are coming off for bad light. I don't think that will be it for the day, because, we've had periods like this and then it's brightened up. But I think with that new ball coming, they've made the right decision there to get them off now, the players. So they slowly make their way off. I think the umpires are going to stay out there. Dan Lawrence just wants to have a go with Sam Haynes' bat at the moment. So, but Dan Mousley will make his way off. Get a very warm round of applause here, because that maiden first-class 100 for Warwickshire. Just listen to this reception for Dan Mousley. Well played, young man. And all the Surrey players actually clapping Dan Mousley off there, because he has played extremely well. And down below us, off come the Surrey players. So we are off for bad light here at Edgbaston. We'll of course be back with you as soon as we get any more action. But Warwickshire in a very fine position at the moment. But we are off for bad light. We'll leave you for the time being here from Edgbaston. But Mike Taylor, myself and Dermot Reeve will be back with you as soon as the players get back out there. But unfortunately, on this second afternoon, the light has meant Surrey can't take the new ball. But Warwickshire 330 for 2. They lead by 2 runs.